With so many options, why choose Arizona State University?
For me, the only online option was ASU because of the quality. Their faculty was really involved with their students and care about your personal journey. The dedication to my personal development from my professors, that's been extremely valuable to me.
Earn your degree from the nation's most innovative university. Online. That's a degree better. Explore more than 300 undergraduate, graduate, and certificate programs at asuonline.asu.edu.
Ready to make a real impact every day? Join the Active Day Home Care team and help clients maintain their independence in the comfort of their own homes. Make a difference in someone's life as you provide essential daily assistance and protect their health and happiness. Earn up to $20 an hour and enjoy additional perks like optional daily pay, 401k, paid time off, ongoing educational training, and more. Join a team that values care, compassion, and your professional growth. Visit activeday.com to apply.
Hello and welcome to jasonnewland.com. My name's Jason Newland. This is Let Me Bore You to Sleep, Sunday edition. It's the Sunday. Is it Sunday, Vinny? So I'm sitting down on my chair, cuddled up to my little boy here, my little Vinny Manilli, hey? He hasn't had his dinner yet. We was having a proper punch up earlier. He was biting my feet, well, the straps on my pink Crocs. Bless him. And he was growling and everything. He was loving it. It's very aggressive. Very aggressive. So I've just had a little bit to eat, and I'm going to make this recording, then I'm going to go to bed. Yeah, I'm just going to chill out. I made a recording earlier. I did it in bed. I was in bed. In bed! That was weird. I haven't done one of them for a long time. I'm quite enjoying not sitting at the desk though, because I have to do that for the editing, and I'm not loving looking at a computer screen anymore. Not for long periods of time. I think it's nice to just take a break from that. So when I do a recording, because, I never used to. When I first started doing these Let Me Bore You to Sleep recordings, I used to be in my black chair in the corner over there. I never had any equipment. Well, I had equipment. I mean, as far as I was recording it. But I never had a laptop on I was never looking at a laptop or looking at a phone or anything like that, as far as I remember. I'd just be reclined and try not to move too much, because that chair really squeaked a heck of a lot. So, did I say only listen when you can safely close your eyes? Also, my website's jasonnewland.com. All my recordings are on there. All the latest recordings are on the first page when you go there. You can download them, you can stream them, you can even change the speed that you listen to them. So if I'm talking too fast, you can slow it down. I wonder how many people actually do that. You can also fast forward and stuff. What else? My Facebook group is Jason Newland's Boring Group. although I've lost 2 members, I lost 2 people have either left the group or come off of Facebook. I'm not sure. So if you are listening and you've left Facebook because, I don't know, maybe I farted too much or something, I do apologise. But if you'd like to join, you're welcome. There's a link on my website directly to the Facebook group. It is a private group, but you're welcome to join and you will be accepted. As long as I don't know you in real life, because I don't have real people. Real people? I don't have family or friends on my Facebook group. That has annoyed a few people over the years, but it's fine. I'll try and explain it. I don't have family or friends on Facebook, full stop. You know, if someone... I did in the past, you know, in the early days. It's like, 'cause it was exciting. Facebook me. I'll Facebook you. Bit like email. Remember when emails? I'll email you. Or texting. I'll text you. Wow, someone's going to text me. Do you remember you get your first mobile phone and that very first text of the old dee 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 dee, whatever it used to be? It's like, wow, I'm popular. People really like me. They're sending me texts. God, I remember probably like the 90s, late 90s, early 2000s, probably more than the 90s. The amount, all you'd hear in public, dee 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 dee, or whatever, like texts coming through constantly, and that ping noise, dee 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 dee, or sometimes it'd be different sounds. It's like, come on. Stop it. Stop it. Don't seem to hear it so much. But then I'm not around humans, so I guess it might still be going on. But I never really enjoyed it. I didn't even like hearing it myself on my own phone. As soon as the vibration option was available, I remember I was in a shop, in the mobile shop, and I got a new phone, and they said it also has this new version has the option to vibrate, and I was very excited. Got a bit of a funny look from some of the staff. Like, why are you so excited about this really small phone that could fit in tight places and it vibrates? I said, no, I don't. It's not that. I don't want it going beep, 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 beep. I'd rather just vibrate wherever I put it and let me know, in my pocket, and let me know just that way. That's a much nicer way. Even I've got my eyes closed and I can visualise that silver phone I used to have. Oh, I like that little phone. I think about 2004, I think, maybe 2003, 2004. Yeah. Those was the days. Ooh. My very first mobile phone was, I think I got it in 1990, either right near the end of 97 or early 1998. It had an aerial on it. That's how old it was. I mean, it was new then, but it had an aerial. There was no, I mean, the screen was kind of basic. I'm not even sure if texts existed back then. It was phone calls. There was no vibrations on the phone, that is. Yeah, I don't think there was text then, and definitely not email. I mean, email existed, but that was, via a computer. And I remember when text came in, oh, you can send messages, SMS. SMS, what's that stand for? Small messaging service. Wow. Because it's on a phone, so there's small messages. I'm pretty sure, I don't know why, I might be making this up, pretty sure there was a limit to the characters you could send, a bit like Twitter. Remember when Twitter came out and you could write like 3 words, something like that. But let's not talk about Twitter, eh? I used to be on Twitter. I used to post all my stuff on there just the same as I did on Facebook and anywhere else that was available. But I don't know, I lost my account on Twitter. I've got locked out. I don't know, I just forgot what my password was, forgot what my email address was. Then I opened another one, and then I'm still on there, but it's just there hasn't been a post done in about 5 years, 6 years, because I can't get into the account. Do you know, on MySpace I used to have about 50,000, over 50,000 friends on there. I just wanted to tell someone. I just remembered. Because every now and then I talk about MySpace, and maybe I'm just trying to keep the memory alive of MySpace. Because I think there's maybe a lot of people, firstly, don't know what MySpace is, don't realise that they were there. If it wasn't for MySpace, Facebook wouldn't exist. MySpace was the first popular social networking site. So popular. And then MySpace. That was very Star Trekky, wasn't it? That's turned into a Western soundtrack. Yeehaw. I remember when I was a kid, we used to dress up as cowboys and Indians. I liked being a cowboy because of the guns, but I liked being Indian because of the head gear and stuff like that. Now I realise the term Indian isn't used anymore, but it was then. So that was the term of the game, cowboys and Indians, just as cops and robbers, or if there was an enemy, like if you were playing a football match and you were England, the other team would be Germany, because they'd be the enemy, because Germany, we had like an ongoing thing with Germany in football for, I say we, I'm not into football, but Germany have just been they're just really good footballers. They're just... I think every country's good at football, especially compared to me. Although I did once score a hat-trick. And I remember I think I broke all the records at school for the most home, for the most home goals in one match. In my case, it was 3. So if someone had told me that you changed sides halfway through, then I would have knew, you know. I didn't know. I was too busy spinning round until I got dizzy, pretending I was Wonder Woman, and then I'd just fall over. And then when I'd stop, I was no longer like dizzy, I'd get up and I'd spin around again. Sometimes the opposite direction. So I wasn't always, not always aware of the changes on the football pitch. Because it's not like we weren't wearing different costumes. Everyone was wearing the same stuff, the same coloured shirts, the same coloured shorts. So it can be a bit confusing, in a like professional or a proper football match. There's blue shirts and yellow shirts. It makes it a little bit easier. But and it's the same team. You've got your team players. But at school, it's like everyone's dressed the same. How am I supposed to remember who's on what side? Especially as that side changed every time we played. So every week or twice a week, it would change. So it's like, I don't know who's on my side. I was always chosen last. And that's the thing I didn't really enjoy. Well, it's not the top thing, but it's one of the things I didn't really enjoy about, going to school, is that whole, the PE teacher, or gym teacher, whatever you want to call him, he always chose 2 of the top boys, his favourites, yeah. And then he'd say to them, "You're the team leader. Now you choose who you want in your football team, or in your hockey team, or in your basketball team." There's no other sports, was there? I don't mean in the world, but that we played. I don't think I ever played rugby. Played cricket, but I think I only played cricket at junior school, but that didn't work out well. Because they learn quite early on that if you chuck a ball at me, well, basically, don't chuck a ball at me if I've got a piece of wood in my hand. Because if that ball hits me, I'm coming for you. And that is what I was like, unfortunately. So I got banned from cricket in junior school because someone chucked a ball, hit me in the knee. I mean, I was all padded up and everything with the bat. Hit me in the knee, but it hit me in the wrong knee. So I think you only have, I only had one pad on. It hurt, and they were laughing. And I thought, that almost hurt more. And I looked down at my knee, and then I looked down at the big, large cricket bat, which is probably as big as I was. And yeah, so I was not allowed to play cricket again. And then in high school we had hockey. And in hockey, as in football, there's a lot of fouling. And by that I don't mean like pooing on the pitch. What I mean is there's a lot of, in football, kicking and pushing stuff. But in hockey, even though again we're all padded up, for some reason hitting each other in the shins seemed to be acceptable. But not to me. And it didn't make sense, or to hit the ball at my face, or why would they do that? So I'm thinking, it's got to be a bit silly to do that when I have this big bit of wood in my hand. So I was chasing people. So I got banned from playing hockey. I remember saying, like, why? Why, PE teacher? Mr. Gym teacher, why are you banning me? He said, because of what you did. I said, I didn't do anything. He said, you literally chased someone around the field for half an hour, waving the hockey stick. I said, yeah. That's what you're supposed to do, isn't it? He said, yeah. When you're on the field, you're not supposed to chase them out of the school. Like, well, just sportsmanship. He said, you followed him home. You were banging on the window of his home. That's not on. It's not that I didn't like cheaters. It's just, I just didn't like people. Yeah, fouls. I didn't. Again, I'm not talking about pooing on the pitch. I said, when I say I'm not talking about it, I just talked about it twice, but I'm not literally talking about it as in, let's have a big conversation. No. But fouling can, a dog fouling on the grass, say, well, that's like an English word for poop. But, yeah, I'm not talking about that. I think the most annoying thing, though, with football, because I never got banned from football because that was the last sport. There was nothing else. They tried me with everything else. Basketball, that was pointless. I mean, I was just so short. I was pretty much... There got a point in high school where I came up to pretty much the chest of most of the other lads, the other boys in my year. I came up to their chest. I was so short. So there's a lot of like adults really. So, they'd gone through the change, gone through the initial menopause that boys go through when they're 12, 13, and turned into little werewolves. And I was still a little boy, really. I was still just talking with a high-pitched voice, like now, really. And yeah, I didn't care when everyone else was a kid, but then when they started like getting, well, turning into men, really, that's when I didn't really like it. Didn't, because I was still a kid, so I couldn't physically match them. Not that I could match them before, because I was tiny, but there's a little bit of is a different energy, it's a different kind of strength, when someone's when someone's a man compared to a child, there's a different strength, and they could run faster, and I couldn't catch them with my hockey stick. No, I didn't. Tennis, I was only good at tennis against one person. And it was weird because no one else would play me at tennis because I wasn't very good. But I had a friend who would play me, but he was awful. And it was frustrating because I was like, now I know what it feels like to play myself. And now I know what it feels like for other people. Because I'm not very good. I wasn't very good at tennis. He was worse than me. I don't know if he was just doing it as a joke. It could be. Just as a little giggle. But it's frustrating, so I just hit the ball onto the roof and walked off. I mean, our relationship was starting to crumble a little bit at that point. Yeah. It's weird. But yeah, Cops and Robbers, used to play that. You know, would wear a mask. So basically, Cops and Robbers, one would be causing trouble, bullying people, and the other person would be a robber. So yeah, it was... we didn't have to wear a big striped onesie with a mask and, for some reason, some French hat. Didn't have to do that. You know, those French hats. Actually, that's not... Now, maybe I was getting muddled up between mime artists. Do you know the mime artists in France with the white makeup and the French hat? I can't remember what it's called off the... what was it called? Beret? No, but I don't think it was a beret. Maybe it was a beret. And the big boots, all white, but stripes down the top, maybe down the whole thing. And then a mask, a little bit like Zorro. Diddle-do, Zorro. See, that's really skillful. To be able to do that, yeah, whenever he fought anyone, Zorro, he always left a Z on their chest, but never cut them. Never injured their chest, but managed to do it so it ripped open their top, just in the shape of a Z. That's phenomenal. That is though, isn't it? I mean, it's like, that's skillful. To be able to do that and not cause any injury that's a skill that well, it's not a skill I ever wanted, but it's just skillful. I always kind of thought that would be quite cool to be a fencer. I remember saying to my dad I'd like to be a fencer. But, you know, I don't think he really understood what I meant. I was thinking he's going to go out and buy me a sword and maybe a nice mask. He bought me some varnish for a fence. What's that stuff he used to use? Is it varnish? There's another thing, isn't there? It stinks, like really stinks. Got to varnish the fence. You don't have to. Yeah, it needs doing. Yeah. But you don't have to do it though, do you? But it needs doing. My windows need cleaning, but they're not being cleaned. My carpet needs vacuuming. It's not getting vacuumed. My underpants need changing. That's when my dad just walks out of the room. It's like... one day we'll finish a conversation. The amount of Christmases that he's walked out. So yeah, I suppose using the term cowboys and Indians, that's what it was called back then. But back then we didn't have education about the indigenous people of different countries, that history wasn't really taught at the time. The thing is, it's going to be hard for a lot of people, anyone, I reckon, under the age of 50 or 45, won't realise how much Western stuff there was on television. You know, and this is stuff from the 50s and the 60s and the 70s. It was still being shown constantly in the early 80s. Western movies, TV shows based on the West. Even Kung Fu was based on the Western era. Clint Eastwood movies. And all those old movies from the 60s, like Paint My Wagon. I was born under a wandering star. You know, Lee Marvin and Doc. That was Clint Eastwood as well, wasn't it? I think I've got flies attacking me. Stop it. He's got a little hockey stick. What should I have said? Where's my hockey stick? Hockey sticks are quite good because they've got a nice grip. So I remember, this is how bad it was. I was always picked last. So when we were queuing up, I didn't like that system. Really didn't like the system. It seemed to me almost like a form of bullying, like to just, or humiliation. You know, it's definitely humiliation, because the teacher just seemed to be, he'd just sit back, sit in a chair, start smoking a cigar, you know, eating truffles, giggling. He just found it hilarious, just watching us all squirm. And then it got down to like the last maybe 3 or 4 people, and neither of the leaders or the boys that were in charge of the teams, neither of them wanted to pick any of the ones that were left. We were like, I don't know, like a roast dinner, and all was left was some cabbage. We were the cabbage. And maybe some of the fat off the beef. You know, the stuff that no one wants to actually eat. That's what was left. And perhaps a dead fly in the gravy. That's what I was. I was the fly in the gravy. And it's like, oh, it didn't really do my self-esteem much good, if I'm honest. I remember the amount of times I was chosen last. This is just only for football, and I was chosen last. No, it wasn't was it football or was it basketball? No, it's football. And I was chosen last. I was like, I went to the teacher, I said, look, this is just ridiculous. He said, what are you talking about, Jason? I said, because everyone did an impression of different strokes back then. Were you talking about Thomas? Were you talking about Bob? Like, everyone did it, you know. Different Strokes was such a huge show, even though I don't think it was even on. I don't know if it was on in the early 80s. I know it was on in the late 70s. Different strokes to rule the world. Mork and Mindy. Do 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 do. That's the wrong tune. I loved Mork and Mindy. The thing about it with Mork and Mindy is, I think with a lot of sitcoms, TV shows, rarely, in my humble opinion, do replacement characters or new characters improve the show. So there was a TV show called Bread, and they replaced two of the main characters. Like Aveline was one of the main people, and she left, and they got another person in, and it wasn't the same because the first one was just so good. She was one of the more memorable characters in the show. They were all memorable, but she was. I say that, I can't remember. I remember 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 9. Yes, I remember quite a few of them. But when they changed the characters, it didn't improve it. Or with Minder, when Terry left, they got in Arthur Daly's nephew. I still watched it because I'm loyal to a TV show. You know, especially when I was younger, I was very loyal. If I watched a TV show, I watched it. Every single week, every episode, regardless of what they did, I'd keep watching it. Not so loyal these days, perhaps, but back then I was. And I can't really remember too many times when the new characters have improved the show. With Minder, it really didn't. It was fresh, you know, it was different, but it wasn't the same because Terry and Arthur Daly were a double act. You know, that this is Minder. It's a really famous TV show from the 80s, really, I suppose, and maybe 90s as well. But yeah, it lost something. It lost Terry. So yeah. But then a couple of American shows managed to do it. And one of those was Cheers, because when Diane left the show, and I was a huge Cheers fan, like really massive. I'd watch it every Friday, and I didn't really know, like, what are they going to do? How can they replace her? They didn't replace her, but they did kind of got a new female lead character, or co-lead, and Kirstie Alley was brilliant, but just in a different way. Just so, yeah, just literally, I've never seen anyone that can cry. Well, I have met people that can cry easily, but like just, it was so funny to just start crying for just out of nowhere. And Kirstie Alley was great. And I think it was quite good because her and Sam was Rebecca, wasn't it? So Rebecca and Sam, it wasn't really about them. I mean, there was a little bit of a thing, wasn't there? But it wasn't really about them. It was more about her and wanting to be with whatever high flyer boss there was that had taken over the bar, or that was, yeah, she wanted to be a billionaire. So that was, yeah, that was that. I liked that. I can't think of the other one now because it's gone out of my head because I was talking so much about other stuff. What other replacement? Oh, Mork and Mindy. Now, Mork and Mindy, there wasn't a replacement, But there was an addition which I think actually improved the show. I loved the show anyway. But when Mork and Mindy had a baby, Murph, and he was grown, a fully grown adult, like a man in his 60s or whatever, 50s or 60s, 50s, I don't know how old he was when he did that show, probably 50s, 40s, 50s. So funny. Like, he was, to me, even though I was a massive Robin Williams fan, massive Mork and Mindy, Mork, Nanu, loved that. But Murph was just hilarious. I didn't realise at the time, because a kid, didn't know he was a very famous comedian. Murph. And his name's gone out of my head. It was never in my head, but he's, for those that know who he is, I know what I mean. He was known for telling stories, and he was very, very famous in America. And that it was just perfect at that part. I was going to say that probably no one else could have really done it, but that's one of those things. It's like, it's easy to say that, isn't it? But in reality, loads of people probably could have done it. They just would have been different. I mean, it's like saying, oh, no one else could have really pulled off the, I'm trying to think, let's say the Rocky movies. Oh, no one could have done that. Sylvester Stallone, he made those his own, and yeah, he did. I mean, yeah, there was no doubt in that one. But the idea that no one else could have played the character, because initially the production company didn't want him to play the character, did they? They wanted another actor to do it. It would have been different, but it still might have been hugely successful because the story was great. So imagine, I don't know, someone like Pee Wee Herman, or some Steve Martin, or someone that was famous around the in the 80s, 70s, or whatever. I don't know. I'm trying to think of someone. Imagine Pee Wee Herman. I'm just thinking of him shouting at Adrian with his squeaky voice. Made me laugh. I tried to watch his TV show, and it was a little bit, I don't know, I liked the Pee Wee Herman. Is it the Pee Wee Herman loses his bicycle or something? And just the way he talks and he shouts and then talks, and very funny character. He wasn't really a huge star in the UK. I don't recall ever seeing Pee Wee Herman, the Pee Wee Herman show on television in this country. And I was a definite, like, TV addict, really, when I was a kid. I mean, I didn't stay up till late in the early 80s. I didn't start staying up till late on a weeknight or school night until I got my own TV. So I had a black and white TV when I was about 14. And that's when I started watching late night telly. Ooh. It was among the most exciting time of my life, because for the first time, in privacy, I had complete control of a television. you know, I used to go into the living room after school. I'd watch Grange Hill, and often I wouldn't be bothered because both my brothers were older. They didn't watch it. They didn't watch that show. My little brother was too young, so he didn't watch it. So, you know, sometimes I'd have a nice hour where I could just watch TV on my own. But if one of my older brothers came in and decided they wanted to watch something else, they'd just turn the TV over. Or any minute I could be called in to do something, you know, maybe it's dinner time, or, you know, something like that, so that I could be disturbed. But when I was in my bedroom, upstairs, right at the top of the house, oh, it was lovely. I'd have all the lights off. Well, I only had one light. I'd have that off, have the TV flickering away. And I started discovering what happened after bedtime, because I didn't know. During the week I was in bed at, I don't know, 8:30, 9 at that time. I'm not sure what the time, probably 9 maybe, but you know, it was earlier when I was younger, apart from at the weekends. So Saturday, I think maybe Friday night, Saturday we could. But even then, because I had early morning paper rounds, working in the bakery, I'd have to get up at like 5 in the morning. So I wasn't staying up late at the weekends. But on a school night, regardless of what time I had to get up in the morning, because I wasn't going to watch it. I thought, well, I got TV, brilliant. I never have to leave my room again. Then I thought, oh, I'm going to have to eat. Why can't we have one of those lazy waiters? Is that what they call them? Where the food can be sent up. I did mention to my stepmom, said, if you keep 20% of my pocket money, can you just deliver my food to my door, to my bedroom, room service? And she laughed. The amount of times that she laughed at stuff I said when I was actually being serious, it's amazing. She probably thought I was quite a funny kid, but I was actually being like, no, really, will you just deliver my food to my door? Because I didn't want to leave, because I had my television. That's all I needed. Television, my books, my little tape recorder to listen to music, my radio. For that little period. I mean, I must have been doing karate as well, so there was more going on, but something magical happened, because I remember thinking for years, what happens when I go to sleep at 8:30 in the evening? What happens? Because I hear things. There's people downstairs laughing. As I said, my brothers were a lot older. The parents were a lot older, and they'd be up till 10, 11 or whatever. And I think, oh, what are they watching? Sounds like they're watching television, but what is it? Sometimes they go downstairs and pretend to need a drink, and I'd pop in and I'd see like maybe 30 seconds of an episode of Kojak, and I'd be thinking, wow. Spend the next week walking around saying, who loves you, baby? That's going to be lost on most people. What is he talking about? He loved sucking lollipops. That's what he was famous for, being bored and sucking lollipops and saying, "Who loves you, baby?" Great screen presence, old Kojak. Very memorable voice. What other things did I see on the telly? Sure, there was another show that I wasn't allowed to watch. Well, shows that were on that I didn't get to see. Maybe shows that I've never seen because they were on too late. The 10 o'clock news. I sometimes thought to myself, what happens on that news? Is it different from the 6 o'clock news? What if something's happened and I don't know about it? Space invasion or something like that. Not the game, but so I remember the first night of having my own television, and I sat down on my bed and I looked at it. Didn't turn it on yet. I just looked at it. I just let it all just soak in. My own television. My own television. And I can choose to watch any channel I want, as long as it's BBC One, BBC Two, ITV and Channel 4, because that's what we had, 4 channels. It doesn't seem particularly exciting if you break it down like that, but I can watch all 4. I can watch all 4 channels. Wow. There was no remote control. It was an old black and white one with a knob that you had to turn in order to turn it on, and then another one. So I think I'm thinking about if you turn it. No, you had to pull it out to turn it on, turn it for the volume, and then there was another dial around it which would tune the television into the different channels, which is kind of weird, that whole thing. So it was an aerial, and it was a lucky dip really to see whether or not it worked. Which is, it's only 4 channels, but it was so exciting. The first time I sat down and I was about to watch the news at 10. What is this secret thing? What are they going to be talking about? Exactly the same as the news at 6. 6 o'clock news, 10 o'clock news, it's the same. It's like, what? I mean, not every day, but it's like, it's just repeated pretty much the same stuff. Very disappointed. And I started delving. I started some research. The thing is, I didn't have a TV guide. There was a TV guide downstairs, but it was surrounded by humans watching television, and I was in bed and I was supposed to be asleep, so I couldn't go down there because they might notice me. So I thought, so I had to pretty much, I guess it's the equivalent of surfing the internet. I don't know if anyone uses that term, surfing the internet, anymore. Like cowboys and Indians, it's not used anymore. That's why I would never use it. I think the thing that annoyed me most about getting picked last is there was this one time, it's not even a joke, this one time, this kid in a wheelchair was picked before me. It's serious, it seriously happened. It's like, it's just no respect. I got no respect. He was in a wheelchair because of his weight. He basically had a glandular thing. Really nice bloke. No one really talked to him. I used to say hello to him, because I thought, no one's talking to him. And just like, because he looks a bit different. I know what that's like. I've always looked a little bit different, really. I've just been too good looking. That's one of the problems I've had over the years. Too attractive. And I remember us talking to him. I said, "You all right?" And he said to me, why are you talking to me? I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Why are you talking to me? You keep saying hello and asking me how I am." I said, "Well, I don't know, just, I didn't really know what to say to him." And he said, "It's just really weird." I said, "Why?" He said, "Well, there's, I don't know how many people in this year, how many people in this school, hundreds of people in this school, right? Nobody talks to me. But you do." And I said, "Okay." I said, "Well, why do you look so sad?" He said, "Because you're the last person I'd want to talk to. Why do I get stuck with you? All those other people, and I get stuck with you. I mean, have you not noticed you're even more unpopular than me? You get picked last." And I thought, that's a bit ungrateful. I just offered to eat half of his sandwich. But no. Some people just don't appreciate anything. There was this one girl, and just shows you how wrong to judge someone from. The thing is, I was judging her from years and years and years of being in the classroom with her. So it wasn't like judging her from appearance or judging her from like meeting her once or twice. I literally was in a classroom with her multiple times a week for 4 years. And I was also in the dances class with her for about 6 months or a year. So yeah, I knew her. But I knew her as in I'd observed her. She would not talk to anybody. She would not talk to a teacher. She would not do any work. She refused. Sometimes she'd have a tantrum and leave, but generally she would not do anything. And in the last year of school, we were all given, wasn't work experience, because I had work experience in a building firm, but this was a separate thing. It was part of some lesson, and school's full of those things, isn't it? Lessons. So I was sent to this nursery, like a children's, not with plants, but a children's place where the kids go, nursery school. So I was sent there on a Friday afternoon, I think it was, or maybe, yeah, Friday afternoon. And I got picked to go with her, or she got picked to go with me, one of them. And I was like, I don't know who was more disappointed, me or her. It was, I think we both, I just thought she was a weirdo, and she probably thought I was a weirdo, and it's really strange because we had to walk. Why? I think they were just making fun of us, because not only did they send us together, knowing that we never ever talked, never had a conversation in 4 years, knowing that she was probably the most difficult person in the classroom in the whole year. Maybe I was the most annoying, so perhaps that's why they did it. And we had to walk to the other side of town. I'm not even exaggerating. It was a good hour walk to get to this place. Okay, from school. Hour walk there and, well, the same back, I suppose. And we started walking for the first time, and we were just walking separate. I was trying to get ahead of her, but she was taller than me. It turned out we became best friends, but only during that lesson. How weird. We would chat and laugh, mess about, just really have a good time as we walked there and on the way back. When we were there, it was like fun. But as soon as we got close to the school, that was it. She stopped talking to me and ignored me until the next Friday. I was like, this is strange, because it's almost, she had this, I think she was just pretending to be awkward, because she was really nice, actually, very funny, and good company. It was, very, very strange. And I don't know what she thought of me. She probably, I don't really don't know what anyone's ever thought about me, really. I can't read minds. That's what a lot of people say, that he can't read minds. He thinks he can, but he can't. The amount of people I've met that seem to know, they think they know what other people are thinking, and they don't. They really don't. And I think it's a good thing that we don't know what each other are thinking. Blimey. I can't think of any other TV shows where there's been a change in characters. Probably The Cosby Show, when they brought in, because remember, is it Haley, who was Claire Haley, the little girl who was hilarious when The Cosby Show first came out, and then she got old, and they brought in another little girl. I don't know if it was someone they adopted, or maybe it's one of their kids' daughters or something. And then she was really funny. So that was Claire. No, not Claire, because Claire's his wife. Claire. I can't remember. Haley? I know it's Huxtable. I know that's a surname. I don't even remember what his name was in it. Dr. Huxtable. Yeah, I don't know. There was a weird TV show, right? And this was in, I think, the early 80s, called Blake 7. Blake was only in the very first series, and then he wasn't in it anymore. I think they messed up a little bit with the title of that, didn't they? He wasn't in it. Now, I don't think he knew he wasn't going to be in it, because it was clearly the star of the show, because they called it Blake 7. because there was 7 people with Blake. Or there might have been 6 people with Blake, and Blake made the 7th. Well, I guess he would have made the 1st because he was the leader. Goodies and baddies used to be kind of another kind of game, you know, because there was a lot of that. There's a lot of cop shows on TV, like Chips. I remember riding about on my bike and thinking I was in Chips. I was a police motorbike person, and what I used to do, and I wasn't the only one who did this, we used to cut up a plastic, what's it called, like fairy liquid bottle, and then attach it with pegs to the spokes so it clicked when the wheel went round. That was us turning our little bikes into powerful motorbikes. Apparently I didn't look so good, so I'd look better if I hadn't got stabilisers, which is a bit rude. I think all bikes should have stabilisers, so that when you just get off it stays standing up. That makes sense. It does, doesn't it? And all these bikes that have the crossbar, or not the crossbar, the crowbar, you know that bit where you have to put your leg over on a man's bike, because the female bikes, they're still officially called men's and females bikes. If you look in the shops, they're there. I checked this out the other day, so I'm not going to get in trouble. Yeah, but you said cowboys and Indians. I said, no, I'm not saying that's the correct term. It's just that's what it was called back then. So, you know, I'm not trying to cause offence or anything. Well, in that case, why do you keep mentioning it? I don't know. I realised I said it and I thought, oh, I can't really backtrack. You could have just edited it out and just carried on. I said, I know, that's the thing, you're right, I could just edit it out. But it's going to be impossible now because I've mentioned it too many times. And it won't make sense unless I leave it in the original time. I think this is what they called first world problems. I don't know, I'm not into that whole first, second, fifth, fourth world or whatever. Come on, let's have a bit of equality. That TV. 2 TV shows that I remember, like, for that period, that I'd firstly never seen before, and also became my 2 favouriteest programmes in the whole world. But it was a secret it's my little secret, because I wasn't supposed to be watching it. I was supposed to be asleep. They must have known. You don't give a 14-year-old a television in his bedroom and expect him to go to sleep. I don't mean not ever, but you know, generally, I'd leave it on all night. But the 2 TV shows that I really remember from those, or 3 now, I've got another one I remember. But the ones at night, late at night, or at a time when I should have been in bed. Cheers, which I suppose maybe that was on a Friday night at 9. And MASH. Not MASH. MASH? MASH, the medical drama. That was MASH, wasn't it? Oh, MASH makes smash. MASH. Yeah, it's MASH. Yeah, MASH. So yeah, Medical Army something. Yeah, so I used to watch that. I loved them. Hawkeye and Klinger and all those people. Loved it. And watching Cheers, that was when Diane was in Cheers. Because, you know, I watched Cheers all the way through until the last episode, which was in the early 90s. So it went on for quite a while, didn't it? Was it the early 90s or late 80s? I can't completely remember. But I think I started watching Cheers quite early on. Because I think it started about 84, roughly. So I must have watched it. Although, at that time, might still be the case, but at that time, England, or the UK, were always about quite a few months behind America with the TV shows. It's a weird one, because what we would get, let's say there'd be sitcoms or like a really famous a show that we watched here that was American, that was big in America as well. We would get the Christmas episodes during the summer. It was ridiculous. It was, I mean, it might have been the same for America, getting the Christmas British shows in the summer. You know, because there was a lag, a time lag of quite a few months. That might have changed now. I know with the streaming services, there's not a lot of difference in time now. Usually the release date would be the same date in England as well as being in America or Canada or Australia. They kind of have the same release date quite often. Yeah. But Cheers and MASH, those was the two shows that I really remember watching and just being like, wow. So MASH was on BBC Two. Still sounds like it's the wrong name for the TV show, but it's the right name. It just sounds weird. And Cheers was on Channel 4. There was another show I used to like to watch where it's boxing. I think there was a boxing show on as well, but I'm pretty sure that used to be earlier in the evening, but I might be wrong. Yeah. Once I had that television, I didn't need to go downstairs to watch TV. It just didn't seem any point, even though it was a big coloured TV and all that stuff. I kind of rather just watch my black and white TV on my own. I've just preferred watching TV on my own generally. I like doing it with Vinny, providing he doesn't bark. But, you know, I think it'd be different if I was... I don't know, if I was in a room with someone that was enjoying what I was enjoying. So someone that loved boxing or someone that loved, I don't know, the kind of movies or the kind of box sets that I like. Yeah, I think I'd be quite comfortable. Yeah. I don't know, really. I wonder how long I've been talking for. I really don't know. It's dark out there now. Not that long. "74 minutes. I just want to check because I'm going to be going to bed soon. I don't know what time it is. Yeah, it's 10:30. So it is time to go to bed, pretty much. And what I'll do, hopefully this has been boring enough to send you off to sleepy land. I'll edit this first thing in the morning and upload it. Hopefully there won't be too much editing necessary, hopefully. Vinny's been very quiet. I think he's proper deep into a sleep. I know that if I go to get up, he'll growl at me if he's asleep. Don't like being disturbed when he's bob-eyes. This has been quite nice because I'm not any... not had any distractions, no one at the door, nothing out in the garden, not been looking at a computer screen, not been looking at my phone, haven't had the light on, just relaxing and chatting about who knows what. A black and white TV, maybe? I don't know. I'm not sure how I got to this subject, but I loved that TV. I really did. I'm not really sure what happened to it. I spent most of the 90s watching black and white TVs, or at least the first half of the 90s, and then the first part of the 2000s as well, watching black and white TVs, which is, there was no reason for it, not really. I think I had or did I? I might have had a coloured TV, surely. Why would I have a black and white TV? Maybe I did. No, I must have had a coloured TV in the 90s. No, that would have been impossible to... I wouldn't have wanted to watch stuff on there, on a black and white TV. I must have had... It was a portable TV, it must have been colour. I like to think it was. But in 2001 I had a black and white portable TV for a year or two. I had enough money coming in, I could have bought the biggest TV. But I just didn't. I don't know why. I just watched this black and white TV. I don't know why. I really don't. It's very strange. I was working full time. I was doing fairly well. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why. That's one of those weird things, really. Weird questions. I remember I got a portable TV with a built-in video, or no, DVD player in 2004. DVD player or video player? Ooh. That is the question, isn't it? was it DVD player or video player? I'm pretty sure I was still getting videos. I think it might have been a video player, because I used to go to Blockbusters and I was pretty much the only person left that was renting videos. Most of the places it's mainly DVDs, and I just would not. Didn't want to. I wanted videos. That's what I was used to. Even though hardly anyone in the world used them anymore. Not in this country anyway. Not in the 2000s. Not for years, but I was. And now DVDs aren't even used anymore, really. It just seems to be streaming. Streaming. I used to have loads of DVDs. I had loads of videos when I was living at the YMCA. Yeah, I did have a coloured TV because I had a video player. And I had loads of videos. Loads. I'd buy them though. I didn't go to Blockbusters. I bought the videos and I'd buy loads. And one day I thought, I'm going to get rid of these. So what I did is I donated them to the YMCA homeless place. So they had like videos to watch and stuff. There's loads of up-to-date videos. I had a pretty good collection actually. I don't know why. Why didn't I just go to Blockbusters? It was literally at the end of the road. Maybe I couldn't. Maybe I didn't know. Maybe I didn't, I don't know. I can't really say I didn't know where it was because I had to walk past it every day to go to work. I knew where it was, but it was across the road, so maybe I just couldn't be bothered to cross. Ooh. The thing is, back then, I remember standing in Virgin. It was either Virgin or HMV. And I'd be upstairs in the video department looking for something to spend my money on. And I'd be there till closing time. I just couldn't decide what to buy. And part of the reason I went in late is because there's less people around at that time. It just meant I could have more of a fiddle, like have a little go through the stuff and look at all the covers and the backs of the covers, and without having to move away whenever someone because there's that kind of protocol, isn't there? If you're standing somewhere looking at something and someone sort of moves towards you, it's time to move away to let them go there. Well, you don't have to do that if there's no one around. I've done that myself. It's just like someone's standing there and I've kind of moved towards them and they've moved away. I remember saying to because I had a friend who worked behind a counter at HMV, and I mentioned it to him. I said, it's amazing, that technique. It's like human nature. You walk up towards someone and they just move away, and they're so polite and they let you look at the stuff. And he said, that's not the reason, it's because you stink. I said, what? He laughed. Have a bath. I did. At some point. I think Vinny just did a burp. So I'm going to go. So thank you for listening. Remember to be kind to yourself, because you do deserve to be happy. And also be gentle with yourself. You deserve to feel safe. Lots of love. Bye. Hello and welcome to jasonnewland.com. My name is Jason Newland. Please only listen when you can safely close your eyes. What else? I don't know. What do I normally say? I'm sure I say something. Oh, itchy. Got an itchy side. Hello, Vinny. So, this is Let Me Bore You to Sleep. Monday's Boring Objects. What could I talk about today? Have you not prepared? No, I haven't. Why not? You should be prepared. Are you not a professional? No. Call yourself a professional? No. What are you then? Don't know. You should know what you're doing. No. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just plodding along, hoping that I don't fall in a hole, basically. So, Monday's boring objects. I'm going to talk about something that I've never talked about before. It's a part of my life that I don't think I've ever even mentioned, which may surprise you, that I've done over 1,300 recordings, and how could I have not mentioned, how can it be at least one thing that I've not mentioned, because I've not exactly had an interest in life. So, but there is one thing, and I was thinking about this earlier when I was on the toilet. I don't know why I thought about it then, but there's something that I wanted to be. So this is what the subject's going to be then, but I'll be talking about myself. But the subject is entrepreneurship. That's the subject. That's the boring subject for today's Monday's boring objects. So, entrepreneurship, or entrepreneurs. Right from quite an early age, I wanted to be successful in some kind of business. Clearly, it never happened, but I don't know what it was. Maybe it was the idea of working for myself. I saw my dad, he was self-employed, so he had a successful business. I used to like watching Del Boy on Only Fools and Horses, the ducking and diving, and Arthur Daly ducking and diving, and I wasn't so big on the con aspect of that. Selling people cars that didn't have any brakes. That wasn't, not really my style. But it made for a comedy show. So when I was in I think my first delve into any kind of entrepreneurship, money making outside of working for someone else was probably when I was about 13. So yeah, I'm just trying to delve back to see. Probably 13, yeah. So one of the things, so I started working, I think, when I was 12, part-time. I think 12 was the minimum age to do a paper round, I think. Might have been 11, but I think it was 12. I think. And so, I get a little bit muddled up because I had so many different paper rounds. I had a morning paper round. I had at different times. I had an evening paper round. I had a monthly delivering leaflets, and there was a fortnightly delivering these pamphlet things. I also worked in the bakery, as well as I also worked in the washing dishes in this restaurant, and then I worked in a bakery, or the bakehouse they called it. So I started off working in the evenings, just washing up, which is a cool job actually. It was all right. So that was very busy, but it was okay. And I'd work during the day sometimes on a Saturday, and I think it was something like 75 pence an hour, which may not seem a lot, but when I was 21 or 22, literally 10 years later, I still was only getting about £2 an hour. So it was pretty, I was probably better off then than what I was when I left school. So, financially, I mean. But then I didn't have to pay rent or buy food, so I guess it was it was a little bit different. So forgetting the jobs I had, there was, I don't know what it was, but I started to think, what can I do to earn some money? I don't know why I wanted to earn money, because I knew I could do a paper round and I could get money. It wasn't a lot, but it was still, it was still okay, and I had multiple jobs going at the same time at times. Why? I don't know why, but yeah, I just this feeling, this need to do something, to, I don't know, make something of myself, kind of, to be successful. It never happened, but I kind of really was going for it. So I'm not sure which order it happened, but I'll focus on what I did at school first, and then I'll talk about what I did outside of school when I was still at school, but what I did on the outside. and then I'll move into what I did once I left school. So this is how I work this out in my brain, okay? I categorise things. So I've broken it up into periods. So there's the period before I left school. Those couple of years, 3 years or whatever, before I left school. And then there's a period when I was working at the chip shop and when I left the chip shop. So that's a little period on its own. Can you hear that playing? Then there's another period, so I've broken up into periods. So the period before leaving school is then broken up into different periods. There's the period, it's the things I did at school and the things I did outside of school. And then I break it in again into those things that, like at school, those things that I was getting money for and those things that I was owed money for. So at school, there's a few trends. One thing I realised is people kept running out of pens. So I bought a bunch of pens and I would sell them. And I made a profit, but it was never going to buy me my new jet, So that was a little bit boring. I was walking around. I could walk to school with like a whole satchel full of pens and come home and made like maybe 50 pence profit. It really wasn't worth it. But unfortunately the pens were rubbish as well, so that didn't really last. There was a reason they were so cheap. And then there was another trend. I mean, pens weren't a trend, but there was a couple of trends that I kind of jumped on. One was gobstoppers. Gobstoppers became really, really, really popular. And if you don't know what a gobstopper is, it's basically, it's called a gobstopper because you can't talk when it's in your mouth because it's so big. And it's like a big ball, and eventually when you suck the ball for long enough, it's got like maybe different tastes and stuff, and probably a little bit like what's his name, Willy Wonka. They had a gobstopper, didn't they? There was different flavours of dinner and stuff. Anyway, in the end, in the middle, right at the middle, there'd be like chewing gum, but it would take ages to get through it. And the teachers would confiscate it. They'd make you spit it out if you had one in your mouth and they saw it, which made it more attractive to the pupils. So it was like a challenge to be able to get away with spending the whole lesson, 45 minutes, with that, something in your mouth. But what happened is I think what happened, did you hear that? Did you hear that? I don't think you hear that in the garden. It. That distracted me. Alright, so what it was is I noticed that when one kid had something, all the other kids seemed to want it. Mainly the boys, to be fair. But if one had it, others wanted it. But they couldn't have it because, they didn't sell gobstoppers. The teacher didn't have a supply to sell to us. I probably would have gone against education standards, possibly. But then I thought, because I had a friend who had one, And I said, can I have one? He said, yeah. And he said, it'd be £1. And I think they cost like 40 pence, 50 pence to buy. Maybe 20 pence to buy, you know, so it's like, okay. And I thought, So what I did is I bought about 10 of these. And the sales technique was just to basically walk around sucking. Or be in a classroom. Break time is good because people want stuff. And it's easier to, you know, exchange money and stuff during a break rather than at class time. So I made a few quid doing that. Another friend of mine was doing the same thing as well, actually. So it wasn't, I don't think it was really my, it wasn't really my invention, really. And then another thing happened where there was this trend where it was chucking coins at a wall. So let's say two people would chuck pound coins or 50 pence pieces against the wall, and whichever one got closest to the wall would win the other person's money. That's the simplest way to explain it. Sometimes I suppose it's a similar to bowls, you know, where you got to get the closest to the ball, to the white ball. You got to get your bowl so you kind of knock the other person's ball out the way. So it's a little bit like that. So you might bounce off the wall but knock the other person's coin further away from the wall. And people were losing every time someone lost. But then it'd like go double or nothing. And so I saw that people were they wanted to get their money back. And this is something that was happening every single break time. Lunchtime break, 2 breaks and lunchtime. Every day for quite a while. I think it got banned in the end. Yeah, that and the Ouija board, that got banned. And the gangs, they banned the gangs as well. Went through a little phase of having gangs. The Wanderers, the Warriors, the Wongs, just because of the Wanderers movie. And I started my own gang called the Silver Eagles, because no one wanted me to be in their gang. So I started my own gang, but it was kind of like a misfits gang. And yeah, it went a bit wrong. So everything got banned. Because I had people in my gang that were actually acting like a gang. I don't think they realised it was just for fun. Yeah. So then what I did is I thought, people are losing their minds because they haven't got enough money to try and win back. So I started lending money, because I had a couple of part-time jobs. So I always had some cash. So I started taking like £10-20 to school with me. That's probably my life savings, to be fair. But I'd have it all in like £1 coins. And I started to lend people money. And I had a little book, and I kept track of everything. I'd have interest added on. I don't remember what the interest was. It was a long time ago. And I didn't realise how hard it is to be a money lender. Really, it's not an easy job. And I always thought, you see these, it's many movies and TV shows and that I've seen, how money lenders operate. In later years, I've saw how they can be quite naughty, when it comes to getting their money back. But after doing it for a little while, I realised that people they'll take the, whatever you want to call it, as much as they can. They will avoid paying it. Sometimes they'll outrightly say, no, you're not getting it back. And it leaves, once one person does that, then the whole thing's gone. Now, this happened to me. Someone decided they weren't going to pay me back. So I collected. And I got a friend to come and he collected it for me. And I disliked the whole situation so much. It wasn't awful, but it was very much, I stopped it before it got out of hand. And then that's when I realised that life is not for me. A little bit of, a little taste of that. It was no. Over £2.50, you know what I mean? It's no. It's really silly. Because my friend was saying, I'll give the money, you need to owe the money. It was in the toilet at school, and this kid was saying, no, you ain't getting nothing. And he did end up paying. But it just, wasn't for me. It wasn't for him, even my friend, because he's no, this isn't really what I want to be doing. So I think that was a good thing that it taught me that sort of lifestyle was not for me. I'm a bit, I guess, is the word vanilla? I'm a little bit peaceful, I think. Just had a bit of an interruption then. Someone they didn't knock on the door, they knocked on the phone. They rang on the door. They rang me up. That's it. Okay, where was I talking about? What was I talking about? When? Earlier. But what was it? It was something. Pens, gobstoppers, coins against the wall, money lending that didn't go really to plan, change of mind with that stuff, and I think that was the end of my entrepreneurial career at school. That was it for the school thing. Outside of school, I had 3 different businesses that I started. And by businesses, I mean I put postcards in the local shop window. That's what I mean by businesses, with my telephone number, my home telephone number. The first one, there was 3 different ones. There was one for car cleaning. There was one for... Wait a minute, what was it? Car cleaning, dog walking. And there was another one for looking after kids, babysitting. Now, I used to babysit my little brother, so I kind of knew my way around being a babysitter. So I thought, maybe I could do this, maybe make some money out of it. Because, I was getting nothing for looking after my little brother all through the summer and in the evenings, and between school, between school and 6 o'clock I was looking after him. And it was quite easy. Well, generally. So I thought maybe I could make some money out of that. I didn't get any. I might have even put an advert in the local paper as well. I didn't do any leaflets, Didn't make any leaflets at this point. I don't think I did. Maybe I did. But I think it was mainly just, and if I remember rightly, it was just one newsagent's that I put my postcard in the window. Maybe I did it in two. I'm trying to think of the different places in town. There was definitely one place where I used to have my paper around. Anywhere else in town? Where was there another newsagent's? There was one down the seafront, and there was one on the way to my nan's house, where I used to live when I was 8. That's the only ones I can remember as far as newsagents go in that town. There probably was others, but not like within where I would go. Oh no, is that a newsagent's? Yeah, there was a newsagent's, of course there was, which was not near where I was talking about it, but it was near where my dad moved to, and I lived with him for a little while. It was opposite the co-op, and it was kind of weird because it was next to a laundrette, and then next to the laundrette was a hairdresser's, and opposite that was the co-op. So it was like there was 3 shops, well, the laundrette, to 3 buildings with 3 commercial businesses. So if you was standing outside the co-op that I worked in, looked across the road, on the left-hand side was it Wadgate Road? Blimey. I don't know if that's coming to my mind. It might be the road. So there's this newsagent's, quite a spacey shop actually, and then there was the laundrette, and then there was, on the right hand side, there was the women's, I think it was like a hairdresser's, because in them days, so a little while ago, hairdressers would quite often just be for females, barbers would be for men, but then some hairdressers would have different sections, one for men, one for women. It wasn't so much segregation, it's just, unless it was, because I went to a hairdresser's that had a men's section and there was a women's section. For some reason I had my hair cut in the women's section once because I had a perm. I know it's a half perm. I was still at school, so I had a half perm because I've got no idea, because I was 15, I guess, 14, 15, seemed like a good idea. It was weird, really, because I also dyed my hair dark brown. Now you might think, what's weird about dyeing your hair dark brown and having a half perm? These are 2 different separate occasions. Well, firstly, my hair's already dark brown, so that was a bit pointless. And once my hair got past a certain length, it went curly anyway. I got naturally curly hair. I guess it has to get to a certain length before it goes curly. I'm talking about when I used to have a full sexy head of hair. Yeah, the same hairdressers that I got I think I did the colouring. I coloured my hair from a box, from the soup, I don't know, hair dye, I guess. So I did that myself, made a mess of it. Had a big... It was a bit weird going to school that day. Because it doesn't just dye your hair. If you leave it, it dyes your skin. Temporarily, at least. So I was going to... honestly, I was like the teacher said, you can't come to school with blackface. I said, I'm not, because in that day it was okay to do that, but it was frowned upon even then. But I said, I'm not. I wouldn't do that stuff. So we'll take it off. Why you've got makeup on? I said, it's not. It's dye. I've literally... It dripped down my face. I was told to sit with it for an hour or whatever to let it soak in. So I thought I'd do it for 2 hours because it would definitely be done, and then rinse it off. But it didn't say anything about my face. And the teacher said, were you not aware that it was all down your face? I said, yeah, but I didn't. I was focusing on my hair. He said, well, don't you ever wash your face? I said, yeah, I have done. He said, what do you mean you have done? Do you not wash your face every day? And I said, well, you ask. I don't ask you personal questions. I don't ask you whether or not you flush. I said, what do you mean whether or not I flush? I said, I don't ask you if you flush your toilet when you've done a poo. I said, well, everyone does, but... I said, so? I don't know if you do. He said, are you just saying this, Jason, to distract the listeners from the fact that you said blackface earlier? I said, no, it's a term that people use. It's not a term I use, but it's a term that's used for someone that, puts brown paint on their face, and it's not acceptable anymore. It was in the 80s. He said, we're in the 80s. I said, I know, but it's just getting confusing. You're talking about my listeners in 30, 40 years' time, but we're now in 1984, and things are different now. He said, yeah, I know. And I said, but that's not what I was doing. It stained my face. He said, are you sure? I said, you can see it. Try wiping it off. He said, no, I don't want to touch you. I said, is it because of the health and guidelines and child protection? He said, no, you just look dirty. You just smell bad, and you look like you might have fleas. I said, well, you can't say that to me. You're a teacher. And he said, I'm not a teacher. I said, what do you mean? You're a teacher. You're here at the school. He said, I'm the janitor. Why would a teacher be cleaning the toilets? I said, I did wonder about that. Which brings me to the next question. Why are you asking me if I flush? You literally see me flush every day when you see me. Why are you hanging around the toilets anyway? And I said, well, that's what I was thinking about you. Now I know you're a cleaner. He said, well, what's your excuse? I said, I don't have one. And I said to him, be honest with me, Mr. Janitor. Do you feel we've managed to move away from, what I said earlier? And he said, no, I'm not sure. Do you think maybe everyone's forgotten? I said, I don't know. Because it wasn't used in a derogatory way. It was literally just used to someone thinking I was doing that when I wasn't doing that. I said, yeah, but it's the term. It's just not a nice term. I said, but I wasn't using that term. I don't use that term. But that's what the newspapers use, or that's what the news uses when a celebrity comes out and does something like that. I mean, do you remember Ted Danson in the early 90s when he was dating Whoopi Goldberg? He went to a fancy dress party and painted his face a different colour. And he got into a lot of trouble. Wow, the janitor said. How many people listening to this podcast do you think are going to actually remember that Whoopi Goldberg and Ted Danson used to date? That's a blast from the past. How do you remember things like that? Well, more importantly, why do you remember things like that? I said it's always handy to get me out of trouble. I can use it as an example. Because if someone like Ted Danson, who was he was a legend. He is a legend. Star of Cheers, been in loads of movies, loads of TV shows. He's a legend, and he's still a legend now, and he still makes good TV shows now, even though he's like in his 90s or whatever. And at the time, he was dating Whoopi Goldberg, who was also arguably one of the most famous actresses in Hollywood at that time. Huge star. And she obviously didn't care that he was putting makeup on. He said, oh. The janitor said, what do you think about Whoopi Goldberg now then? I said, what do you mean? Well, she seems to come up with quite a lot of criticism ever since doing that View show. We actually have a TV show based on that in the UK called Angry Women. Not Angry Women. Not Moaning Women. Wicked Women? I tell you, it's got a name. It's been shut down anyway. They've took it off air. Not Moaning. It was. I used to watch it. It was quite good. There was a few presenters on there that I really liked. Women, something women, and it was kind of a copy of The View. I think The View was first, but it might not have been. But anyway, the janitor was saying, "Oh, what do you think about Whoopi Goldberg now?" I said, "Well, what you don't realise is I was a fan of Whoopi Goldberg before she was famous." He said, "No, you wasn't. You weren't a fan of it." I said, "Yes, I was." See, Whoopi Goldberg did comedy before she was an actress. And she had a hit stage show on Broadway, which was one of the best shows I've ever seen. I wouldn't say I've seen it, I had it on video. And I also had it on album as well. I still can't remember what it was called, but it was phenomenal. It was funny, it was insightful, intelligent. She did different characters. It's a one-woman show. Brilliant. And I think she won BAFTAs or whatever. She won loads of awards for it. And that's what got her into, I guess, into being on TV and being in movies. Because I was such a big stand-up fan, and I collected albums and comedy videos. I need to start doing that again, don't I? I need to start having a comedy collection. I like collecting things. I like looking at them. So if I had a row of comedy DVDs all along the wall, I'd look at them and think, oh, look at them. They're all comedy DVDs. I collected them. I spent 10 years collecting them. And it'd have to be specific. It'd have to be all stand-up. And it'd be in groups. So maybe I'd have... Maybe that's why I categorise things, memories, in groups. Because it's a very librarian kind of way to do things. Which means maybe I should have been a librarian. That did my... You know, I used to work in this children's charity, and this is when I was a counsellor at the charity as well, and I couldn't work there anymore because it was just... The working environment was not very nice, but I still stayed as a counsellor. Part of my job when I was there, for 8 months I was there, was to do admin, pretty much just to be on the reception. That was my job. There's more to it, I'll tell you one day, but it wasn't good. It was not good. But one of my roles was to organise the files by alphabetical order. Okay. So I left in 2011 August. I went back probably about 2016, maybe 2000. 2017, maybe 2018. It was around that time. It was quite a few years later. Looking at maybe doing some voluntary work there, because I did voluntary work before and I liked being a volunteer, just didn't like working for them. And because if you volunteer, people can't, I mean, they might try, but they can't be rude to you. You know, they can't, they just like, they have to, I say they have to, but generally volunteers hold all the cards, really. You know, so a manager, a supervisor, they got no choice but to really be gentle and respectful. I'm not saying that's always the case, but, you know, in my experience, that seemed to be the case. And that's what it was when I was as a volunteer there. As soon as I started working there, wow, I was treated very differently. It was stark opposite. It's amazing, considering it was a charity for children. So anyway, I thought, oh, maybe I'll go and volunteer again. I was looking for some volunteer places, get me out, you know, just to do something. And so I go into this building just out of interest, like half hoping that the manager would have moved on. Yeah, got a different job, you know, that hopefully she wasn't there anymore. But she was there, unfortunately. But it was worth a try. So I went in there. I'm talking to a man I'd never met before. He was in charge of the volunteers. So he was saying, oh, we might have some volunteer work. And then in through the door comes, not the manager, she did turn up later on, but a lady that I used to work with that was in the counselling office. I used to get on really well with her. She came in, she was the one that would tell me what I needed to do with the client files and the alphabetical stuff, you know, where to put it and stuff. She came in telling me that I had completely ruined everything and put everything into the files in the wrong alphabet, you know, unalphabetically. And all it was is by surname. So, you know, it's like, and I said, what are you talking about? She said, yeah, you messed it all up. She made it a complete nightmare. Because every 7 years, I think it was, they had to go through all the files and get rid of anything that was over 7 years old. So they were now in that process again, and I was going through that process when I was working there. So it was the next turn to do that. And she was saying, you've made such a mess. Everything's in the wrong order, under wrong alphabet and stuff. I said, no, well, first of all, hi, how are you? You know, maybe say hello first, instead of just moaning at me. Desperate women, wicked women. What was it called? I can't remember. And I said, are you sure that it was me and not one of the many, many, many people that have come and gone in the last 7 years? I mean, come on. How can you, bearing in mind that the files at the time, there's 7 years worth of files would have been put in there. Okay. But I'm the one to blame for the whole thing. It's like, wow. And I was amazed. It's like, really? I mean, the one thing I can do, I can alphabetize this. That makes sense. I know that I might have to do it in my head or do it on my fingers to figure out what comes before, but I know A comes first. I know Z's at the end somewhere. And M and N, O, they're kind of in the middle-ish. BQRST. You know, I might have to work it out, but I know that the F is after B. Just things like that, you know. I don't need a chart on the wall for me to look at it, but I know the alphabet. I can't do it backwards. There's a lot of things I can't do backwards. I can't do a wee-wee backwards. You know, what would I do? I can walk backwards, but I will bang into things. Did I ever tell you the only time I ever had a black eye in my whole life was when I was walking home from school. This kid, so I'm like shouting at this kid, and he's looking at me, and he bangs into a lamppost because he's distracted by me, and I'm laughing my head off, and I turn around and I bang into a lamppost. Now, back in them days, the lampposts were concrete. They weren't like metal like they are now. Not saying that banging into a metal lamppost wouldn't be problematic, but these were solid concrete lampposts, and my eye just like, Vinny's looking at me. Do you like that sound? I was so proud of my black eye, my shiner. I really, really loved it. I don't know why it's called a shiner, but I loved it. And it was huge, like really my whole eyebrow was like blah, blah. So proud. And I was like walking around like I'd just been in a big fight and I was a big man. I was probably about 12, 13 or whatever at the time. It's like, yeah. But unfortunately my friend was just going around telling everyone, yeah, he walked into a lamppost. He'd already told everyone before I got to school the next day. So I'm walking around like the big I am. And everyone already knew. So people were saying, what happened to you? Are you okay? I said, oh, you should see the other person. And I said that a few times. Eventually someone said, what, the lamppost? Lamppost looked fine this morning. Still standing up. Oh, how do you know? Dean told everyone. Really? I said, yeah, we didn't tell everyone, but everyone then just spread it around. Because he said that you were going to brag about being in a fight. And how you beat up 10 people. And, you know, that's why you got a black eye. Because one of them got lucky. I said, okay, I walked into a lamppost. What's wrong with that? It's funny. But it's not hugely glamorous, is it? Yeah. That's the only time. I've been bruised. I've had bruises and stuff, but I've never actually had a proper shiner. It's the only time in my life I ever got one of them. So yeah, I had my hair dark brown, half a perm. I never really understood what half a perm was, but I was intrigued. Very intrigued. I didn't know if it was going to, half my hair was going to be permed and the other half would just be left. See, I didn't realise when I was between the ages of 20 and 24, summer 1994, I grew my hair long. So I had long hair all the way down to the middle of my back for years. But because my hair's so curly, it was almost impossible to manage. I'd have it in a ponytail most of the time. I didn't know that it was possible to straighten the hair. I could have straightened it. It could have been lovely. I could have I wouldn't still have it because I imagine my hair would have fallen out much quicker if I'd have kept the ponytail, because it really pulls on the roots, doesn't it? So I did think about growing my hair long, just for a laugh, really, just to see what it would look like now, being a bit mildly, slightly, marginally bald, how it would work out. But I just never got around to it, because for some reason the longer my hair gets, the balder I look, which is weird, because the sides get very curly. So I've got very thick curly hair at the back, at the sides, not so much at the front. It's kind of like looking down on a forest. You know when you look down a forest and there's like really thick forest, then you get an opening, and on one side there's the like bits of opening, and that's like the front of my hair, and on the crown of my head it's like a lake. That's just like an opening completely. That's kind of what the top of my head looks like. Yeah, I don't know if that's a good visual. I did have my hair bleached in 1988, because I wanted to be like Bros. So I had my hair bleached, both my ears pierced. I got a lot of attention. I wanted a lot of attention, and I was getting it, but not from women. And I couldn't understand it. I was with my friend, and we were going in, and it's like, I said, "Why all these men are chatting me up? What was going on?" And it turned out we was in a gay bar. Didn't know there was a gay bar in town. The reason I liked it in there, because it was friendly, and it wasn't like a gay nightclub. It was just a bar, but it was run by a gay bloke, and the atmosphere in there was really nice. Really nice. There was no arguments. There was no. It was just really nice. So I go in there because some people I knew went in there, and we just have a chat, and it was bright and it was lovely. I didn't know it was a gay club, or a gay bar rather, because back then it wasn't official in a sense. It wasn't like an official gay bar. It was just a bar run for, I guess, for his people that he knew, and for people to feel comfortable going there. And that's one of the things about, I didn't know I was going to talk about gay bars, but I've been in lots of gay nightclubs over the years when I was younger. The two things I noticed, one thing I liked and one thing I didn't like. I liked the atmosphere. It's such a good atmosphere. Never ever seen trouble in a gay bar or a gay club. I'm not saying that it never happened, but I never saw it. And, you know, in London, you go anywhere, you know what I mean, there's usually something happens during the night. Nothing happened ever when I was out. I mean, they're probably all too busy checking me out. And then the thing I wasn't so impressed with, and I don't know why this is, and I've been in quite a few nightclubs during that period, every single gay club, or gay nightclub rather, I went to, there was no lights in the toilets. I couldn't figure it out. Like, how am I supposed to know where, I remember saying, how am I supposed to know where everything is? And you just follow the sounds, follow the noises. It's like, does anyone know where the cubicle is? I'm like, it's over here. It's like, okay. I'll lead you there. I'm like, no, it's okay. No, I don't need you to hold my hand. Oh, you've got lovely hands. Okay. But it's, I remember got a girlfriend from a gay bar once. It was brilliant. Because they say, oh, you can't pick up women in a gay bar. Is it like, actually, I think women were there the same reason I was there, because it was a nice atmosphere. It was safe, unthreatening. It was nice, just a lovely place. So I used to meet women. Well, met one particular female, and I'm sure she was there for exactly the same reason, and we got on and we ended up dating. And we had a lot in common, you know. Just chilled out, didn't really want all that, the hassle, you know. It's quite nice to just... She didn't want to be somewhere where she was going to be hit on all the time, and I quite like being somewhere where I was being hit on all the time, you know. And yeah, we ended up going out, and it's... Yeah, I remember what's it? We couldn't go out. We kind of, we had the first night together on that night. But we did arrange to meet each other the next day, and she phoned me up and said, she couldn't meet me until later on in the day because she had to get a prostate exam. So I thought, okay, well, we'll meet up later on, and it was good. It was a nice romantic time. Yeah. So, what other things? My next delve into entrepreneurship was probably when I was at the chip shop. Because, I did get a couple of phone calls for the child minding service or babysitting service, and they all said the same thing. Are you a boy? It's like, okay, weird question. I said, yeah. Alright, never mind, bye. It's like, in the end, after a few of these calls, I said, wait a minute, what's the problem? I'm not leaving my kid with a boy. We figured that you were, if you're offering a babysitting service, that you'd be female. I said, what difference does it make? I said, I babysit my little brother all the time. And ironically, I didn't say this to the person because I couldn't really predict the future to him, but I would have said to him, what I'm going to say to you is, I had multiple people ask me to babysit their kids as I got older. Because, you know, when I was in a chip shop, there was 3 different people asked me to babysit for them. And they'd pay me. They'd give me £5 or whatever. And it meant that they could go out for a meal. They could go out and do something. And I'd just turn up when they were already in bed. So I'd just go watch TV, watch a big coloured TV and stuff. It was easy. Just sitting there for a few hours. They'd come back and I'd go home. Or they'd give me a lift home if I, if they weren't drunk. So I did it a few times, and I did it again when I worked in the co-op. I looked after my friends' kids, used to babysit. I think that was it, but no, I was actually a childminder for probably about 4 months, 5 months when I was 18. I actually lived in like a live-in nanny, but all my only job really was just to take her to school. The rest of the time I'd be in the flat while she was in bed, so I'd have to make sure that she was safe, and she'd be asleep anyway, and they'd be doing a night shift. So I did that for a while, and then I'd take her to school in the morning. That's it, and that was it. I'm not sure. Maybe. No, I didn't pick her up from school. I think the mother picked her up from school because she was up by then. So she'd be in bed by 7, and then she'd be up again probably by 2 or 3. 2 probably. The school was only around the corner. But I couldn't really use that as a defence when I was a kid, saying to this person on the phone, what difference does it make if I'm a boy or a girl? I didn't really get it, to be honest. I didn't understand. I didn't see what the difference would be. But yeah, I didn't get any work anyway. And then when I was at the chip shop, it got a bit silly, because I was selling my furniture just so I could get by, because my dad had all my furniture in storage from my bedroom. So when I got that flat, he moved in, you know, as far as the furniture goes, probably the TV. I'm thinking about it, I probably did get the TV, so it was in storage. I was wondering the other day what happened to that TV. I got my bed, I got my wardrobe, bed, wardrobe. There probably wasn't much more, probably. Maybe a chair. That was about it, really. There wasn't like a lot of things. I didn't have like huge amounts of belongings. I wonder where everything went. Must have had some stuff, because it was in storage downstairs in the garage where at my stepnan's place. I mean, all my weights and my punch bags and all that stuff I sold before I even moved into the flat above the chip shop. So I didn't have any of that stuff anymore, because I wasn't able to use it. I thought, what's the point in having it if I can't use it? Because at the time I didn't know I was ever going to find anywhere else to live. Yeah. So I got to the point where I was sleeping on the floor on a mattress in the living room, and I didn't really have any belongings. So I started to, well, what can I do? So I started to be a bit of a wheeler dealer, and I knew some people that had stuff to sell, or stuff for me to buy to sell, and sometimes they'd let me have it, and I'd pay them once I got the money from the person I was selling it to, which is quite a good deal for me because I didn't have any sort of cash to play with. So I did that for a bit, sold a few little bits and bobs, sold a fridge freezer. That was probably my biggest sale. I think I made about £45 for that, which was pretty much double what I was getting a week in my pocket. So that was, you know, quite a nice bit of money. What else? Then what I started doing, I met a jeweller who was one of the customers, and he was telling me that there was money in jewellery. And I think he was kind of retired. He had a jewellery store, retired, and he'd been in London or something, but he still kind of did a little bit on the side, you know. So I talked to him, and I was like, oh. Sometimes he'd show me a catalogue, so I'd be sitting on his lap, and he'd be showing me catalogues and bits of the jewelries, and like saying, well, the markup prices for that, so you can spend £100 on something and sell it for like maybe £350, £400, because the more something costs, the more valuable it feels to the person buying it. But the markup is really high. And I thought, oh. So I kind of looked into it. And again, this man decided, he said he could sell me stuff. So he gave me a catalogue. Again, I would buy the stuff, I would sell it, and then he would provide me with that, and I would get the money for him. So that's kind of, I would order from him and sell it to people. Now, I sold a couple of rings, but it didn't really go very far. There's only so much you can do when you work in a chip shop, because it was quite hard for me to present myself as successful to the people on the other side of the counter, the customers, successful enough to depart with their money for jewellery, when I stunk of fish and I was wearing just dirty, well, not dirty, but clothes that were just horrible, and I didn't fit the part. I got a couple of sales, but it didn't work great. But it was something. So I kind of made a little bit of money. My friend came round once with a big black bag full of cigarettes, and that was, he had a friend who had a friend, and we were going to sell them in the pubs. So I stored them. This is before I moved into the flat, so this is a long time ago, before I moved into the flat above the chip shop. So this is like 40 years ago. And so we were all ready to go out that night and, go into the pubs and just... So I couldn't even get served in the pubs. I was, 15 at the time. So let's go around and, sell these cigarettes to people. And he came round. I thought, well, that's all right, let's get ready to go. And he said, no, there's a problem. I said, what? And he showed me the newspaper. And what he didn't know, where the cigarettes had come from. So we spent the rest of the evening disposing of them, because, it was dodgy. It's like, I can't believe it. I didn't mind being a wheeler. I was trying to be a wheeler dealer, but I wasn't trying to be a criminal. I'm a criminal. So yeah, that wasn't great. I mean, ideally, I would have just sort of... It wasn't 100% sure it was from there, but it just seemed a little bit of a coincidence. No one sort of knew. No one that did know would tell, which is probably the right thing anyway. But so we're walking around disposing of them for hours, literally taking them out of the packets and breaking them up one by one. There was a lot. A lot of money's worth, actually. In today's money, that would be worth probably a couple of £1,000 worth of cigarettes now, because it's about £20 a packet now. So yeah, there's at least 100 packs probably, maybe even more than that. So yeah, it's after that I thought, no, I don't think I'm not gonna sell contraband. Well, not contraband, but the idea of, I didn't want to sell stolen goods. I mean, it might not have been, but I didn't want to do that anyway, because I was in such a small town, you couldn't get away with it. And when I moved to London, I was buying stuff all the time that was snide or dodgy. Stuff that had come in on the boats. I wasn't buying immigrants. I wasn't buying illegals. No, there was like tapes that were, what do you call them, like copies of stuff. Snide, I suppose that's what they're called. I forget what they call them. But yeah, so that was the end of that criminal empire. Just wasn't for me. And then I travelled to London, to the main place where they sell jewellery, and this is probably a little bit later, probably, yeah, that was a couple of years later, probably about 1989. I went to London and I probably spent about £100 on jewellery, brought it back, trying to sell it. And I was even walking through the train trying to sell it to people on the train. What was going on in my mind? I didn't sell anything, but I don't know where I got the confidence, should we say? Maybe stupidity, but confidence. Where did I get that from? To be able to walk up to complete strangers on a train that was sitting there and try and sell them jewellery out of a carrier bag. It didn't even have, I don't think they even had boxes, which was a bit silly. Like, yeah. In the end, I'm not sure. I think I did sell some, but I think I didn't sell many. I did sell some, not on the train, but afterwards. I might have given a few away. But another thing I did is I bought the Exchange and Mart, which was a magazine, and very famous for, well, it was very famous, I'm not sure if it's still around. It might be a website now. But people used to sell their cars on there, buying and selling cars. They also had buying and selling number plates. That was a very kind of specialised thing. But there's also a business section where you could phone up or send off for a business kit, absolutely free, and it'd be like a free business idea. You go along and they just send it to you in the post, and you'd give it a go and see if you could, make money from it. And I did that for every single business opportunity there was. And I remember I came downstairs one morning and I had probably about 45. It was a brilliant day. I had about 45 packages or envelopes with stuff in, with all these different things. These different, because they were just giving stuff away free, trying to get people to sell it. Like samples and stuff. It was so good. There was financial plans. There was even money lending, which perhaps wasn't a good thing to get involved in again. But the one thing I did take up, I did sort of delve into the jewellery, tried to start a business as a jeweller, kind of in person. I had this idea that I'd call myself Mr. Gold, and I'd travel, I'd go around the pubs, and I'd wear lots of jewellery and a suit, and everyone would come to me for their jewellery requirements, and I'd just be known in the local town, and that would be, if someone got engaged, they'd come to me because I would get them a reduced rate than what they would get in a jeweller's, but it would still be the same quality. It didn't quite work out. That was the plan. And so I had leaflets made up and all this stuff done. I had necklaces, and it didn't quite work. The next thing I tried was perfume. Now, this company, I still feel a little bit giddy thinking about it because it was exciting. They sent me a whole pack of perfumes, a big sample pack, like big, would go through a letterbox. I mean, you might argue, well, just because it wouldn't go through a letterbox doesn't mean it's like big, but it was big. It was kind of like I don't know, not suitcase size, but briefcase size, maybe a bit smaller than briefcase. And the samples were nice, really nice. And it was so, I felt professional. So what I did, I started going around to people I knew, and it'd be almost like an Ann Summers party, but with perfume. But without any laughter or people. So I guess there's nothing like an Ann Summers party. But I knew a few people, a few females, and I just like, try that. Because back in them days, perfume, you know, it's not... See, things were different. There wasn't a lot of... is it cologne that men wear? Which is basically just perfume, isn't it? So there wasn't a lot of really kind of men perfume like there is now. Not that I don't wear cologne. I just like... I don't know, I like an old-fashioned BO. I think that's perfect. Oh, I thought you were coming. I could smell you from a block off. A block off? A block away? Block away. A mile away. So, I don't have BO. It's weird though, because I've known a few people like really, really bad BO in it, and I know I was sitting there. I was sitting there working in a place, and the person's... I wasn't far from their armpit. It just... the working environment meant that. Perhaps I need to explain that, but you know, I could smell them, and I was also near the microwave, and the microwave was heating up a pie. And it was weird because I was kind of getting a little bit of a similar smell from both his armpit and the microwave. And they were almost like they were mixing together, really like having a little dance in the air. The two smells were, I don't know if it's symbiotic, whatever, like a little symbiotic... bouncing on a symbiotic trampoline. I don't know. But I was like, oh, that's weird. And then I started to think, is the pie smelling like his armpits, or is the armpits smelling like that pie? Now, I didn't know what kind of pie it was because I wasn't the one heating the pie up. So, and the pies all had different bottoms of like tin foil. Obviously you don't put the tin foil in the microwave, but they all had different... So I'm standing there thinking, or was I sitting down? Sometimes I sit down when I want to enjoy a smell and try and figure out what the substance is, especially if there's two different smells. Sometimes I need to rest my legs. On this occasion, I think I was just standing. Yeah, because he was very tall. That's why I was able to get to the not get to the armpits, but that's why the armpits were a little bit closer to me. I mean, I didn't actually have my nose in his armpit. That would have been inappropriate to do that when there was customers around. But the microwave was also to the right of me. He was to the left of me, because we was in a food environment. And I thought, wonder what kind of pie it is then. Is it a chicken pie? Is it a vegetable pie? I don't know why I'm squeaking when I say the word pie. Pie? But they had different metal covers, like, or not covers, but holders. So the chicken ones were yellow. I think the steak ones were oblong with purple bottoms, purple aluminium, or aluminum. Aluminium's the correct way to say that. But the bottom of the one was silver aluminium, which meant it was a beef and onion pie. And I thought to myself, beef and onion, beef and onion. But I didn't realise I was saying it out loud. The customers were looking at me a bit weird. The person I was working with was like, what are you talking about? But then one of the customers shouted out, no, he's talking about my pie, it's in the microwave. It smells like it's ready, and it hasn't pinged yet, but not that I'm timing it, but I reckon it's probably ready because I can smell it. I said, are you sure though? Is he sure that's what you can smell? And he said, what else could I be able to smell other than the beef and onion pie? And I said, maybe, and I thought, no, I can't just say his armpits, can I? Because that would be, I don't know, I don't think it would go down too well. I guess that's something you need to discuss with the person first, isn't it? It's like, it could be an awkward conversation. So, you right, Tony? Yeah, you're right. Before we start our shift tonight, I was just wondering if I can ask you something. Yeah, what is it? Well, just want to know, just in case I have to heat up a beef and onion pie in a microwave, and a customer asks, is there a beef and onion pie being heated up? Or maybe I haven't heated a beef and onion pie up, and if a customer asks, is a beef and onion pie being heated up? And if there isn't a beef and onion pie being heated up, is it okay if I tell them that it's your armpits that they're smelling? It's weird to sort of bring that into a conversation, isn't it? Especially when you've been talking about Star Trek. So I was thinking, they overlap. There's an overlapping smell. It intrigued me. I didn't realise, but it seems to still be intriguing me for a weird way. For some reason my phone keeps turning off. I don't trust that phone. And then I started thinking, beef and onion pie, body odour. What have they both got in common other than the smell? BO. Beef and onion, BO. Body odour, BO. So I started thinking, is that why they call beef and onion pies beef and onion pies? Because they smell like BO? Then I thought, no, that doesn't make sense. Maybe that's why they call BO, because it smells like a beef and onion pie. Again, I thought, perhaps I should ask him. But that didn't seem like when is a good time? I suppose directly after asking if it's okay to point at his armpits. If a customer thinks they're smelling a beef and onion pie being heated up. That would be probably the ideal entry into that part of the conversation. Yeah. So I delved in jewellery, and so that was okay. The perfume, that's it, perfume. I did sell a little bit of perfume. Not a lot. A little bit. But not a lot. And I just thought, oh, so that didn't really work. But I loved the whole planning. Not the doing, but the dreaming. Not the doing, but the thinking about it. The idea of being an entrepreneur. It really appealed to me. And getting all these new things through the post about, how to sell registration numbers and all things like that. ultimately never really made any money. I was probably at a loss with the amount of money I paid out over the years with that. You know, not that I paid out a lot, but I didn't have a lot come in either. So that's my entrepreneurial period. I think it kind of came to an end by the time I was 19. I'd kind of given up on that. I just didn't really pursue it anymore. But for a good 5 years, what was that, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, maybe 6 years, I was really pursuing options, looking at ways to maybe make some money as an entrepreneur. I also tried, this one I think I was 18, I was going to sell water filters as a self-employed basis, but that didn't really work because I didn't have a car, and to carry around water filters is just, it was a big old suitcase, and I thought, oh, so that didn't work. Plus, I think they wanted money from me. They wanted me to put down a deposit on, or to pay for the first water filter that I was going to use as a demonstration, because they wouldn't be able to use it again. They wouldn't be able to sell it on. So I think they wanted me to pay them that. And I said, okay. And then I didn't speak to them again. I just left it. It's like, and it probably wasn't a lot of money, but more than I had anyway. Perhaps that was their stick, that was their way of selling water filters, by employing people on a self-employed basis which didn't cost them anything, and then they'd sell a water filter to them. Wonder how many interviews he did a week, how many jobs he gave away a week. So that was pretty much that period. There was, I think what I would have liked to have done, I did become a window cleaner. I mean, it's not so much, it's entrepreneurial, isn't it? It's self-employed. I became a window cleaner, and I cleaned one window. I think it was my landlady's windows. And then I left the ladder and all my equipment in her garage. Then I moved to Spain. Decided to move to Spain. Came back the same day after going to Spain for the afternoon. And she evicted me, and she wouldn't give me the ladder back. So that's the end of Monday's Boring Objects, talking about being an entrepreneur or entrepreneurial ship. Being an I don't know what I'm going to call it. I can't even spell the word. I literally can't say it either, can I? So we'll see how this all comes out, but that's it for me. So thank you for listening. Remember to be kind to yourself, because you do deserve to be happy, and be gentle with yourself, because you deserve to feel safe. Lots of love. Bye. Hello and welcome to jasonnewland.com. This is Trivia Tuesday. Trivia Tuesday. My name's Jason Newland. Please only listen when you can safely close your eyes, because this is a Let Me Bore You to Sleep recording, which might bore you which may result in your eyelids getting heavy and falling asleep, deeply asleep. I hope you're well. Just to let you know, I have a Facebook group called Jason Newland's Boring Group. There is a link on my website. I have a YouTube channel at Jason Newland, where all my latest podcast episodes are released. And my podcasts are also available on most of the podcast apps, such as Spotify, Apple, you name it, they're everywhere. Also, all the latest recordings and thousands of my recordings and my old stuff also is available on my website, jasonnewland.com. So today is Tuesday the 10th of June 2025. Wasn't really sure what I was going to do as far as trivias, what kind of subject I could talk about today. And then I thought, I'll do something a little bit more, I don't know, silly maybe, a little bit more just, I don't generally go heavy with it anyway, but just a bit gentle. So I'm gonna focus on famous inventions that fell flat. So basically, inventions that were supposed to be really good and they were released to the public, and the public said, no thanks, no, you're okay, I'm stepping back, see you later, take your invention with you, thank you very much, that kind of thing. So I tell you, it's been a nice day today. This morning I went out with my coat on because it was overcast, it was windy, it had been raining pretty much all day yesterday, and it wasn't warm, but it wasn't cold, and it wasn't raining. So I went out this afternoon. I normally try and take them out a few times a day. Went out this afternoon just with my cardigan on, thinking it should be warm enough with the cardigan. Hopefully it won't rain, but if it does rain I'll just have to come home. But I won't wear my coat because I wore it earlier and it didn't rain. Not that that's the reason it didn't rain. I don't think my coat had anything to do with it. I'm not superstitious like that. Like, otherwise, well, I was going to say I would wear my coat all the time to stop it raining, but then there'd be a drought, wouldn't there? That wouldn't be good for the world. So I went out with my jumper, my cardigan. It was too hot. Too hot. I was a little bit sweaty. There was a little puddle building up, down there. I was like, oh, this is weird, because I didn't expect it to be warm, but it was, and windy. So it threw me off a little bit, because I was thinking, earlier on, a few hours ago, I was internally having a little bit of a moan. Call this the summer, do you? This is supposed to be June. This isn't summer. It's cloudy and potentially rainy. I have to wear a coat. But I didn't. Didn't have to wear a coat. I didn't have to wear a jumper or a cardigan. And then I went out later, about 6-ish, I don't know, whatever time it was. Wore my cardigan at this point because I thought, well, it's not going to be warm now. Not now. If anything, it was warmer than it was earlier. Everyone's walking around in shorts and t-shirts. Not everyone. Well, I don't know if everyone, I'm not looking at it. I'm just saying there are people around. I was the only one with a jumper on. And, well, not the only one in the world, but just saying, like, I didn't see many people dressed as thoroughly prepared for changing the weather, you know. Everyone was just like, oh, it's sunny, let's all wear t-shirts. And I was like, oh, this is a bit hot. And someone did ask me, a dog walker said, oh, how come you got a jumper on? I said, it's not a jumper, it's a cardigan. See the zip difference. She said, that's not really relevant. Why you got why are you wearing that? I said, because the weather is not synchronised with my body. And she says, well, what do you mean? The weather, she didn't say it like that. She said, well, which I guess she meant, what does it mean? What do you mean? I said, well, the weather says t-shirt weather, okay? The weather says wear a t-shirt, but my body says don't wear a t-shirt, wear some cover up. So we laughed. So the first one is QCAT barcode scanner. QCAT barcode scanner, designed to connect print ads to websites in 2000, but fizzled within a year due to lack of interest. Designed to connect print ads to websites. I don't even understand really what that concept is. Maybe that was the problem. Oh, okay. Number 2, Betamax video format. I'm offended by that, because this is wrong. Betamax video format offered better picture quality than the VHS in the 1970s, but lost the format war. Okay, yeah, they did lose the format war, but it was in the 80s. It wasn't in the 70s, it was in the 80s. Get it right, baby, get it right. I remember. It might have been the late 70s. No, it was the early 80s, I'm sure it was. We had all three. So, the best one, if I remember, Horace is back. I am planning to try and take a picture of Horace, the pigeon, and post it on my Facebook page. Can you hear him? It's visited me about 5 times today. The window is open, so I'm wondering if he wants to come in and say hi. Not sure if that's a good idea. I don't know if Vinny would... I'm not sure. I don't know. I think he would be happy, but probably in the wrong kind of way. Oh, a new toy. No. So, my memory of video recorders, or video players rather, was the early 80s, but maybe they were around in the late 70s. It was I think it was the Sony. I think it was Sony, but it was 2000 series, and you could record on both sides. And it was like 4 hours each side, something like that. They were long. And then Betamax took over. They became the front runner. And then there was a period when Betamax and VHS pretty much went side by side. And the videotapes, as far as I remember, was the same for both. But again, I might be wrong there. Maybe the Betamax tapes were different. Definitely the 2000 series. Was it Sony? They were definitely a larger tape. It was a different kind of tape size. I thought that Betamax was the same as VHS. But thinking about it, I think Betamax might have been a bit chunkier. But we had all three, not at the same time. I think there was a period when we had both VHS and Betamax, because we had videos. We might have also kept the other one as well, because we had videos of stuff that that my dad had taped off the TV. And he had a drawer. Wow, I remember the drawer. I think he's still got that set of drawers. And in the bottom it was full of videotapes. And every James Bond movie was on there. None of them were purchased. None of them were like... In them days, like I don't want to say late 70s, but early 80s, to buy a videotape was expensive. Like really expensive to actually buy one. They didn't sell them in the shops. You know, you couldn't... As far as I remember, they weren't available to buy in the shops. It was really renting, or you taped off the telly. And so my dad had every single James Bond movie all marked off, you know, old, like that little white strip on the front of it or whatever, that he'd write down what the film was. And he never put James Bond because we knew that was the only thing that he really liked. We did have Enter the Dragon as well, the Bruce Lee film, but that was more for me. The weird thing about it is every single Christmas and every single Easter, and also other weekends throughout the year, there would be old James Bond movies on. Especially at Christmas. But there'd also be other stuff on. Things that we'd not seen before. Things that we perhaps all wanted to watch. But nope, we had to watch the James Bond movie. So my dad would be there in his recliner watching. We didn't even watch it. He fell asleep within about 10 minutes. But guaranteed, if you turned it off, you turned it over to another channel, he'd wake up straight away. It's like he was asleep, but he wasn't asleep. I tried to reason with him, like, come on, why are we watching Diamonds Are Forever when you have the videotape in the drawer next to you? You can watch it any time. I want to watch it now. Never. I kind of just didn't understand. Couldn't really get my head around it. But he loves James Bond movies. I did actually buy him a DVD collection of all the James Bond movies. I don't know, it's long to put it at 20 years ago. All the ones up to that point anyway. And I remember going around, I think I stayed in the bedroom or whatever, a few years later, and it hadn't even unpacked it, still in the plastic. Hadn't touched it. I'm never going to look at it. Because he's seen them. He's just going to wait till they're on TV, isn't he? That's it. Wait till they're on TV and watch them. He's not going to watch them on DVD. Well, that's his way. But then sometimes I'm a little bit like that, you know. If I see something that I could just watch, I could stream it, but it just happens to be on telly. Sometimes I watch it on telly. There's not really any logic to it, really, I guess. Other than maybe it's like a little surprise, like, ooh, look, that thing's on. I'll watch it. Ooh, yeah. But VHS did take over from Betamax. I think we just used to call it Beta. Betamax was the correct term, but just Beta. Beta. I can almost remember the logo as well. I'd say what we used to do. I say we, it wasn't me, but there used to be programs on quite late at night, or maybe it was on the other side when it's kind of ironic, really, because my dad would want to watch James Bond, so we would record the program that we wanted to watch. So that would also be on a tape. So both the programs, the program that we wanted to watch would be now on videotape, and the movie that he was watching was already on videotape. It's a very strange scenario. There was a couple of TV shows that were really long. One was the Thornbirds. One was North and South. One was Shogun. Yeah, Thornbirds and Shogun was Richard Chamberlain. North and South was Patrick Swayze. And these were early 80s. And they were quite big, epic series that went on for hours and hours and hours. Really, each episode was very long. It was like a full-length movie, each longer, in fact. I think like 6-7 hours long. So maybe I'm exaggerating. Possibly. There was a really strange show, because I used to like these shows, because it wasn't really, in all honesty, I don't think it was really aimed at me. I don't mean me personally. I don't think there was a bunch of writers thinking, right, well, little Jason is 10. What can we produce for him? How about a soldier that gets stranded on an island in Japan and he learns to be a samurai? How about that? Yeah. Or what about a love affair between two married people? Or what about the Civil War? That would be a 10-year-old would love to watch that. That's about the Civil War, the first Civil War. Like, no. It probably wasn't aimed at me. But I did like watching it. I think it was because I was with my stepmom and I kind of liked what she liked. I kind of really was more influenced by her. In reality, probably more influenced by her than anyone else in my childhood. During my childhood period, she had more influence over me. In a positive way. I kind of I spent time with her. I learned how to talk. Not how to talk, but how to have conversations because of her. Because we would talk and she'd tell me stuff, and I suppose I learned how to communicate with her. Yeah, I don't know, I just wanted to be just like being with her, just like being with her. That's simple as that, really. Nothing weird about that, is there? I just liked, I didn't want to be her, I don't want to be like her. No, I suppose I did want to be like her. I wanted to be, because she was friendly, she was popular, people used to like to stop and chat to her, and I thought, I didn't have anything to say to them, and I'd just be standing around bored. But I would sort of think, well, how do you do that? How do you keep a conversation going? Yeah. I learned as I got older, but there were times when I'd be talking to someone, even in my 20s, and I just, 30s as well, and 40s, and 50s probably, but there's been times, it happens less, but then I have less opportunity for it to happen. But there's been times when I've been talking to someone, and just one-on-one conversation, and I just, that's it, run out of words, got nothing else. And I think sometimes that happens when people ask me questions about myself. Like, I'd say I probably, obviously I like talking about myself because I do it every day. But I don't have that interest in other people that is required in order for the conversation to work, because conversation is reciprocal, isn't it? It's not just one-sided, otherwise it would be a monologue, which is kind of what I do, I suppose. And I can talk to people, but I don't generally, I might ask questions, but I'm generally not interested, because someone say, oh, yes, you don't, but there's a benefit to that. I don't know what means, but there is a benefit of not being particularly interested, is I'm also not particularly judging them either. I just take people as they come, just take it, just like, okay, that's how you are, and don't get too involved in their life, and it's fine. I quite like knowing people, maybe in that capacity where it's just, some would maybe argue, say, well, it's very flimsy, or it's very, I don't know what the correct word would be, not very deep, very transparent, or maybe there is a word that I can't think of right now. However, I would say that even people I walk around the park with or see in the park, I have some pretty deep conversations sometimes, talk about some very serious subjects. People tell me about their lives and tell me about what's going on with them, maybe health stuff. So yeah, I don't delve, but sometimes people just open up, and I don't judge them either way. If they want to just mention how cold it is, or if they want to talk about someone that they lost, either way it's fine with me. I'm not really sure where I'm going with that. What's that got to do with famous inventions? Famous? Was the word shallow what I was looking for? Am I just a shallow person? Possibly. Edsel car. Now, some of you might know what this is. I don't. I know what a car is. But Edsel car. So it's a heavily marketed car in 1957, but widely panned and considered a major flop. No, I do remember that. I remember hearing about it. It was like a really bad car, apparently. No one liked it. But they went ahead with it anyway, but no one liked it. I'm indifferent because I wasn't born. Number 4, McDonald's Arch Deluxe. Launched in the 1990s as a grown-up burger. Now that's a bit rude, isn't it? A grown-up burger. It failed to resonate with the consumers. Of course it is. If you tell them that they're kids, telling all the adults eating burgers, like, was up till now you're just kids, and if you want to be a grown up, you should eat this deluxe arch thing. People don't like being told off. I just want to come just to get some fat in my body. I'm not just, yeah. See, McDonald's, okay, that's it. Double Google Glass consumer version. I actually saw an advert, I saw a video on YouTube about that. It's a different thing. Google Glass consumer version, initially hyped as wearable tech, but abandoned due to privacy and usability concerns. Okay, I don't know much about that. I know that Google have got a whole load of new stuff coming out, including Google Glass TV, and they got this thing where there's a camera above it and to the side, and it's almost like a 3D screen, and you can communicate with someone, I guess over online, but it's a big screen and you can see them, and it looks very real, and it looks like their hands coming out of the TV. And I just thought, and they did this demonstration, the man from Google had this, I don't think he was like a YouTuber, come in and sit down, and he said, well, just look at that screen, I'm going to go into the other room and we can talk. And that's what they did. And I was just thinking, maybe it wasn't another screen, maybe it wasn't in another room, maybe there was a hole in the wall behind the TV and they just turned the screen on and he was just sitting there. That's why it looked so realistic. And I thought, how funny, because at one point he was eating an apple. I thought how funny it would be if the apple like fell out of his hand and it fell onto the table and gave the whole thing away. Or the person that was there on the other side might think, wow, this is so realistic, the apple fell on the table, blimey. So, but that wasn't that, it was actually a real thing, but it's like, wow. The problem with that is, maybe I could do that. I don't do video calling. I don't do it. I don't. And what I've noticed is, I was on, what's it called? Not crap. What's it called? What's crap, I call it. WhatsApp. I was on WhatsApp and I come out of it. I don't like it. And I started having, what it gives people the opportunity is to make phone calls, even if they don't have, let's say they've got a pay-as-you-go phone and they've got no credit, but they can still make phone calls off of Wi-Fi. So if they tap into a friend's Wi-Fi, they can make phone calls, which is good, unless of course that person's phoning me up for money. So yeah, not so good. So I had a few people be calling me up, sometimes trying to do like a live stream, like a video thing. Like, I don't do video thing, don't do it. My dad's tried to do it in the past, like, no, but it's Christmas. I was like, I don't care, I can't. It's like, look, Dad, if you did the video, then you realise, everyone in the room would realise I was on the toilet. He said, well, get off the toilet maybe. I said, no, then you'll all see that I'm not wearing... Anyway, it doesn't matter, just I don't... Could just do it as a voice. That's what phones are for. That's when I realised that maybe I wasn't really up to date with technology. But yeah, I'm not into the video thing, like video calling. But maybe if it was a big screen and it looked realistic, and maybe it would be more potentially usable. But still, I don't want to have to get dressed just to make a phone call. not that I'm sitting around naked all day long, but it's not just that. It's like, you know, it's not just getting dressed, but it's getting dressed accordingly. Like, I wouldn't go and knock on my dad's front door dressed like this. I would put some clean clothes on and make myself look mildly presentable. But if someone just phones me out of the blue, then I might have ice cream all over my face or chocolate all down my top, soup on my feet. You know, it could be anything. So I don't, you know, not really for me. However, maybe it will be one day. Sony Betamax, it's on Time's worst list. That's just rude. Betamax was not bad at all. Why is it on the Times worst list? If it was better quality than VHS, then how can it be a bad videotape? That's the question. Nintendo Virtual Boy. I always remember, do you know they used to have a fine, the video shop? If you didn't rewind the video, there'd be a fine. And the amount of times I'd get to the video shop to take the video back when I was a kid, I realised I hadn't rewound them. So I'd be walking down the beach towards the video shop, trying to do it by hand. Rewind it, take ages. It's not like audio tapes. You could just put a pen through and rewind it that way. Sometimes, I mean, they didn't always work. Depends how thick the pen was. Nintendo Virtual Boy, 1995. Intended as a 3D gaming console, it was a commercial failure. Okay, I know so little about video games. The thing is, I find it hard to get enthusiastic about something I'm just not very good at. And I was never really very good at video games. Just didn't really... Yeah, it wasn't that I was awful. Yeah, maybe I did like video games. I just didn't like paying for them. And what I mean by that is, it's not about the cost of money. It's maybe it just took me a lot longer to get good at it. So I'd go down the carousel or down the arcade where there'd be video games. Tron was my favourite. I just like the music. Okay, I did like the music, but obviously not enough to remember what it was. But it was, yeah, I used to like to play it, but it was like 20 pence a time. And I wouldn't get very far, and then that'd be it. And I suppose if I'd have been playing it at home, I could have played it hundreds, thousands of times, and got good at it. But I just didn't really have that urge. I did have a couple of video games, actually. I was a little bit defensive, wasn't it? I had a couple of video games, actually. What did I have? I had something like a Pac-Man. But it was... Yeah, I had like a Pac-Man game. A handheld one. I had another one that was like some kind of... Star... Trekking... What was it called? What was... Not Star Wars. What was the game? Space Invaders. It was... Or Asteroids. I think it was more like Asteroids. It was a similar game like that. That had... It was like a handheld console, but just that game. And the batteries went in the back. But they generally go in the back, don't they? They go in the... I mean, they could go in the front, but that it went in the back. It's not really relevant to the story. I don't know why. Why am I talking about batteries? But I like them games. I remember when I got them, because things that we used to... The one thing, not the only thing, but the one thing that was really good about my childhood, from the ages of 7 to, I don't know, 14. Things were, you know, between 14 and 15 or whatever, but things were, things kind of changed a lot after sort of 14. Things kind of weren't the same anymore, but between 7 and 14, Christmases were brilliant and birthdays were brilliant. Like, I genuinely, I can't imagine having had better Christmases in any other scenario. I can't even... It's just like... It was great. It was perfect. It was my dad really is Father Christmas, or Santa Claus, if you call him Santa Claus. Great Christmases. I mean, you've got to give credit where it's due sometimes. And not just him and my stepmom, they put on the best Christmases. And we did get spoilt with presents, with so many presents. It was great. Brilliant. That's the one thing I can moan about lots of things, but I can never moan about that. Absolutely amazing, really. And it wasn't just that, everything, food, it was just, it's like a banquet, really. Yeah, it was great times. And even us brothers kind of had a truce during the Christmas period, which was quite nice. Didn't last long, but it was, it was nice while it lasted. It didn't always last the whole day, maybe till lunch, just after lunchtime. But it was still nice, a bit of peace, Everyone's like pretending to like each other. And, my brothers showing me their presents, and me pretending to be interested. Just wanting to go upstairs and play with my own presents. And me showing them my presents and then pretending to be interested. It's just a game, wasn't it, really? A game of pretend. But I loved the presents. That's my favourite thing. Not giving presents, receiving. I loved getting presents. I'm not even going to pretend that, I got so much pleasure from buying other people's stuff. Not really. Maybe my stepmom, because I used to buy presents all year round, like little bits and bobs, little ornaments and things like that. So I did like getting her stuff. And I would like to see her face when she opened my Christmas present, but generally, I was very much focused on my own stuff. Oh yes, chocolates and sweets and books and toys. Yeah, it was good. I liked it. I kind of miss it because that's the one benefit. Well, I don't know if it's a benefit because I could buy myself presents, but no one buys me presents anymore. I sometimes get a little hamper from my dad. He still gives me money at Christmas. I mean, I'm nearly 70 years old, and he still gives me money at Christmas. It's silly. It's not silly in a horrible way. Just like, I think I never give it back, so obviously I'm not complaining. But it's just, I'm not just an adult. I'm 11 or 12 years away from retirement. Is really, or 12 years, 13 years, I don't know. I'm not sure if it's 66 or 67. It's not long. 12 years. If it's 67, just over 12 years. Wow. So it's weird, but I do give him presents. He gets presents every year as well. But he gets more presents because he gets Father's Day presents. There's no Son's Day's presents, is there? No Children's Day's presents. Yeah. And yeah, birthdays as well was really great. But it was brilliant and I loved it, but at the same time it was awkward. Because what we did is we went into whoever's birthday it was. We all went downstairs. The rest of the family went downstairs. And then got together. And then came upstairs, back upstairs again, to whoever's bedroom it was. And we'd come in and start singing Happy Birthday. I don't know why I'm doing it. You know, the Happy Birthday song. And I think it's copyrighted, so I don't think I'm allowed to sing it. That's going to make a difference, isn't it? Happy birthday to you. And yeah, my dad, after a couple of years, we had to get together and say, Dad, can you stop dressing as Marilyn? It's disturbing us. So he didn't, but he didn't stop. We just got this visual of him doing a little dance, standing over a drain, you know, that hot air blowing his dress up. I don't know why I've got that visual, singing Happy Birthday. That's two different scenes, isn't it? So it was one of those weird things, because I felt very self-conscious when I knew that they were going to come in, and I knew that they were going to be singing Happy Birthday, and I was going to be sitting in my bedroom, and what we would do would be in a room, we'd be in the bed, and we would open the presents in the bed while everyone like sat on the edge of the bed and all stood around. It was lovely, it really was. It got changed a little bit once I hit my teen years, because I didn't always have enough time to prepare myself for visitors. So the bedroom door would be closed. I think one year I wasn't awake and the door opened, and yeah, I kind of had to, it was just a little bit embarrassing, but it's okay. Presents, let's move on. I used to love it. Just make. I think I preferred Christmas to birthdays, because at Christmas everybody was opening presents at the same time, which I liked, because then I didn't have to pretend to like something I didn't like. I mean, you know, I liked everything, but I didn't have to like put on a big show of, oh, brilliant, a pair of socks, thanks, Nan. A nice pair of socks. Just what I've always wanted. Yippee! And I didn't have to do cartwheels or anything like that, or, you know, wait a minute, in fact, I'm not going to open any more presents. I want to go up and make a big thank you card for my Nan for buying me the socks. She didn't buy, she used to make them. She used to knit, my Nan used to knit stuff. This is totally true. She made us polar necks, all of us. And once we put them on, we couldn't get them over our heads. But my nan was coming around for lunch Christmas lunch. My nan and granddad, and so we were told we got to put them on because they were Christmas jumpers with little Christmas puddings and stuff on top, green and red and stuff. And so we got to put it on. I said, it's not going to fit over my head. And I said, you're just going to have to wear them during dinner. We did that. It was very uncomfortable. We could not get them off. We had to cut them off. We couldn't get them over our head again once they were on. Actually, I didn't cut mine off because I had respect for my nan, so I just wore it all year round. I eventually grew through it. I don't know if that makes sense. But yeah, it was impossible. I mean, it's really weird. It's a weird way to end Christmas lunch by having Vaseline being spread across my neck to try and sort of get out of this thing. I'm sure I heard someone say, can we shrink him? Like, no, you can't shrink me, can you? It's like, oh. But yeah, it was Lossit Day was so tight, and we were all looking at each other, and there was like various variations of blue in our faces. It was like just trying to eat our dinners, and the ironic thing is my dad didn't find it funny because he had one as well. So all four of us had like they weren't matched. They were similar kind of jumpers, but they just weren't. It turned out we just had the wrong ones on. So we didn't realise that inside was the names. So we got on and my dad took his off and said, "This is for you, Jason." And see, it makes sense, that one. But then you're going to think, well, if that was true, then all the others would be, you could say, well, the one that my oldest brother was wearing, that's for the other younger brother. But what about the one that he was wearing? Who was that for? You see, it wouldn't work, would it? I guess, no. I've kind of found a fault in my own lie. Damn. Subprime mortgages. Financial invention that led to global crisis. So I've got no idea what that is. Hydrogen blimps. Oh, yeah. Ambitious but unsafe. Filled with the same gas as the Hindenburg. Yeah, I thought they would have learnt from that. Great idea, technically. I mean, phenomenal. I think it's a shame they didn't really look into it a bit more, a way to do it safely, because that must have been such an unusual way to travel. Quite smooth, I imagine. I mean, when it worked, I mean. When it was successful. Blimey. I'm not purposely saying blimey, by the way. I just... now I've become self-conscious of it. Plastic grocery bags became environmentally notorious. Tell me about it. Well... I understand, the whole environmental stuff and plastic bags and stuff like that. But you know what? I've never dumped anything in the ocean apart from the odd poo. And that was when I was a kid. Wait a minute. That wasn't the ocean, it was a swimming pool. That's why we weren't allowed back to Butlins. Oh, it's weird, isn't it? Memories come back. I think there's kind of this is terrible, and I'm just saying this. I was a kid, right? But like, if any kid is gonna do a poo in a swimming pool, I wish someone had told me this when I was a kid. Of course, don't do it. That's the first thing, because it's grim. But if someone was to do it, the one bit of advice that would have been useful for me is don't do it from the diving board. You don't just sit on the end of the diving board and do it, because people they notice things like that. You need to be more covert. God, nowadays it'd be on TikTok, wouldn't it? Historic or niche failures. Microsoft Bob. I don't remember that. Anyone remember Microsoft Bob? I just got that visual, sorry. Microsoft Bob was a GUI placement for Windows with a cartoon house interface, mocked and quickly discontinued. I don't remember that. Microsoft Kin Phones, 2010. Social media phones scrapped 2 months after launch due to lack of apps. Okay. Well, the iPhone was out by then, wasn't it? The iPhone didn't have huge amounts of apps, I don't think, at the time. Maybe I'm wrong, but... Number 13, Oakley Thump, 2004. Sunglasses with built-in MP3 player, pricey and impractical. It sounds like a good idea though, doesn't it? Nokia N-Gage, a gaming phone flop noted by Reader's Digest. Okay, I don't know why they're mentioning where they found it. Microsoft Zune. Why does that sound familiar? A media player that couldn't dent iPod's domination. Oh, okay. iPods were pretty amazing though. Easy to use. I mean, I honestly, really, I don't know why iPods why it lost its popularity. I know you say, oh, because of the phone. But you know what? iPods had a much larger... I mean, now, if iPods were still going, they would have a much larger memory on them. They'd probably have multiple terabytes worth of memory, which could possibly store every movie and every single album ever. But then I suppose we've got streaming for that, haven't we? So I suppose streaming, don't need iPods for streaming. But I just preferred it to the phone because I like to use the phone separately. So if I'm out, if I want to go out, I'm talking about in the past when I used to go out, but I'd have my iPod. I wouldn't necessarily have my phone on me because I wouldn't need to. The iPod, it wasn't dependent upon the internet or data from the phone. Everything was stored on the actual iPod. I had 250 gigabytes on it. It was, I think, the best one around at the time. It's a long, long time ago. What, 2008, 2009, something like that. I loved it. And yeah, at the time I didn't have a smartphone. So having a phone wasn't really an option as far as using... But even if... I still think an iPod was better than using a phone for music. I don't know why, I just think the sound was better. Mind you, that was with headphones, so it probably maybe exactly the same with an iPhone. Maybe much better on the iPhone now, I don't know. Perhaps it was just because the iPod was there for that specific reason. For music. You could have videos as well, but basically for music. Because an iPhone is for lots of different things, so I guess it just... yeah. I do quite like something that's there for a specific reason. You know, like... It's like a bed, it's there to sleep in. And I don't know, you generally, you know, but like sleeping in, that's what my bed's for. I say my bed. I'd like to say our bed, but it's Vinny's bed. He lets me share. He's very kind like that. Hoverboards. The Segway style. Overhyped and electric versions led to safety issues. Hoverboards. Okay. I mean, Back to the Future kind of made those... I was going to say popular because they didn't exist, did they? But, like, I think it caught people's imagination. The idea that it'd be like a skateboard, but in the air. The Ford Pinto flying car, experimental jet-powered Pinto, short flights ended in crashes. Well, there are now flying cars again. And I've got no idea how that's going to work. Because knowing the human race, they'll just end up being traffic jams in the sky. And that won't work, will it? Unless it can hover. Yeah, how does it stop? You could overtake, but what if you can't overtake and there's something else coming? Will you go higher up? Okay, but how many levels would there be? There might end up being like 100 different levels of traffic in the sky. Oh. Apparently in the UK, Uber taxis, automatic, self-driving ones, are going to be introduced in the UK, like now, or they've done a pilot scheme and they're going to start releasing them. When I first saw that, because I only use Uber Eats. I don't think we have Uber taxis here. So I get Uber Eats. And I thought, how's it going to deliver upstairs? How's it going to bring my food to me, my groceries to me, my milk or whatever else I've ordered? So I'm going to have to go outside, which kind of defeats the object of ordering the delivery. If I have to go and collect it, I know it's not the same as travelling all the way to the shop, but, you know, still. But then I realised it was a taxi, so... Would I get into a car that didn't have a driver? The way I see it is the only way that automatic self-driving cars can really work is if all vehicles on the road were automatic self-driving. Because when one stops, they all stop until that situation's sorted out, you know. So it's almost, I guess it would work much better as a, I don't know, like as a one kind of brain thing. I know what I'm trying to say, I'm just not perhaps saying it in a way that makes sense even to me. Bell Rocket Belt, a 21-second flight pack used for demos but deemed impractical. Well, 21 seconds, I mean, it'd be useful in some situations. I mean, I'm pretty sure if you found yourself at the bottom of a well or some ravine or very, you know, a mountain, or not a high mountain, but something that you can't get up, 21 seconds of flying upwards might actually be useful. Or if you're being chased by a goat. I'm just thinking, you know, as an example. Flying tanks. Antonov A-40. WW-2 Soviet winged tank. So this was the plan, flying tanks, but unfortunately it didn't work because they were too heavy to fly. It's like, really? I think of what's the heaviest vehicle, and the tank's one of the things that I think of, one of the heaviest vehicles. I mean, it's got to be so heavy. There's got here an Amat cursor gyro, dripping water gorge, outdated medical tool that failed. I don't even know what it is, so that's not going to really be useful. On-off experiments and oddities. So let's have a look. Egg cuber, S-shaped mould to cube hard-boiled eggs. Didn't catch on. Right. So basically to make eggs in a shape. That's kind of it. I wonder, that sounds familiar. Like I might have had one of them or tested one of them. I tell you, one of the things, it might be in this list. Oh, I did not like it. Fenqui fondue, that's it. Fondue sets where you'd be heating up, almost like being back in the science lab at school. Like a not a Bunsen burner, but you'd be heating up oil and then cooking the food yourself. It's like, no, I didn't see the point in spending 2 hours at a table at home. No, I'd rather just have a sandwich, thanks. But I remember people used to have parties and dinner parties, couples getting together and chatting about life whilst holding these little sticks of meat in this oil, and I just, oh, what? Why? That was my question. Why? An electric pen from Thomas Edison. Okay. Alright, so, but it lost out to the typewriter. An electric pen. So it's kind of like, I'm not quite sure how it works, so that'd be interesting to see. But a typewriter kind of came along. Motorized surfboard, 1948. $345 device with poor performance. $345 in 1948, I'm guessing, was a lumps. That was a big bag of dosh. I think he was like half falling off the chair there. He's just woken up. Wearable parachute suit invented by Franz Reichheit. Failed catastrophically. Now, he seems to be enjoying having half his body laying off the chair. I don't know why that is. Maybe he's just getting to stretch his neck, maybe. I think wearable parachute suit, I mean, aren't all parachutes wearable? That's kind of the idea, isn't it? The aim, to be able to wear them. But then a suit, would that be like a dinner suit? Just, you're going to go parachuting, but you've got a job interview. So I'll go to the job interview first, and I'll just jump out the window and parachute home. I don't know, is that a thing? But it wasn't very popular. I personally think that parachutes should be available to anyone. Well, they should be like seatbelts in cars. They should be compulsory for everyone to wear a parachute that goes up in a plane. Any plane. But that's just me. And anyone on a boat should have a life dinghy around themselves at all times and a life jacket on. So even on cruises, everybody should be wearing a life jacket at all times. Again, cruises might become less popular if that was enforced. But for me, safety is everything. So that's why I wear a condom when I watch porn. No, I don't. That was a silly thing to say. Flying saucer camera designed to spot UFOs but never gained traction. Flying saucer camera. Is this someone else has pointed this out? It's strange, isn't it, that we now have not only the cameras everywhere we go, like, you know, in the streets, and in this country it's the most surveillanced country in pretty much the whole world, I think, especially in London. Maybe Japan, New York, maybe sort of equal, maybe, but everybody's walking around with a camera, and generally good quality cameras on the phones. Not great sound, but pictures usually pretty good if you're outside. Yeah, how often do we see UFOs now? I know they've named them a different name now. It's not UFOs, it's no, it's still UFOs. I'm not going to change it. It's not a derogatory word, so I'm not going to change it. I'm using that word or that synonym or whatever. UFOs, unidentified flying objects. Just changing it to whatever they changed it to. The American government decided, well, we're going to give it a different name now. No. The TV shows, you know, the UFO files, still the UFO files, not changed. Just because Skoda have decided to call their cars Skoda, it's still Skoda. We still say Skoda. Lidl's still Lidl, no matter how often for years trying to tell us Lidl. No, it's Lidl. We call it Lidl. That's how we do things in this country. Skoda, Lidl. Sorry. That's just the way it is. What was a few names that we didn't know? Oh yeah, I remember when Dynasty came out. There was that whole thing like, is it Dynasty or Dynasty? We're calling it Dynasty, but I'm sure they call it Dynasty in America. What's the correct way to say it? And I'll be saying, yeah, also, what about Dallas? That's when the whole family would turn on me. What about Dallas? That's how we're supposed to... That was just ridiculous, isn't it? Where am I going with that? That's just ridiculous. I'm not even going to finish that sentence. That was ridiculous. Oh, no wonder I was in a special class. How are we supposed to pronounce Dallas? Oh, dear. Oh man, that was silly. It's very silly. Okay. Back to normality. Oh my goodness, am I about to read this out? Baby cage. Okay, this next one. Baby cage from the 1930s. A mesh cage. I can't even read this out. A mesh cage to suspend babies outside London flats. Like budgies, like a budgie cage, but for a baby. You are, oh my god, that's ridiculous. How's little Tommy doing? We can go have a look. He's on the veranda. He's hanging up in his little cage. Wow, this is a real thing. Apparently, health concerns ended it. I bet you it's health concerns about whether or not the cage dropped and hit an adult on the head. That's probably what the health concerns were. Weren't about the baby being stuck in a cage. Wow. Oh, I do apologise. I didn't know this was going to make me laugh. I should have known, really, but... Oh, God, this is ridiculous. Baby cage. Glamour bonnet. A facial vacuum device from 1940. Baby cage. Okay, moving on. Facial vacuum device. A facial vacuum device from 1940s for complexion improvement. Discontinued. A glamour bonnet. A facial vacuum. That's... So basically you're sucking the skin out. I suppose it stretches the... I mean, that's the opposite though, isn't it? Isn't it about... like booty products are supposed to be... Not supposed to be, isn't it? Like quite often about tightening the skin. Not stretching the skin. I don't know. I clearly don't know much about that stuff anyway. A shower hood. This was 1970s Germany. Head covering shower shield. Head covering shower shield. People just preferred shampoo. I don't understand that. Shower hood. Head covering. How do you have a shower and cover your head so your head doesn't get wet? I mean, I know you can have a shower cap, can't you? But a shower shield would literally stop the water from... Wouldn't get onto your body, would it? I don't know. Maybe that's why it discontinued. Pet flavoured water called Thirsty Dog. The mid-90s pet flavoured water, odd and unsuccessful. Okay. So was it water that tasted like pets that humans drank, or was it water that was flavoured that dogs drank? I'm not sure. Maybe that's where the problem was with the advertising. People thought, why do I want to have water that tastes like a dog or a cat or a budgie or, you know. Number 30, a cigarette umbrella. The whimsical design never attained popularity. A cigarette umbrella. Right. This is one of those moments I have to look this up. I'm sorry. I am interested now. Cigarette umbrella. Oh my goodness. I just see the picture of it. Right. So basically, from what I can see, I have to look at images. Cigarette umbrella. Do you know those cigarette holders that people used to have in the old days? Like a plastic thing, and then they stick the cigarette in the end. It's like that, but with a little contraption, like a little arm, with an umbrella that covers the cigarette. So, literally like an umbrella. The kind of thing that you perhaps get in a drink or something. And it protected the cigarette from the rain. So the next lot is tech misfires. So number 31, Nintendo Famicom. Initial release. Early faulty console that froze games led to recall. Well, yeah, rightly so. But like, that would be horrible for people to... You look forward to something and then everything freezes. You know? Yeah. AT&T picture phone, 1964. Video phone debuted at World's Fair. It was too expensive, $16 per minute. Okay, so video phones worked in 1964. Yeah, it was $16 a minute then. But it would have gone down, wouldn't it? I mean, I'm sure they could have sold at least a few thousand. People that had money, you know, millionaires, would probably love to have something like that. In fact, some people that were just quite well off would probably like to have one and just spend a couple of minutes a week talking on the phone, or a couple of minutes a month talking to family that maybe lived the other side of the country or something. I remember, cause I've got a Ring doorbell, and I remember I dated this person who lived in a block of flats, and she actually had a screen inside her flat, and downstairs in the main doorway, because it was a locked security, we had 30 years ago security locked that. Ours isn't locked, but I'm just moaning now. But it's literally, you pressed it and you could see who was down there. They couldn't see you, but unless you were down there as well. But then who'd answer the door? But you could see who was on the screen. It was black and white, I think. But it's like, wow, that was 30 years ago. And it was good quality picture as well. Bill Gates' tablet PC, 2001. So it was too bulky and pricey at $2,000. That was before the iPad era. Tablet PC. Yeah. Again, maybe the only way it works is if they sell millions. Maybe they have to sell millions like really quickly. Selling something at $2,000, they still maybe sell 100,000, 10,000, 20,000. But I guess that's not enough. But I'm sure they'd find 20, 30,000 people in America that would have paid $2,000 to have a tablet PC. But to be fair, I think my business acumen possibly... Bill Gates has never once phoned me up to ask me for financial advice. So I suppose there's probably a reason for that. Does he have my number though? Sony CD copy protection. DRM scheme that annoyed legitimate buyers. I don't really know what that means, so I'll move on. Head-on 2000s. Headache relief gel marketed with bizarre ads. Faded away. I have a mild recollection of that. Phone fingers. Phone fingers? Thumb attached phone receiver accessory and never took off. A thumb attached phone receiver. Thumb attached phone receiver accessory. I'm not sure how. Does that make sense to you? Phone fingers. So I suppose like the phone is on your fingers and you tap. Oh well. Pop-up video ads. Early online ads that became universally despised. Yes. They're still on. What are you talking about? They're still there. This pop-up video ads are still there. They're still online. They still see them on Facebook. Video ads popping up. I think. Crocs fashion flop. Oi. Now, I'm unhappy about that. I'm wearing Crocs right now, and they're pink. Crocs fashion flop. Those still around, widely derided and listed as a worst. No. I think you'll find millions of people love Crocs. They're comfortable. They are. I wear them every day. I don't go out in them. Generally. Unless I want to scare the neighbours. Quick catastrophe. So 41, a baby cage. So that's already been. My goodness. Olestra. This is a thing. Olestra, 1990s. A fat substitute detergent causing digestive issues. So yeah, these were taken off because they weren't stable or they weren't good. Clippy Office Assistant. Oh, do you remember Clippy on Microsoft Office? An annoying animated staple in Microsoft Office. Is it still not about? They used to annoy me. Couldn't get rid of it. Like, why? Just go away. I liked it for the first day. It was a novelty, but then after that, It's a bit like a relationship, isn't it? You know, after the first day, crinoline, hoop skirts, fashion hazard from 19th century. No, I don't know that. A hula chair, exercise while sitting, a chair that didn't sell. Well, the reason people sit is because they don't want to exercise. You know, there's two different things. It's like eating and going to the toilet. I mean, not exclusively separate, but generally done at different times, unless you're in a hurry. Miser flying car cut with aircraft wings. It didn't fly, basically. And that's a pretty good reason for a flying car to be discontinued if it doesn't actually fly. Smell-o-vision, 1960s cinemas. They released odours during films. Apparently, this made the audience laugh. It's not a bad thing, is it? Snuggie for dogs. Tempting pet wear that flopped. Oh, I'd dress him up all day long if I could. He's like a little doll. My little doll. My little action man. Pop rock candy. Rumoured urban legends killed sales. Legal but scandalised. So I've got no idea what that's about. Hydrogenated oils. So that didn't go very well. Body rust proofing. Okay. ChatGPT just made up its own joke there. Body rust proofing KFC flavoured snack. Just kidding, but many silly ones filled the time list. He's giving me jokes. Wow. He's making jokes. He's got jokes. I remember the first time I heard that when I was in London. Jason's got jokes. Like, it's not even a sentence. It's not even a proper sentence. I'm telling jokes. I remember in my last sales job, there was this... Okay, everyone was younger than me pretty much when I was there. Even people who were retiring were younger than me. And one of the people I worked with, she was about 22, 23. I was... what was I at the time? 42? 42 probably. Only 10 years, well, not a big difference, but, you know, to her, I was like I was an old man. And I said something that maybe was mildly humorous. And she said, "Oh, Jason did a funny." Or Jason said a funny. Like, okay, so I'm not allowed to say funny things because I'm over the age of 10. Is that what we're doing now? Because I'm not 22 or 23, I can't say anything humorous. Doesn't work like that. I know some people lose their sense of humour for whatever reason, but it's just like, come on. What am I supposed to... I think what it is I think some people are... If they've got parents my age, I should be acting like a parent, or I should be acting like a teacher or something like that. No, I'm not. I'm neither of those things. I act what I am, which is... I don't know what it is. I don't know what I am anymore, but what I do know is I have completed the list on here that I came up with. let's have a look. You realise this is the third recording I've done today. I don't know why. Well, I know why, because I've done 3 recordings, but I did 2 previous. Don't know why I've done so many. Just felt like the right thing to do, I suppose. So, yeah. That's the end of this recording. I'm going to edit and process it when I wake up tomorrow morning. Thank you for listening. Remember to be kind to yourself, because you do deserve to be happy. And be gentle with yourself. You deserve to feel safe. Lots of love. Bye. Hello and welcome to JasonNewland.com. I'm practicing my German. Not sure how that's going. That's for Sebastian. Sebastian did a lovely thing earlier today. He actually posted a picture of my nan, but what she possibly would look like when she was younger. Did like on ChatGPT. I didn't know you could do it on ChatGPT. I know there are AI things you can do. I think Ancestry.com does it as well. Oh dear. But that was nice. I have seen some pictures of my nan when she was younger, but only from my nan. I mean, you might say, well, it's hardly likely to see it when you go shopping, are you? No, I don't mean that. You know, random strangers aren't walking up to me. Hey, you want to see a picture of your nan when she was 20? No, that's not happening. I'm not saying that would happen, but every now and then I'd visit my nan. But every now and then she'd get the boxes of photographs and the photograph albums down. Would have a little good look. And yeah, she had very curly hair, always had curly hair. She had a picture of her and all her brothers and sisters. It took up half the wall. There was like 12 of them. Honestly, I remember saying one of her sisters was like, no, I'm just saying, it's just like phenomenal, as in, if you, I don't know, this sounds weird, but if you, this is going to sound weird. If you was to, if someone said, oh, this person here was a supermodel in the 1930s or the 1950s or 40s, you wouldn't question it. You might say, who? I've not heard of her. What was her name? Did she do any bikini shoots? That's not what I would say, because she's my great aunt. Great. Okay, let's move on. But she was, wow. I remember saying that to my nan, though, and she said, well, bikini shoots is a bit inappropriate. I said, sorry, nan. And she said, besides, what am I, corned beef? I said, what do you mean? She said, what am I, corned beef? You thought, oh, my sister's so attractive, but what am I? I said, well, you're not corned beef. Why did you come up with corned beef? She said, I'm hungry. And I thought, yeah, I am as well. About time we went and got some sandwiches then, wasn't it? So she'd go and get the sandwiches, and I'd wait. Sometimes I'd have to sort of say to shout, hurry up, will you? Can you hurry up? Hurry up, woman. Get the food ready. But she was a lot quicker before she broke her hip. None of that's true. She did break her hip. None of that. If I said that to my nan, hurry up, well, she'd probably laugh, to be honest, but I would never be rude. This has started weird. Shall we start again? Welcome to jasonnewland.com. My name's Jason Newland. Please only listen when you can safely close your eyes. This is Let Me Bore You to Sleep. It is a very therapeutic recording for you to fall asleep to, and I will be as boring as I can. Yes. The secret is, I've never once been boring. Not to me. Not to me. Just to everyone else. Vinny's got a bone. One of his little bones. Got some... got a new pack came through you yesterday. I tell you what, there's been some troubles. I've had some troubles. No, nothing serious, but very disheartening. Oh, man. Right. It's Thursday the 12th of June 2000 and... I nearly said 2012. Wow. It's weird. I was a counsellor. I was a full-time counsellor. I was helping people full-time in 2012. That was a interesting period. You know, I'd like to talk more about what happened during that time. It's just, I don't want to, talk about other people. Obviously people have come as clients, so that's not really on. But I learned a lot, and there was some very interesting experiences. And I think the one thing becomes very evident if you ever, as a counsellor, as a training to become a counsellor and starting to see humans, is there's a lot of stuff going on out there. And people can be quite complicated. Maybe always, I don't know, but it's just like next time you have someone who's grumpy, or doesn't open the door for you, or doesn't say thank you when you open the door for them, or perhaps doesn't even acknowledge you, or perhaps is a little bit rude, not horrible, but just a little bit like short, or a little bit, I've always been a little bit short. Maybe there's a reason for that. I started to learn that a little bit. I learned it earlier in life, but I kind of learned it a bit more, realising people, this has got heavy quick, hasn't it? People are walking around with stuff. And that's why, even though it's quite heavy, I found it's useful. Useful in a sense of, I'm not always able to get myself in that zone. Sometimes I don't, but if I can, I try and put myself into the zone. If someone's been rude to me, that at the very least they're just having a bad day. We're all allowed to have bad days. It's fine. Or if what they've done is really upset me, or I've reacted, then I try and look at it at the most extreme situation in order to sort of negate that feeling. So, for example, I had someone in the petrol station during lockdown, actually it was. He was pretty much semi-shouting. I love that word, semi. I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm 5 years old, I don't know, but he was I think two people behind me, so because everyone had to stand 6 foot away, How am I supposed to know what 6 foot is? I'm 5'8". I don't know what 6 foot is. I can't gauge that. I can gauge it if you're standing up or lying down, but I can't. Not. Yeah, it's hard. Anyway, this bloke started like moaning, and I was at the counter giving my money. The cashier was new, so I don't know if it was going a little bit slow, but then she was new, so she was just learning the job. And every job can be hard when you first start. And I didn't react great, if I'm honest. Verbally, I mean, but internally. Didn't respond. And when I got back, I started thinking, well, I don't know anything about this person. Maybe, I mean, bearing in mind the situation at the time, maybe they just lost someone. Maybe they've just been to hospital and seen someone they care about, and yeah, that seemed to semi-neutralise it. Not completely. I just lost Andre, so I was not in a great space either, but there was a lot of people not in a great space during that period, But I found it was something that helped. I know some people just do it in a more smaller, less dramatic way, kind of, they're just having a bad day, and that's fine, which is cool. If you can do that, that's really good. I'm not always able to do that. What am I talking about, though? I know what I'm talking about. Why? What's this got to do with goldfish? I don't know. So, I got no idea. Anyway, I got annoyed, but it wasn't about a person. Here's what happened. I made yesterday morning, right, probably 10, 11. I made a Whisper Wednesday recording. There was a little bit of chitter-chatter outside, but not much. It's fairly quiet, and yeah, I did the recording. It was about an hour and 15 minutes. And then I never, generally, when I make a recording, I don't upload it straight away. Sometimes I do, but generally, after I've made a recording, that's when I go and do something different. I mean, technically, uploading it, editing it, all that stuff, that is different from making a recording. But I kind of like to do something that's got nothing to do with this whole thing. So maybe take the little rabbit out for a run, It's not a euphemism. I'm talking about Vinny. What would that be? What would that be a euphemism for? I'm just taking a rabbit out for a run. I'll be back in 5 minutes. What have you been doing in the bedroom all that time? What was all that noise? What's happened to that sock? I was just taking the rabbit out for a run. I don't know. So that's the answer. I said, oh, what happened? How come the washing machine keeps eating all the socks? Have you noticed? It's often male socks that go missing. Yep, there's a reason, because a washing machine does not like one of them socks. I don't know where I'm going with this. This has gone weird. Right, so on to the subject. So I was feeling okay. I've done the recording. I might have gone back to bed for a little nap. Then I came back out and started, I sent the recording to the iPad, and then I opened up to start editing, and the iPod, the iPad was not working. The iPad was not working. First of all, the file app was missing. I don't know what the heck happened there. So I had no way to access the files. I found a way in the end, but it was like a real weird place. And secondly, the touch screen was not working properly. So I touch on one part and a different part would highlight. And I use the touch screen when I edit my recordings. Now I realised that, you know, in the past I used to edit without touching the screen, but I've been doing this way for years. I'd find it very difficult to go back to not touching the screen, and also to not using the software that I use. I'm used to using it and it works. Because there's nothing fancy. I don't need to do anything fancy. There's no, you know, I'm not adding sound effects or anything like that. It's just editing it, maybe increasing the volume a bit to make it sound, well, louder, I guess. And then adding background music or adding the stock, you know, 5-hour, 10-hour things to the recording. And I used to be his comedian on the circuit, and every time he did a gig, he's like, "Good evening, good evening." Seriously, I don't. It's not. It's just he was a brilliant compere, but it was just. It's weird. This is one of those things, right? Seeing someone for the first time can be amazing, but because I used to see the same person week in, I saw him for like over 10 years, but for a 4-year period it was intense. I'd see him nearly every week, and you know, you get to know every single joke in their act. And it's weird how someone that's so good, it just gets boring. It's like, oh, not them again. Yet some of them were kind of on TV, and you know, but it's just be the same, like the same stuff. They're doing the same act, and that's why they were so good, because they were doing it all the time, and they were practicing, and you know, they had an act. That's what it is. It's weird though, because sometimes the comedians that look like they're ad-libbing, some of them are, but a lot of them aren't. They're just pre-programmed ad-libs almost. And that's weird as well, because I saw someone, it's one of the comedians from the Mighty Boosh, Noel Fielding, and I saw his stand-up act. I've never watched the Mighty Boosh, and I've never, you know, I never really knew what Noel Fielding was like. And I saw some of his early stand-ups from the 90s. So funny. Absolutely funny. It's like, oh, he's just basically, it was very surreal, and he's just it's like he's making it up as he's going along. Then I see him do another gig on a different show. Same material. It wasn't made up, so these ad-libs weren't made up. It's like, oh. Then I see him again, he's doing this, it's like, maybe new material, but he's adding other stuff, but it's still kind of certain things that I thought was almost like he was just, I don't know, just talking and coming up with stuff. I'm sure he did. Like, I guess you can't rely on it if you're doing a TV show, can you? You can't. If it's a live gig, you can play around more, but I guess if you've only got 5 minutes on a comedy show, you got to give it your best stuff, and there's no room for error, I suppose. I wouldn't know, personally. Although I did once do a TV talent show, but it was for live TV in 1995, near the end of the year, and the only audience was the other acts and the production crew, which was a few camera people and, you know, people in that little space that there was there. I really enjoyed it. I did get some laughs. I didn't win anything. I didn't win anything. I never won anything. I got through to the Hackney Empire shows. So I don't know if they still do it, but there used to be a Hackney New Act of the Year, which was held at the Hackney Empire, and first of all you had to go to the pub which was next door, and they did gigs there, and it was like a contest, a talent contest, and those who got through that part were then allowed, that went on to the Hackney Empire show. And I don't know if it was, just banged the microphone. I think that was kind of like semi-finals, I think. I don't think it was just, it wasn't just one show. I think there might be 4 shows. I got through to the semi-finals, which was pretty cool. I think, funny enough, I didn't win it. And the reason you know that I didn't win it, is because I didn't. People that win that show often go on to be well known, go on to be writers, have their own radio show, TV show, so yeah. So many people I could name off the top of my head. People that you might not know if you're not from this country, but that are celebrities, been in TV shows, sitcoms, panel shows and stuff like that. So many. I'm just thinking of Ardal O'Hanlon. He won that, and he was in Father Ted probably the next year. He was a weird one, not weird as weird. He was great. He was great. He was great. But he came over from Ireland, and he went from, he was successful instantly. I'm not even sure if he ever had a bad gig. He came here and he won every single talent contest on the circuit, because there's a few around, like the BBC newcomer, best whatever, different things like that. He won everything, and he became a headliner almost instantly, probably within a year of being, maybe less time of being on, maybe a year, but it's very, very, very quick. Never met him, never on the same show as him, because he actually went from, he joined, he got onto the circuit, and he was on television really quickly. And after that, he was famous. So he wasn't doing the small gigs. Wow. Oh, Vinny was just barking then. Someone slammed the door downstairs. Oh, I got my neighbour a coffee mug with his football team on it. I don't know why. I just don't know why. I thought about getting it a few months ago, and I went to Amazon 2 days ago because I needed to order some food for him and order some, the bones. And that mug came up. Are you sure you don't want to buy this mug, Juicy? You mug. And I thought, oh yeah, I forgot about that. So I just got it for him. So I'll give it to him later. Oh yeah, the iPad. So, the iPad was not working properly. And I did not know what to do. I spent all afternoon, all evening with breaks, trying to figure out how to fix it, and then starting to focus on what can I do instead, what alternatives can I use to edit my audios that does not involve my iPad. Now, there's loads to choose from. That's not really the issue. The issue for me is what one is going to be compatible for me. What's going to suit my way of doing it. And I started trying out a few different apps and not really loving them. And then some of the stuff was expensive as well, so I didn't really fancy doing that one. But there's one, I think is it Hindenburg? And it's Hindenburg. Well, there's one that was sort of, I did, Hindenburg. And I signed up for the free trial, and the download didn't work. The thing just wouldn't work. It's like, what's the point in this? And I got another one, and it was like £200 one-off payment. It's like, no, it's free once you pay the £200. It's like, everything's free then, isn't it? You know, a Mercedes is free once you pay the 90 grand. It's free now. There you go. Your mortgage, your house is free once you pay the mortgage off. So I didn't know what to do. And I was going on ChatGPT asking for help. Now, probably the problem I had, I thought, I didn't realise it was the screen. I thought it was the app. So I was asking for help to fix the app. And I was doing that, I was uploading it, I was deleting it, I was re-uploading it. I was trying to change the settings of the iPad, and I just thought the app had just, for some reason, it had broken, and maybe the iPad just didn't want to work with it anymore, or I'm not sure. It just got confusing. And then I went to bed. So I would have made another recording yesterday. In fact, I wanted to make another recording, but there was no point. If I couldn't upload, I couldn't edit that one, then what's the point in getting another, making another one? And I wanted to upload it on Wednesday. I know sometimes I do upload the day after, maybe make a recording in the evening, and then I upload it the next morning. I'll do that sometimes, but yeah, bearing in mind that I recorded it in the morning, then I would normally have it uploaded by the early afternoon, or edited and uploaded. So what I ended up doing is I did edit. I'm not sure, I don't think I did. I think I might have uploaded it yesterday, just one recording, the first one without music, and I edited that in CapCut, which is a video editing software. But it was harder to do because the screen, I was doing it on a laptop, and it wasn't just, I couldn't see, it's weird, but I can see the screen. I can see the screen on the laptop, but with the iPad, the whole screen is just the audio, spiky stuff. So I can see where all the spikes are, and I can see where to edit and where to listen. And because I know it so well, having looked at it and used it for years, I've used it, I don't know, hundreds and hundreds of times. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times. So I kind of know my way around it quite easily. So it took a while to get it done using CapCut. Got it done. And then now if it was I'm losing track about whether it was last night or this morning. But yesterday I'd had enough. I thought, ugh. So I went to bed about 9 o'clock. I was annoyed with it, so I thought, no. Plus, I've been watching Mobland, the TV show on Paramount Plus. I've just finished watching it today. It was 10 episodes. It's not so much I binge watched it, but I did watch it in 3 days. I guess, is that binging? It's only 3 episodes a day. But yeah, it was interesting. I think Pierce Brosnan got a lot of hassle for having an Irish accent in that show, and I saw someone was saying he was being disrespectful by putting on that accent. Pierce Brosnan's Irish. Do people not know that? Pierce Brosnan's not American. I know he was famous for being in an American TV show and then being in James Bond. But he wasn't, he was never English, he was Irish. He was Irish, or unless, he had an Irish accent, he was born with an Irish accent. He wasn't born with an Irish accent, but he definitely was born in Ireland. Or was it? Or was it Scotland? Nah. Oh no, what am I talking about? We all know who the Scottish James Bond is, don't we? Roger Moore. God. Some people, I should know my Bond, shouldn't I? Let's face it. I mean, I grew up watching every single James Bond movie all day and night. Breakfast, dinner, tea. Honestly, just James Bond this, James Bond that. None of this is true. I did watch a lot of it. I think the James Bond movies of the last, I don't know, probably 20, 30 years, I don't think they've really had the societal impact that the original ones did, or the ones in even the 80s. It's almost like I can't think of anyone other than James Bond himself that really became a huge star from being in those movies, in any of the James Bond movies of recent years. And if I were to tell you, for those that are not old enough to remember, and those that are old enough to remember will actually agree with me, Jaws, not the shark, Jaws, Richard Keel, for some reason I'm remembering names today, Richard Keel was an absolute superstar, so famous. There was action figures made of him, and James Bond and him and his gold teeth, and he was like an anti-hero. And he'd be fighting Roger Moore. Roger Moore was about 95 then, and he'd be fighting on a ski lift. And although we didn't want to see the pensioner James Bond get hurt, at the same time, we loved Jaws as well, because he had a lovely smile, a big smile, very big smile, very gold and shiny. Yeah. There was one scene where I think he ends up in the ocean. I think it might be the second movie, because he's in 2 movies, at least 2 movies as Jaws. I think other than Blofeld, is it Blofeld, the one with the one eye and the cat? Or was it? But I think that, you know, there was a couple of baddies that are in more than one movie. The James Bond franchise. But there was a scene where Jaws was in the ocean and he gets attacked by a shark. And everyone felt sorry for the shark. Like, you're doing it to the wrong person. This shark was like with his mouth open and Jaws turned around, you know, to Richard Kill, the baddie, James Bond baddie, turned around and smiled. And the shark, you could see the shark's face like, uh-oh, I only got him messed up now. I don't know what that accent was. He gone messed up. Oh, 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 oh. You alright, Finn? Yeah, that's good. Just ignore me then. My little fox. If you saw him at night in a field running around, you'd think he was a fox. Seriously. I mean, you'd think he's probably a baby fox, because foxes have got quite long legs, haven't they? You'd think he was a baby, a well-fed baby fox. But he's got this. I'm not saying he's got exactly the same colouring, because fox is probably quite a bit redder, but he's definitely got that kind of foxy look. And the ears, one of his ears are pricked up, so he's listening for something, aren't you, Vinny? Yeah. You're gonna behave. Yeah, you are. Your little tails, his tails waggling. Oh, you're so cute. You're such a cutie. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Bless him. Okay, so I didn't know what to do, so I ended up I made an image for the... Or did I? I don't know if I did. I don't know if I did it last night or not. But I ended up doing the one without music and uploading that. I think I did that last night. I'm not 100% sure. It might have been this morning. And then I got up this morning and I looked, because I've been resetting this and stuff on the iPad. I realised I'd lost all the background music stuff that I had saved, that I used to edit recordings, to put them all together. And I thought, oh no, what have I done? So I managed to find them. They just weren't in the same place that they had been before. I managed to find them, uploaded them to Spreaker, or edited them to be smaller, uploaded them to Spreaker, and I went onto my laptop, downloaded them from Spreaker, all the different, because there's about 6 different background things, and then put them onto the laptop, onto the the screen background, what do they call it, whatever it's called, into a file, desktop, that's it. And I started I also cleaned the screen thoroughly, because I've got these spectacle and lens wipes, so they're specifically for that thing, for cleaning glass, and I use them for my phone, I use it for my glasses, and mainly my glasses, although my glasses are scratched now. They're just so old, they got to the point where they're running out. They're running out. The prescription has nearly run out for these glasses, I think. And I'll tell you, it's bad. My neighbour, this morning, I was just bringing Vinny back home from our WALK, and we were talking about whether or not if he could park his car there, or when he had to wait to park the car there, because there's a parking zone, you know, where you can't park a car between a certain time. What are you doing, Vinny? Oh, he's found a fly to try and catch. It's either moving very, very fast, or it's invisible, because I can't see it. You know, dogs can hear things that we can't hear. Can they see things that we can't see? That's it, because they can smell things we can't smell, hear things we can't hear. Can they see things we can't see? That's an interesting question, isn't it? Ah, wonder what the answer is. Oh, and my neighbour said, "Oh, I don't know if it's safe to park here. When is it okay to park? Because it's like a school zone kind of block." And I said, "There's a sign over there, and you're not allowed to park between 8:30 and I think 9." And he said, "No, it says 9:30." I said, "No, it says 9." It says 9:30. So he's like 70. No, he's about 81. And his eyesight, he wears glasses. He didn't have his glasses on. So without his glasses, he can see that it was a 3, not a 0. And I couldn't. I suppose if I kind of moved my head, I could see how it could be a 3. Especially once he told me it was. You know, once someone tells you what it is, it's hard to not. You almost see a 3, whether it is or not, really. And I just thought, that's not fair. Why has he got to have better eyes than me? And I had a tantrum. I did. I stormed up the steps, came in, slammed the door. And I just, yeah. I didn't do any of that stuff. I don't know why I'm saying that. I didn't. So I'm looking at the iPad and I'm starting to think, what I'll do, so I transferred, as I said, all this stuff over. So I had that on the desktop on my computer, and I was going to start putting stuff together on there using CapCut as the editor, because you can edit video and audio on there. And I thought, I went on to ChatGPT to ask a question, and I can't remember what the question was. But I'd asked him, I went back onto last night's questions to try and help me to fix the editing software that I had problems with. Because that's what I thought it was. Because when I wasn't in that editing software, the screen seemed to be working okay. And it then dawned on me, maybe, just maybe, it's not the screen. No, maybe, that's it. Maybe it's not it might not be the app. Maybe it's the screen, not the app. And if it's a screen, that means there's something going on with the iPad. So it took me a whole day to come up with this. To think, I do come up with solutions eventually, but it's not always quick. So I asked ChatGPT, instead of saying, the editing software is not working, have you got a fix for that? Which I'd done yesterday. This morning, I wrote down, the iPad's not working. The screen's not working on the touch screen's not working on the iPad. Please help me. Went through a few different things that I'd already done previously. So I'd already cleaned the screen. I'd already I'd already turned it on and off, or off and on. So I'd done that. I'd done that stuff, you know, the basic stuff. And then it said, well, reset all settings. Reset, put it back to factory settings almost, or maybe not factory settings, but reset the whole thing. So it's basically the knob that you press, or the button that you press when you want to transfer all your stuff onto your new iPad. But it gives you two options. You can transfer or reset. So I resetted it. So the whole thing turned off. I had to press yes, 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 yes a few times. Not quite sure what I was agreeing to. And it took a while for it to power down and do what it needed to do, didn't it? I didn't realise it would actually come back on again, because it had come back onto its factory settings almost. The screen was going off after 2 minutes. I had to put that back to being on all the time. I don't want to keep going off. And it worked fine. The screen, everything worked fine. So then I go to use the editor again, to open it up, and I had to open the file, because the file app's still not there. And I'm thinking, what's gone on here? I have to go in ChatGPT and ask how to get the file back, the file app. So I just went into the editing app, import file, and I was able to find the file from... No, I had to download it first from Spreaker and then get it. Opened that up, and then I saved it. But then the problem is I had none of the background music or sounds on my iPad anymore, which was, or they weren't there. They were there, but they just weren't like there, you know what I mean, on the actual app, because the app stores recordings. Unless you delete them, it stores it on there. So what I had to do is go and start looking in for files on the iPad, ones without music, background music, no music, 10 hours, or whatever. Background music, whisper. And that took a while to get all that stuff up. Then what I was having problems with was, because of last night, I ended up uploading two versions, two different editors, the same editor but twice. So they kept swapping over to each other and cancelling each other out. So I had to figure a way to get rid of one of them, which I did. And eventually I was able to, through a lot of hassle, keep like importing stuff. It was not easy, but I managed to do all 6 versions, including the one I'd already done. So to get all versions done, it took quite a while to get them done. And I got them uploaded. It took till this afternoon to do it. It was gone. Yeah, I think it was gone midday, 1 o'clock, something like that, 2 o'clock. And then, and I took him OUT to the park. Oh yeah, and then I thought, oh, I've done this, good, brilliant. They'll stay on there now. So tomorrow, the next recording I do will just be back to how I was doing it before. Everything's kind of stored and it's easy to use. The good thing, I've now got backup on my laptop, so that's cool. So, you know, the background stuff, the 10-hour versions, whatever, that's all stored, so that's good. But now, I'm thinking, but I can't find the files on my iPad. Just generally, it's silly. Because, you know, I should be able to just have, because it always used to be at the bottom of the screen, files, click on it, and it shows me, you know, I've got a choice of iPad, iCloud, or if I've got a backup drive or a SD card attached, you know, so I can choose which one I want. Didn't have that facility. Not just facility, but facility. When I said that, it reminded me of 1994 for some reason. Just round the corner from the swimming pool. Isn't that weird? Connections. Maybe I said that word facility. And it meant something at the time, I don't know. So, this was in Stratford. Well, Forest Gate actually, that's where the swimming pool was. Forest Gate? It was more East Ham College area, was it? Was it? I think so. East Ham College. So Forest Gate, up to the end, turn left, joins on to the Romford Road, which also leads, if you turn right, goes all the way up to Stratford. Also, if you get towards Stratford, turn left, leads you to Mile End. Or if you turn right rather than Stratford, leads you up to Leyton and Leytonstone. And then you can turn left again, which leads you to East 17. Trying to think, left, Forest Gate, that leads to, yeah, that's, I think that's where the swimming pool is, unless it was right. I think it's left. And then on that side, the left-hand side, but on the right-hand side, it was East Ham College. So I went there a couple of times. Yes. Also had my counselling there as well. I did a course. I kind of miss those days. It's a little bit weird, isn't it? In 1998, I think it was 98, I went to the job centre and they had courses that I could go to, you know, to learn new skills. And I decided to go on a computer course. And it was very basic, but it was very thorough at the same time. And it was learning words, what do you call it? Typing. It was kind of a typing course, really, but on a computer. So I suppose learning to use Word, like Word would be kind of like the word processing app, wouldn't it? Whatever, on laptop, or on computers rather, PCs, back in the 90s. So I went along to this thing for I don't know. I didn't stick at it, but I did go along. I did another one actually when I first moved in here. Went to a computer course. I wonder if there's anything like that I could do. Something a little bit different. I don't know. It's just the going out, isn't it? But I was fine back then, though. Like, I wasn't fine, but I mean, I could go out and do stuff. Oh well. So, the thing is, when I moved here, I was literally living in town before I moved here. The previous two addresses, I was a very short walk from the town centre. So I was used to going to the supermarket every day pretty much to buy my daily food. And meeting up with friends at coffee places. Or going for a walk in the park to feed the squirrels. So I had a degree of activity which I don't have anymore, which I think was useful. Because I know I'd go out, I don't know what time I'd go out, but maybe I'd go out, 10, 11, 12 or whatever. And I'd come back home about 3. So I'd go and feed the squirrels. Maybe I'd get something to eat. Go feed the squirrels. Maybe go and chat to some friends in the evolution shop, which was the Buddhist shop. And potter around. Go home. Make myself some tea cakes. I think in them days I was having a tea cake and a toasted tea cake. Maybe a cup of tea, but I think it was possibly a can of Coke. And I'd watch something on TV that, like, it'd be an old 70s sitcom would be on at that time. Like Terry and June or George and Mildred. So and I just love it. It's just like a little bit of pleasure time, It'd only be like for half an hour, maybe an hour. And that would kind of be the day done. Kind of. Especially in the winter, because it'd be dark by then. I do sort of sometimes wish that I don't know, held out and found somewhere a bit closer to town, just so I could. But I don't know. It doesn't matter, does it? What ifs and bits and bots and whatever. This is where I moved, and this is where I am. And if I hadn't moved here, two would have really, I wouldn't have had Andre, and I wouldn't have had this little one here, Vinny. So those are two things that wouldn't have happened in my life. And yeah, I'm not. Yeah, it is what it is, isn't it? So, but then, yeah. I remember when I first moved in here, I think I'd been here for about 4 weeks. And I remember I was sitting over there at the table, which was in the corner at the time, near the window. The phone rang. The other end of the phone said, "Hello, Mr. Newland." I said, "Hello." I said, "Just check that if you're available to come and have a viewing of the flat." I said, "Huh?" I said, "I'm already here. I live here. I'll be here for about 3 weeks, 4 weeks." And she said, "No, the one," and it was a flat that was in the same town as where my nan lived. No, where my dad lived, my nan was gone by that point. Sorry, it was, but that's where my nan used to live. But it was a town where my dad lives. And I kind of put that down as one of my areas on the housing list, because I thought maybe it would be good to be closer to the family, you know. And I'd had a phone call from them probably 8 weeks earlier, 7 weeks earlier, telling me that I was at the top of the list for a flat in that town. But then I didn't hear anything from them at all. And then I got another phone call saying, we've got you a viewing at this place. So I just figured that the other one had gone. You know, I didn't realise. I just figured I was dealing with the same department, same people, even the same person. I don't know. And the other place was gone. So I just thought, okay, fair enough. And I knew that I wasn't in a position to turn down a property. Really, I was very lucky to be at the top of the list. And they had I don't know if they had a rule at the time. I think it was you were allowed to turn down 2 properties, but not the third one. I think that was a rule back then. I might be wrong. I've no idea what the rule is now. And so I jumped. I mean, I just couldn't believe that I was literally being offered a flat. You know, it's yours, they said to me. You just got to come and look at it. If you want it, it's yours. You got first refusal. Now, there were other people, and there was like 2 other people that were waiting to see this flat that had appointments after me. Now, I was never in that position. I never went to look at a property that I wasn't first in line for. And this is the only property I ever looked at. And I'm kind of... It's not that I'm glad I only got to look at one property. But that just would have been... I wouldn't have enjoyed that process of... it's almost like going for a job interview, isn't it? It's like... Right, I'm looking at this property, but I might not have it, and there's 2 more people ahead of me. Like, no, I just didn't fancy that. Although they did say other people had turned it down. That's why it was still available. And I kind of found out why when I moved in. Why it was... I think people did a little bit of research, maybe more than I did. I'd never even heard of the place before. So I was just super excited. So last time I was excited, I think. I was excited at just the whole life transforming possibilities of, for the first time, having my own home. And I know I don't own it. Obviously, I don't own a place, but it is my home, and the only way I can lose this home is by doing something ridiculously, like really ridiculous. Yeah, like not pay the rent for a long period of time, or not pay the council tax, or, you know, I don't know. I don't know what, but it's pretty much, the lady said to me, it's a home for life if you want it to be. And I've actually been here longer than any other property ever in my life. Never lived anywhere for 10 years before. Ever. Which, you know, if an 8-year-old said that to you, you wouldn't be surprised, would you? But 54, first place I've lived 10 years at. So yeah, it's weird. And I think Vinny, I don't know if he likes living here now. I don't know. I've had him for 2 years and 2.5 years now. Does he like it? How would I know? I mean, he's cuddled up to my leg. I'm basically on the recliner, and so I've got my legs up, and he's lying to the left of me, and I'm just stroking him, and he seems very relaxed. I think he's relatively happy. It's just, I think it's just a bit boring for him. There's very little stimulation. You know, there's no other dogs for him to play with. There's no kids for him to play with that he would have if he was in a family. He'd love that. If he was in a big family with adults and kids and maybe another dog, a big garden, he'd love all that stuff. I think he'd just be happy all the time. I just don't know. I can't figure him out, because there's not one ounce of him, not one part of his brain wants to please me. He's not interested at all in doing what I want him to do. Not one particle. It's all about he wants to do what he wants to do, and that's it. And I kind of quite like that in a way. He just reminds me of Andre, because Andre was the same. I was going to say Andre was more affectionate. Not at the beginning, he wasn't, blimey, but then, I mean, Vinny's lying here right next to me, cuddled up to me, so that's kind of affection, isn't it? Possibly. I mean, if he didn't like me, he wouldn't be doing that. I just don't know if he likes me. I don't know. It's a weird thing. It's just strange to think that he's lived here for 2.5 years. It just seems strange. I mean, 2.5 years I fell down the stairs and fractured my spine. My back rather. 2.5 years ago. That's ages ago. I remember the day I opened the front door. You might think, well, you open the door every day, don't you? I said, yeah, but let me finish the story. I remember the day that I opened the front door, my friend from downstairs was standing there. His Logie was standing there as well. And this tiny little red thing just ran through my legs. And my friend was laughing, really laughing loudly. I'm like, what the hell was that? I actually, for a second, I thought he'd got another ferret. Because it moved so quick and it was really little. I mean, it wasn't much smaller than he is now at the time. He was 10 months old, so I guess he was still kind of a puppy, but he's filled out a bit since then. To give you an example, the railings in the school, there's a school nearby, he used to be able to get through those railings and run around the football pitch. Or, well, I didn't actually, he did that in the past with the neighbour that had him before. He actually went into the school and ran around inside the school. The kids loved it, the teachers weren't so happy. And when I first got him, I think I had him off the lead because I thought I could trust him. I was wrong. And I was chucking the ball, and the ball went over the fence of the school. And I'm thinking, oh, that's it. I mean, technically, I think, I'm not sure if it might have been a Saturday. They might have been open, I don't know. But either way, I can't climb over that fence. It's just, it's not that I'm not from an illegal perspective. Because if it was a Saturday, I wouldn't do it if the school was open. If it was a Saturday, I could just zip over and get back and zip over back again, but my body doesn't go along with that stuff like that. My body's banned me from jumping over fences ever since, I think it was about 2009, the last time I tried that. I got stuck. I did actually get stuck on a fence a couple of times in the past, and there was one time it was weird. 1994, I was with Andre. We went for a walk, and I wasn't living there at the time, but it's before I moved into that house where my other friend and his girlfriend was there, and we were all watching Meet the Feebles and just having a really good time. It was really nice. Probably one of my most enjoyable evenings of the 90s with friends, because I like both of those people, both of the blokes. So Andre, his girlfriend, and his girlfriend's boyfriend, who was also best friends with Andre, and I ended up being really, really close friends with him as well. So I ended up living with him twice. Once. Twice. No, twice. So it was such a good environment, and it was really funny. The neighbours kept complaining. Now there's someone else there as well. Yeah, there's someone else there who we worked with, and we were watching Meet the Feebles, and it was just, I'd never seen it before, and in that circumstances it was even funnier than perhaps it would have been. The neighbours kept like knocking on the door, complaining. And no, I'm not a big fan of being noisy, really. And I'll pretty much do anything to avoid disturbing the neighbours. Unless I'm on the toilet, then nothing I can do about it. And it's the echo. It's hard to hide the echo, isn't it? I had a girlfriend once. We was in a hotel room, and she went in and she put the tap on because she didn't want me to hear what she was doing. And she left, and I went in there. I said, you turn that tap on to cover up the, she said, yeah. Yes, it covers up the sound. I said, yeah. Didn't cover up the smell, though. That seemed to have ruined the romance, though, for that night. Yeah, I should have kept my mouth shut. So, what was I saying? Oh, yeah, they kept complaining, but the more they complained, the funnier it got. Honestly, I'm not like that now, and I wasn't like that then either. It just, I suppose I got caught up in the moment, because I wasn't used to being around other young people of my own age doing what perhaps I should have been doing, which was enjoying myself. Not disturbing anyone, but just, I don't know how to explain it, but I'd never done that before. I'd never done it before 1994. So I left school in 86. So 1994 was the first time I actually sat in a house with friends laughing. I'd never done that up to that point. And just having fun, just being a young person. Yeah, so it was just quite a special occasion. I didn't tell them that. What was weird is Andre and another friend, different person, because I never had anything to do with anyone I worked with outside of work. That was my rule. Don't want nothing to do with you. It's like, sometimes I go to the pub, I would. Or something like that. But I wouldn't, or I'd maybe meet them in the pub, but I would never generally get involved in their life. And then one day I'm walking home from work, this is probably 94, and 94. And I'm only in for probably about a minute talking to my landlady. I've lived there since 91. And the doorbell went. And I said, oh, I'll get that, because she was disabled, so I'd always get the door for her if she could see me. If she couldn't see me, I'd hide. But, because I don't like to help people. No, I did. So I let her, I answered the door. I walked towards the door, and all I hear is giggling. So I look through the peephole. There's Andre, not my ferret, the original Andre, and the other fella. They'd followed me from home, from home. I nearly said from school. They followed me from work, followed me all the way. I'm not sure it was 94, it was one year anyway. And they'd followed me because they wanted to find out where I lived. And I just felt infringed upon. I felt almost, not soiled, but it just felt, I just didn't like it. The idea of someone knowing where I live, I wasn't best pleased with that. But yeah, but I guess that was good, because it ended up with me being a little bit more open and spending a bit more, having more of a little bit more of a social life. Because up to that point, my social life involved going to comedy clubs or wandering around. Well, actually, it isn't a social life if you're on your own, is it? So I used to like to go up to the West End on my own. One of my favourite things, and often it would be after going to a comedy club, I'd go to Leicester Square. Is it Leicester Square? Yeah, Leicester Square. Not Trafalgar Square, Leicester Square. And, well, you've got Covent Garden in Leicester Square. It all seems to be within touch distance, I think. I might have that wrong, but I used to go to Leicester Square, and it was amazing. I loved it. Now, everything was open. You'd be there at 2 a.m, and it looked like it could be 2 PM. So light. All lights on, everyone around talking, eating, chatting. There'd be people having discussions about stuff, kind of like Speaker's Corner, but in Trafalgar Square, no, but in Leicester Square. So I think Speaker's Corner is in Hyde Park. But there'd be people discussing religion and discussing philosophy, and I just found it interesting. And for whatever reason, it felt like the safest place ever. Maybe it's because it was so well lit. Maybe it's because there were so many people there. I think it gets to a point when there's so many people, it almost just feels safe. So it's a weird, maybe it's just the way I was at the time, but it's, when there's so many, it's a little bit like, I used to live in Upton Park, which is, there used to be West Ham football ground in that same road that I lived in. So I'd walk up one part of the hill towards Upton Park train station, and if I caught it wrong, if I caught the wrong time, I would see thousands and thousands, maybe 10,000 or more people walking towards me, going to get onto the trains to go back to where they came from, wherever part of London or wherever they travelled from. And It was weird. If there'd been a couple of hundred people, it probably would have been almost more threatening. If there'd been like 40 or 50 people all just standing together walking. Because there was thousands and thousands, the only thing I was concerned about was getting squashed. Like on the train, I mean. To try and get on the train before they got to the train station so I could just... I'd go anywhere just to get away. Because it was never good. It was just... I mean, generally it was just people singing. But there was so many of them. So there was no way of really getting... It's quite hard to get a seat and not be squashed, you know. Oh, those were the days. The irony of it is they didn't seem good at the time. I look back now and I think, oh, maybe they weren't too bad. I don't know. The one good thing about living in Upton Park was everything was there. Supermarkets. There was a pub opposite the road, opposite where we lived. There was takeaways galore. Anything you wanted. Chinese takeaway, Indian takeaway, pizzas, kebabs, chip shops. And literally turn right up the road. There was a Sainsbury's, there was an Iceland. Everything. There was a chemist. Great little road. And there was a market just up the road where like a big old market area which sold all this stuff that I didn't buy. It was just, yeah, it was a very interesting place to live. I didn't live there for a long time. But yeah, I did live there for a little while. You know what? It might have been nearly a year, actually. No, would it be? Maybe nearly a year. Yeah. Wow. Because I think I moved out. Maybe... Yeah, maybe a year. That's wow. I didn't realise that. I'm pretty sure I moved in about the summer, or the end of the summer, or the summer maybe, to 1996, and I moved out again in the summer 1997. Yeah. I don't know how I got onto that after talking about the iPad, but the iPad sorted. Oh yeah, the flat. There isn't really a subject for this recording. I've got no idea. I'll probably just say something about the iPad. I wonder if my toes need cutting. Why is it my toenails don't grow as quickly as my fingernails? So I had to cut my fingernails today, and honestly, I think I only cut them a week ago or a few days ago. I might be wrong. And my toenails, I think that was about January. But that doesn't sound right because they're not long at all. They're still short. So maybe I've cut them. Oh, don't tell me I sleep toenail cut. That'd be weird, wouldn't it? Cut my toenails in my sleep. No. Maybe I have cut them. They're too short. They're not long at all. They're literally, some would argue, well, maybe not many people, but perfect length. They're not talons. They're not like massive. They're literally very, very, very tidy toenails. I must have cut them. I just don't remember doing it. But to be fair, why would I want to remember that? It's not the most useful memory to keep, is it really? But on that note, I'm gonna go. I'm going to go. So thank you for listening. Remember to be kind to yourself, because you do deserve to be happy. And be gentle with yourself, because you do deserve to feel safe. Lots of love. Bye. Hello and welcome to Q&A Friday. My name's Jason Newland. My website, my glorious, groovy website, is jasonnewland.com. Please visit. Please. 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 I also have a Facebook group called Jason Newland's Boring Group. What else? I don't know. What else is there? Oh, a YouTube channel as well. At Jason Newland. So the time is 8:15 p.m. on Friday the 13th of June. Hope you're well. I got a few messages I'm going to read out before I continue. The first message is from Ruth. Hi Jason, this was sent about an hour ago. An hour and 20 minutes ago. Hi Jason, I've had sciatica. You let me boil your pain away recordings have been a great help. Thank you Jason, you're very much appreciated. So thank you, Ruth, for your kind words. Right, just reply to that message. What else? Oh yes, so I'm going to go to my Facebook group. Wait a minute. What is this? Comments. 3 new comments on your latest picture. So, babbling on. I did a Let Me Bore Your Pain Away, number 38 today, called Babbling On. And I made a picture which it took me a while to put together. I mean, I used AI to do it, but it took a while because I had to keep making changes to make it how I wanted it to be. And it's a picture of someone with really big teeth. It's a picture of me, but with really big teeth, babbling on tattooed on my forehead. Let Me Bore Your Pain Away, number 38, tattooed on my neck. A white string vest and massive ears with a big mouth on the earlobes, on each earlobe. Basically, what it's supposed to represent is me talking non-stop, you know, and with the ears, instead of listening, they're talking. See? Sebastian has replied. He's got an image of me and him mixed together, which concerns me in ways that I cannot express. Really concerns me. So cool. So I want to go back to, let me go Jason's Newland's Boring Group. There is a link on my website which would take you directly to Jason Newland's Boring Group. and there's a little banner at the top of the page. So I had a couple of comments on the image as well. Hope put, that's very disconcerting, and Mike wrote, disturbing is the word that came to mind to me. So yes, that's good. I'm glad you all enjoy my image. It's it's just an image. It's also just gonna focus on yesterday's Let Me Bore You to Sleep, 12th of June 2025, iPad error, it was called. And there's a picture of iPad not working on the image. So I had a couple of people ask me, Tammy, fell asleep deeply to this one last night. Thank you very much. Cool, thank you, Tammy. That's groovy. And Hope said, I hope it's not your iPad that's not working. It's not. Thanks, Hope. It was my iPad, but it's fixed now. So that's all sorted. Took me hours and hours to fix it, but got it done eventually, thankfully. It was a very, very time-consuming little adventure. So before I do the questions, I've only got 4 questions. Or 3 plus like an added on one to one of them. I left it quite late before I posted the, any questions for tomorrow's Q&A Friday. I normally post a request for questions on a Wednesday, and I think I posted this on a Thursday, well, yesterday, but it wasn't even, it wasn't like early in the day either. Probably at night, 23 hours ago. So I posted it like, I don't know, nearly 9:30 yesterday evening. It's been very, very warm today, and it's warm now. Now, it's rarely, very rare is it warm inside my flat. In the summer, gets warm in the winter with the heating on. In the summer, doesn't normally get particularly warm. If anything, it's warmer outside than inside. I don't know, it's a bit sheltered because a big tree that's blocking the sun and stuff. Not blocking the sun for the whole world, but just this window. And can you hear Vinny? He's chomping away at some bony thing. I think he is. Yeah, he is. But tonight, it's cooling down now. But an hour ago, or half an hour ago, it was like, I was sweating a little bit. What have I done today? I haven't really done a lot. I made the recording earlier, did all the editing and all that stuff, and uploaded that, made an image. That took ages to do the image, because I didn't what I really wanted, which probably would have been a worse image, is just like a stop frame. Is it called stop frame image of me just talking non-stop? But I might have ended up looking like the alien monster, so perhaps that wouldn't have been good. Or an extra mouth again, like the alien. So yeah, I mean, the initial image I had mouths for the eyes were also mouths. But my neighbour popped in and saw them and thought, he said, no, you should change that. That looks a little bit ugh. I mean, admittedly, maybe the one I did. It's, I don't make images to distress people. So if anyone was truly distressed, then don't look at it. I guess I did it more. I thought it'd be quite funny, representing someone that doesn't listen, but just keeps talking. So that was the representation. And also with the tattoos, I'm trying to find a way to put text into the image, but the whole image was the face, so there was no room to add the title of the recording. So I thought the only space I had was really the forehead to start with. So I put a tattoo of the title of the recording. I don't know what Vinny's trying to do. What are you trying to do, Vinny? He's hunting. Trying to find something. He's found something to eat off the settee. I don't know what it was. Probably a bit of a biscuit or something. And I've got no idea what it is. He's always up to something. Yeah, and then to put the Let Me Boil Your Pain Away, I wanted to have it on the t-shirt, but there was no room because the whole picture was kind of the face, so I had it on the neck. So that was kind of how that came about. But truly, I hope it didn't upset anyone really. So I have questions from Hope, Michelle and Ken. So I'm going to start with Hope, because Hope was first. Yep, Hope was first, then Michelle, then Ken. So Hope asks me, if you could live in any other country in the world, where would you like to live? So as I was talking to you there, Vinny was on the settee and he turned the television on by treading onto the remote control. And now he's just plonked himself down and he's just he's all chilled out now, cuddling up to me. What is going on with you today? Hey, what is going on? I took him out this morning, and then I took him out this afternoon. I took him in the garden this afternoon, then I took him out about 7 o'clock for a walk, because it was a little bit too hot during the day for him to go out in it, but it was okay in the garden and that. It was a little bit too hot for me really. I needed to have a shower before I went out, and then I needed one when I got back as well. Yes I did, and I'm talking to Vinny there, by the way, in case you think I'm talking to you like a pet. He talks to us like we're animals. No, I don't. No. You're good boys and girls. Yes, you are. You're so good, so well behaved. Yeah. So I took him out this evening and he was just plodding along. We were out for probably about an hour. Maybe not an hour, maybe 30, 40 minutes. But he was just walking around the park, sniffing. That was it. He had no interest in really doing anything else. He was just happy sniffing around. And I just followed him. And he took me around and around and around, didn't you? Hey? Yes, you did. He's making some weird noises tonight. Right. If I could live in any other country in the world, where would I like to live? Oh, my neighbour downstairs sent me a text message at 11 o'clock last night. Now, I was in bed at 9. Getting text messages doesn't affect me because I have my phone on mute when I'm in bed. Plus, I don't have I don't know what you call it, an alert or an alarm when there's a text message. I don't even have my phone on vibrate anymore like I used to when I was younger. And I can't have my phone on. Like, I know that my neighbour wouldn't phone me at 11 o'clock, but other people do. Usually people wanting to borrow money and stuff like that, so I can't have my phone on ring, which is a little bit annoying because, you know, there might be an emergency. I kind of like to have my phone on for an emergency. It is on, but for ring. But what it does do, if I'm awake, so if I'm listening to the radio, or I'm listening to an audio book, or I'm listening to some music, like usually classical music, if the phone rings, it cuts out the music. It doesn't ring, but it just goes quiet. So I notice that if I'm awake still. So if I'm just chilling, lying down, listening to the radio or listening to whatever, an audio book. But once I'm asleep, I don't notice it. So I had a text message. I got up to do a wee-wee at, I don't know, it's probably 11:30. No, it's 12 o'clock, midnight. Went up to do a wee-wee, and because I saw that or did she phone? Maybe she did phone at 11. No, she asked me, something about, no, are you awake? I think that's what it was. Text me, am I awake? So what I did is I texted her back, so I thought, well, she might be in bed now. Texted her back, said, are you okay? And she said, yeah, I'm just looking to put some stuff in your freezer because she got some stuff and there was not enough room, so she needed to just borrow my freezer space. That's all it was. So I phoned her up and I said, well, do it now if you want, but I was half asleep. I don't think I made much sense. And so I said, well, we can do it tomorrow if you're not bothered about doing it today. She said, all right, I'll do it tomorrow. And then I phoned her up probably about 1 o'clock, and she was asleep. Well, she was half asleep. But eventually she came up and we put the stuff in the freezer. So it's like pastries and things like that. And she gave me some pastries, some cinnamon sticks. Yum, 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 yum. I'm going to be eating them. I mean, that's kind of what you do with them, isn't it? But, yeah. So, I mean, the reason... If someone sends me a text asking me if I'm awake, then I assume that, especially if it's late at night, I assume that it's important, so, you know, I will respond to that. It wasn't important, but still, I think she knows to call me. I mean, she has in the past. There's been a couple of incidences where she's had to phone me, which is fine in an emergency. I'll try and help anyone out in an emergency. That's just the neighbourly thing to do, isn't it, really? It's not even... It doesn't necessarily make me a hero. It does a bit, though, doesn't it? No, I'm not going to sing, don't worry. So, Hope asked me... Oh, brilliant, a motorbike. I hope it doesn't park in the garden and start revving his engine in the garden. Please don't do that in the garden. Especially not at this time of night. Who would have thought that I'd think of 9 o'clock being late? I mean, literally, the latest I go to bed on a Friday and a Saturday night, well, Friday anyway, is 10 o'clock. Because I like to watch or listen to the radio, a certain radio show. Nick Abbott radio show at 10 o'clock, 10 till 1. Saturday, I like to listen to the same show as well, but if boxing's on, I might not get to bed till 11 or half 11. If the boxing's on in the UK. Depends how tired I am, because I get up so early in the morning. So I went to bed at 9 yesterday, and I woke up at 5. So I had a full 8 hours. Which reminds me, I had a message from Ben. Ben, sorry Ben, I remember seeing this and thinking I need to reply. So I'm going to reply to Ben's message. This is 12 hours ago. Jason went to bed at 7 to listen. This is to the Whisper Wednesday. I laughed at the hello Ben, and don't even think I made it to 10 past 7, and woke up this morning at 7. So 12 hours of calm sleep. Whisper Wednesday is definitely my favourite works every time. It's my favourite. It works every time. Cool. Thanks, Ben. I really appreciate your words. And it's just good to get feedback. So I'm going to put thank you. But I'm also saying it to you on this. So whether or not you hear it, I don't know. But thank you very much. I will try and do another Whisper Wednesday next week. The problem I've got with next week, there's always an excuse, isn't there, is one of my neighbours is having a new bathroom, and it starts on Monday or Tuesday next week. It's now Friday. I don't know quite how much noise it's going to make, because it's not underneath me like before. The flat underneath me had the new bathroom before, and that was it shook the whole building. So I'm guessing this will as well, especially the digging up the bath and all that stuff. There's a lot of work put into it. It took a while. If that's the case, then I'm going to be kind of limited to what I can do. I'd have to either make the recordings at night or early in the morning. But I'll try and adapt around it. It's only for a couple of weeks. Most of it's done pretty much after 2 weeks. A few little bits, but yeah, it's pretty much finished. It's just that first bit of work which takes about 2 or 3 days or 4 days of solid like noise, and then maybe maybe a week of solid noise, and then it, but I don't know how much I'm going to hear it, because I'm guessing that downstairs is going to be noisier. Hearing the bathroom being fitted downstairs is going to be noisier than being across the hallway from me, because the other flat is not connected to my flat. It's connected as in it's in the building, but it's not directly. I've got no walls connected to it. Does that make sense? Vinny, you're so cute. I love stroking you. Here's a weird thing. I'm beginning to think that there's something healing about having a little doggy, because having him, sleeping with him and having him near me, and like as such, just stroking him or petting him or whatever the word is, I think he's a bit hot. Are you a bit hot, Vinny? And I don't know, I feel almost like maybe there's some kind of healing comes from being with him, from having him in my life. Even when he does do weird farts like that, I heard it. I didn't smell it, but I heard it. He does these little like farts, really. Just a little bit of energy, a little bit of air, just like that. Very, very kind of quiet. So, back to the questions. So I think I've covered any things. Did I reply to I did. Good. Right. So back to the questions. That is a weird picture that I did. I'll see if I can do. That is among my weirdest ones I've done so far. I'd say one of the things is they had a picture of me. I put it into ChatGPT and asked it to do a picture of me, you know, talking too much. And the image it came out, it had me with my mouth wide open. But my teeth, the teeth weren't my teeth. I know it's never going to be my teeth. And the image doesn't really show my teeth anyway. So it has these images, and it had my teeth. It just looked weird because it wasn't. I don't know. It's hard to explain. I mean, my teeth are nothing like the ones in the image now, because everything in the image is exaggerated. Except the ears. The ears are about normal. Yeah. Oh, I like that image. Makes me laugh. Have you ever thought about what? Questions for tomorrow. Okay. Let's go to the first question. So, if you could live in any other country in the world, where would you like to live? It's very difficult. I think I'm at a point in my life where I'd like to travel, but not necessarily live in one place. Maybe have a base, you know, have a base to live in, and this is as good as any in a way. But travel, preferably train or boat, ship. I'd quite like to maybe travel through Europe, go on some cruises. That appeals to me. I think maybe that's just my age. It's not really. I've always liked the idea of going on cruises. I just could never afford it. I like ships. I like the idea of you got everything in one place. It's like a holiday camp, a hotel, a leisure centre, everything just all in one place on one big massive floating thing. So I quite like that. Vinny's really, really hunting through my bits and bobs on the settee, looking for stuff to... I don't know what he's finding. I've lived in Ireland, I've lived in England. I've never lived in any other countries other than them two countries. I think if I went somewhere and I fell in love with a place, like really fell in love, you know, just wow, I never want to leave this place, then yeah, that would be a place to live. That would make sense. I've never been to a place that I felt that way before. But then I'm not really well travelled. I've been on a few holidays over my lifetime, a few places, but I'm not like a regular holiday person. I mean, before, I haven't been away very often. I mean, I think it was nearly a 20-year gap, well, no, 15-year gap between going aboard one time and then going aboard the next time. So I'm not well travelled, but I've been to a few different places over the years. It's just I've been alive a long time. Perhaps I should have joined the army. I nearly did. And that would have given me the opportunity to travel, wouldn't it? I mean, the Navy possibly is a better job, a better one for travelling, because literally that's part of the job, isn't it, travelling? But I never fancied the Navy because I was in the Sea Cadets. And I just didn't, after being in the Sea Cadets for a couple of years, I didn't want anything to do with the Sea Cadets. It just didn't appeal to me. Because I didn't enjoy it. I didn't enjoy the Sea Cadets. So, but the army, that seemed more up my street. And I did apply to join. I nearly joined in 1980. 1987. I went through the tests and the medicals and the basic fitness, and then I was going to go. All I had to do was go to the training weekend, and then that was it. If I passed that, then I was accepted into the army and go to, however many, 12 weeks training or whatever it is. And I kind of wanted to, but at the same time, I think I was just scared. I was scared. It wasn't so much, I wasn't scared of being in the army. So much as far as like, I don't think I was scared of some of the things that some people would be scared of. For me, it was more being around people, sleeping in a room full of other kids or other people. That just never really enjoyed that. I didn't want to do that, and the discipline, being told what to do, that I didn't know if I'd really. Well, I knew I wouldn't enjoy that. The physical side of it, I think I'd have been all right because I was very fit back then. To be fair, I think you get most 16-year-olds. So I was 16 at the time. So you get most 16-year-olds, they're fit, aren't they? They're physically going to be fit because they're 16. I know not everyone is, but I was probably no fitter than anyone else of my age, to be honest. Unlike now. I'm probably doing better than some people of my age. I'm sure I am. But I'm also perhaps not doing as well as other people of my age. I've not done a survey. It'd be good to find out, though. Can you imagine going back to school and just meeting all the people that you was at school with in your year at age like 55? Because, some people do their, I don't know what they call it, when they get together and after 20 years or 10 years, but after a long, long time, because that would be like nearly 40 years. So let's say next year, or the year after, I'll go back. No, next year, blimey. So next year it'll be 40 years when I left school. So go back to that year and see all those people. Firstly, some of them won't be around anymore, I guess, just statistically. And it'll be interesting. I probably wouldn't recognise one of them. Actually, I know one person. I probably wouldn't, actually. Probably wouldn't recognise, because everyone would be bigger, probably, than they were back then. because just people grow, don't they, as they get older. As far as like heavier, I mean. So even really slim people back then, which I was one of them, not so slim now. And people that didn't used to wear glasses, perhaps do wear glasses now. Again, I'm kind of one of them. Although I did have glasses for the last couple of months of school. What else? There's going to be people that perhaps, you know, have mobility issues that didn't before. There's going to be people that don't have hair anymore that did before. Or some people, you know, there's going to be people that do have hair that didn't before. You know, maybe they always used to shave their head. It's going to be interesting. But I really think, you may be wondering, why don't you just answer the question? Why are you now talking about some kind of school reunion? I nearly said reunion. I don't think anyone would even remember me. I like to think that a couple of people would remember my name. Neil or Dean. A cat like Ivan, maybe he doesn't. Stefan probably doesn't. I'd like to think that some of those people will remember me. Vinny. Horace he was just on the windowsill, and Vinny gets very jealous because he knows how close me and Horace are. I tried to explain to Vinny that, you know, Horace has been visiting me for 10 years since I lived there. He comes onto the windowsill, says hello, and then he flies off. Vinny doesn't understand. It's like he has to be the only one. There are more people in the world, Vinny. You're not the only one. Other people can also love me. And Horace is one of those. I love Horace the pigeon. If you could live in any other country in the world, where would you like to live? I'd like to do a tester. Just have a little look around. I mean, there are benefits to living in this country. One would be the health service. You know, it's one of probably the greatest things of this country, living in this country. And something that I guess kind of doesn't need to be appreciated until it's needed. It's one of those things that, and then maybe it won't be appreciated because, you know, the person's too busy, or they're too unwell to really sort of think about it. But we are very lucky. I know some people say, yeah, but we pay for it. Yeah, but, you know, it's compared to some places in the world, it might not be as good a service as far as, you know, if you're in a country where you pay, you're going to pretty much be seen straight away, I imagine, if you've got the money. I mean, in Thailand, if you got the money, you can pretty much do anything you want when it comes to health. They will do everything they can to help you, and it's really top notch. But you can't leave until you pay. My dad had that in Russia. He had a chest infection when he was in Russia. This was a long time ago. Ended up in hospital. And so, you know, you can imagine Russian hospitals full, at the full works, and they did everything to help him. I mean, I don't know, chest infection, maybe he had pneumonia, I don't know, but chest infection. But he was, very, really, very poorly. And at the end of it, when he'd kind of recovered, they wouldn't let him leave because he had to pay. And he said, well, the insurance, I'm insured, because he had health insurance. My dad's really good like that. He's very organised. A little bit different to me. I'm not so organised. His insurance started to have arguments with the Russian hospital about, they were like, what they will cover. So my dad had to end up paying out of his own pocket thousands of pounds. I think he got it back in the end from the insurance company, but they wouldn't let him leave until he paid money. So that's quite a difficult situation to be in. I don't know. I don't know if it would be like that for the people that live there, because sometimes I don't really know how the health system works in a lot of different countries, but I feel grateful that we've got what we got here. One of the main issues really nowadays is the waiting lists, because we're overpopulated, yet we're underpopulated. We're overpopulated for now, but we're underpopulated for the future. It's one of those weird ones. Not enough babies being born. Too many people. It's a weird one. It's almost, I'm kind of moving into the age group of people that are too old. Too many of. It's a weird one. I say too many in the sense of not being able to cope, like the NHS. It's weird. It's weird the way it's worked. But then in 30 years' time, if it continues as it is, there won't be enough people to work in the NHS. There won't be enough people for the jobs. But then AI is going to, I don't know. Hopefully it'll all work itself out. I'm not going to bother worrying about it, because it will all be okay in the end. Wicka wicka woo. So yeah, what country would? So I think really living. I always quite like the idea of living in a cabin, a wooden cabin or a wood cabin. Yeah. And then I think of things like Little House on the Prairie. But then I'd need a time machine for that one. And then I think to some of these movies, a little bit like, if you think of Groundhog Day, that's an example, where that quaint little town, everybody knows each other, there's a diner, there's different shops, there's, it's kind of, it seems like a really nice place to live. I don't know if there really are places like that in America or anywhere else in the world. I don't know. I've never lived in a place like that where it's nice. I mean, it's not horrible where I live, but it's just I don't know. That just seems like a fantasy. Yeah. Or maybe, and then I start thinking, well, if I think of some of the people I've met over the years, and I wonder, well, if more people are like them in their countries, that seems like quite a nice place to be. But then that gets into the old judgment, doesn't it? It's like, Well, I met her and she was from Denmark and she was really cool. Therefore, everyone in Denmark must be really cool and lovely. But then that's the same really as if I'd have met someone from Denmark and I didn't get on with them and I found them difficult. Therefore, well, everyone in Denmark's difficult. It's the same mentality, isn't it? And people are going to be different. They're not going to, not everyone's going to be the same. So I'd like to, if I was kind of like, I have to move somewhere else. I have to move to another country. I can choose anywhere I want, but I have to choose. And I've got a month to do so. I would have to do some thorough research and really find out which country's the best. You know, bearing in mind, you know, as I'm getting older, I might, just for medical stuff in the future, blimey. But living somewhere where it was friendly, safe, amenities, stuff to do. Because, you know, see, London, in this country, just, it's a personal opinion, but I think in some ways it's also true. There's nowhere like London in this country. There's nowhere else where there is so much to do. It's condensed, but there's so much to do if you're willing to go out and if you can afford it as well, I suppose, these days. Of course, there's other cities that are a lot smaller as far as because I think with London it's because you've got the West End and you've got the city and you've got all these places where there's a lot of stuff. You know, no other city has anything like Oxford Street and Piccadilly Circus and Leicester Square and Trafalgar Square and all that stuff. I'm not saying it's better, it's just different and there's more to do. That's what I've heard. Don't shoot the messenger. Kiss me passionately. Don't kiss the messenger. I was watching EastEnders and Kat and Alfie couldn't decide whether they were going to get married or not. And to tell you how interested I was in it, I turned it over. I just couldn't be bothered. Like, this is just, they're just rehashing old storylines from 25 years ago. I think they've just run out of ideas. I genuinely think that some of these soaps they've been going for so long now that I think it's time for a new soap opera to come along, which is just gonna either be really adult or maybe as well as be very funny, but also gritty, like real life, but also funny, because life is funny. You know, it's, in real life, there are people that say funny things. In EastEnders, there isn't. Coronation Street, there's some funny characters in there. They do have some good lines. So they've definitely got the humour aspect sorted in that. Emmerdale, I can't remember anymore. It's been such a long time since I watched it. And I don't watch Hollyoaks. But Hollyoaks was supposed to be a more adult soap when it came out. And they had all these like gorgeous looking young people And I think that opened in a shower scene. This was like 6 in the evening. And, you know, it was... No, it wasn't. You couldn't see anything, but it was very provocative, I think, for that time of the day. Provocative, that's a good word, isn't it? It's very provocative. If I could live anywhere in the country, any other country, I don't know. It's just I've met people that I kind of go from, you know, people that I've met, and every person I've met from Eastern European countries have always been cool, pretty much. Like, pretty much all been really, and I've worked with a lot of them. Not recently, but, you know, when I was in London, I worked with a lot of Polish people, a lot of people from Bosnia, people from, I'm trying to think of different places, but, you know, Eastern European, loads of people from Russia, from Slovakia, I don't know, different places, and I always got on with them. It took a little while sometimes to break through, because they weren't. There was one I didn't really get on with, but she was ice cold. But I found out she was having problems anyway. So, but she couldn't smile. She didn't have the ability to smile. But so that if she'd been the only person I'd met from, I don't know, Poland, I think, maybe one of those countries in that area, I might have like gone, oh, no, all Polish people are miserable, which is a ridiculous thing to think, isn't it? Because people are different. Everyone's different. I think a couple of my favourite people was a couple of Russian, so a Russian couple. I can remember saying to them, just slow down. Russian, okay. Anyway, she said there's a new waitress, so I'm just chatting her up, just talking to her, but, you know, I thought she was really nice, like, just start talking to her. And the staff started laughing, and I said, well, what are you laughing for? She said, and they said to me, her husband's watching you chat his wife up. And I said, what? I looked over, and the husband was doing the washing up. He was a kitchen porter, so they both started at the same time. She was a waitress, he was a kitchen porter. And he waved at me. I was like, okay. So it turned out he was a professor of psychology in Russia. And I don't remember what she did at home. Can't remember. But he was, like, you know, quite high up. He worked in a university. So they got permission to go on holiday and to leave, and I think they had, like, allowed to be away for 3 months, something like that. And he said to me, it's so nice to do a menial job, to do something that did involve thinking, because I imagine he'd spent probably most of his life in academia, you know, and he was probably a bit older than me. I'd say he's probably about 35, maybe early 30s. I was late 20s. Well, it turned out I got on really well with both of them. I got really well with him, but I also got on really well with her. It was weird. It was like two different friendships I had. And he used to come and see me in the DJ booth after, because the kitchen would close, and he'd come and hang out with me sometimes in a DJ booth, which is at the bottom of the club. And he was so comfortable, he'd start talking Russian. And I wouldn't say anything, and he'd just keep like going. And I was going, yeah, And then he realised, like, oh, I forgot. It's like he just completely forgot that I wasn't Russian. Which is weird, because I was standing still. Yeah, Russian. It's tough audience. So that was weird. And then we got invited to a party, so I went to where he lived with his wife, and they were staying with friends or with people. I guess they were friends with them. I don't know. And she ended up getting pregnant while she was here. Wasn't me. And so it was. I don't know if that was their plan, to come and get pregnant, or just maybe the relaxing, maybe just to have a break was what they needed. But yeah, she got pregnant, and she was not like far gone. Vinny started to moan. She wasn't like, I have to say Oompa Loompa. She wasn't like really. Blimey. Oh great! So they started the motorbike's been started in their garden. Great. So it's 11 minutes past 9. I'm like this, a moany neighbour, aren't I? Yeah, is that the police? Can I speak to the motorbike annoying sounds department, please? So, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so yeah, she got pregnant, and then they went back to Russia. And I think he was more upset to say goodbye to me than she was. Like, I kind of really connected with him. It was weird. Don't know why. I really like both of them. But it was, I don't know, just there's something. Maybe, I think it's probably because he was an academic, and I quite liked the idea I quite like being around clever people. I hope that maybe some of it will rub off, I don't know. And I can be quite, I don't know. I think for me, I probably thought to myself, I'm being more sophisticated being around him, and he was enjoying being really common being around me. Can you hear that motorbike? They turned it off now. Bless him. Or her. Whoever it is. Whoever it is. Whatever it is. And never saw them again. They did invite me to go visit. But I think I wrote to them, or I gave them my address, and we just lost contact. But they wanted me to go and visit them. But yeah, I never did in the end. It's weird, isn't it? And that was like a long time ago. Long time ago. No, Bosnia and Croatia. That's it. So there was people from Bosnia, Croatia, and somewhere else. Yeah, he's just Eastern European, like different places. But it was Poland, a lot of Polish people in London, and also generally at that time they weren't legally allowed to work in England. Not the people that I worked, because they just happened to be friends. They weren't working there, of course. But at the time there was a lot of Polish people working cash in hand in London. And then they joined the European Union in, I think, 2002? something like that. And a lot of them went home because there was no point working here anymore, because it would be, they'd have to pay tax, and it just wouldn't, it's almost they'd lose money by doing it legally. But it was quite cool because a bunch of them would come in. I guess they lived locally. They would come in and hang out, and I'd hang out with them. And I got on really well with them. It was just like they kind of accepted me into their group. It was weird. Again, they used to speak whatever language they spoke to me. And there was a leader as well. There was the leader of the group. It was, yeah. I don't know why they seemed to get on okay with me. Yeah. And then what other people? I've met a lot of Africans, because I worked with a lot of people from Africa, the different places in Africa. Ghana, I can't think of any other places specifically, because I didn't usually find out where they were from. Ghana was one place because I remember I actually lived in a house with quite a few people from Ghana. And then I worked with a lot of people from India and also from Pakistan. And so when I worked in a bakery, it was I'd say 95% Asian, or like, sort of Indian, Pakistani, I'm trying to think of other countries in that area. Bangladeshi, there's lots of people from those kind of countries were working in the bakery. But I think mainly Indian, if I remember correctly. There was a few African people working there as well, and a very small number of English people. The English people, even English people weren't even running it. I mean, as far as being the bosses, there was Turkish. So a Turkish brother, there's a Turkish bloke that was the manager of the whole thing. His brother was the manager of all the team leaders. So he was the manager of all the other managers. So it was literally them two was at the top. And then he had a few people, I guess, shift managers for different departments, because it was a huge bakery. I mean, massive. It's arguably, the biggest place I've ever worked. Biggest building I've ever been in. I mean, maybe the art gallery's bigger, because that's a pretty huge building, isn't it? But as far as working, it's the largest area I think I've ever been in under one roof. Absolutely huge. I mean, you could say, well, I was a lot smaller back then, but yeah, I was still the same height. I was 20 years old, so I wasn't exactly, I was thinner, but I wasn't, things aren't going to look bigger, are they, at 20 than they do at 30 or whatever I am now. If you could live in any country, if you could just stick to the question, please, that's been asked, if you don't mind, where would I like to live? I thought about America, then I thought about Canada, then I thought about Australia, then I think about I think I would possibly struggle in a country which has a different language, just because I only speak one language, and whether or not that's lazy or ignorant, whatever you want to call it, that's just the fact. I only speak one language. And however great it would be to be bilingual. I'd like to be bi, but it's probably not going to happen anytime soon. Although there are apps, there's technology that can help you to communicate with someone in real time who speaks a different language. So that could help, could be useful. Or if I went to a country where most people spoke English as well as their own language. But at no point in my brain do I think that other people should speak English. That's not totally true though, is it? No, but I mean in reality, but as a kind of, from a wish fulfilling thinking, like everyone should be brilliant if everyone could speak English. But then it'd be brilliant if everyone could speak all languages, wouldn't it, really? If whenever you go to another country, you automatically can speak their language. Where did they have that on Star Trek? Where they put a thing in their ear and they could automatically communicate with whatever language the aliens were talking, depending on what planet they were on. Was that in Star Trek Next Generation, or was that in the original Star Trek? Because we've literally now kind of almost got that technology. Where would I like to live and why? See, I just don't know. I know that I'm supposed to be answering questions, and I invited the questions, but I'm not sure what the answer would be. Maybe I'm just thinking, it's like, if you'd have asked me 20 years ago, I'd have had a much different answer, because I imagine I probably would have said America. Or perhaps New Zealand or Australia. New Zealand, in the sense of it's similar, kind of quite similar to England, I think. That's what I've been told. It's quite similar, but just nicer. And I don't know. I'd like to travel around, so I'd like to visit, but living, I don't know, it's the idea of living, because it doesn't mean I've got to stay there forever, does it? I can live somewhere for a month or for 6 weeks. It's still living there, isn't it? Technically. Kind of. I know someone that used to spend half the year abroad and half the year here, and he seemed quite happy to do that. And I wonder, and I've heard that some people, they'll spend the winter, our winter here, somewhere nice, somewhere like Spain, and then come back in the summer. Or, just time the seasons so that they never have to spend time in the winter. You know what I mean? There's a lot of waffle in the garden now. And why? Oh, but the question is why? Why would I want to live there? I've not really answered that question very well. I do apologise. Michelle asks, is your stepmum that you talk about still in your life? The second one is, I don't see her very often, a couple of times a year. that's the one that my dad is married to now. And the first stepmum, no. I haven't seen her, had contact with her. Well, the last time I had any kind of regular contact was 1987. Seen her a couple of times, I think 1988, maybe once 1989. Then I saw her when my brother had appendicitis, because we went and visited him in hospital, and she rolled up to come and see him, and that was the last time I saw her. That was probably, I don't know how old my brother was. It could have been a good 30 years ago, 25 years, 27 years. It's really hard to feel. I'm not really sure. It was a long time ago. But no communication between those times or since. Apart from a letter I did send to her recently. But I don't even know if she received it. Well, it wasn't a letter, it was a card and a present. Like some flowers. And I sent her a card on Moonpig just to sort of thank her for helping look after me when I was little, and that, from the ages of 7 to 15. I thought it'd be a nice thing to do, just to say thank you and let her know that I do appreciate what she did. I don't know if she received it. I hope she did. Oh, some giggling going on out there. I wonder what that's all about. Ooh. Giggle wiggle. Giggle wiggle. That could be a good song, couldn't it? The Giggle Wiggle song. Giggle wiggle. And giggle wiggle. Giggle wiggle 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 giggling. Wiggle wiggle. I don't know. Maybe not. Have you ever thought about getting not pregnant? Ken asks, have you ever thought about getting a pet parrot? A pet parrot? Parrot. No. That's a very quick answer, no. That was a very decisive answer. No. Never thought about it, never wanted one, never going to get one. Ever. I'm not prejudiced against parrots, but I've seen them in action and they're noisy. Proper noisy. And it's going to sound weird, but I'm not really, I don't like the idea of, I did have a budgie when I was a kid. Didn't quite work out, but I don't think I'd want to keep a bird in a cage. Yeah, that just doesn't really appeal to me, really. No, sorry. I don't feel like I've really answered any of the questions, not properly, about my stepmum. There's not really, I did do a whole recording about her, this first stepmum. I called it Stepmummy number 1 or something like that, or my first stepmummy. That was a Let Me Boy to Sleep. You'd have to look it up. I don't know where it is, what number it was. So I do go into a fair bit of detail about her. I think I might have done one about stepmummy number 2 as well, I think. I've never done a recording about my pet parrot, because I've never had a pet parrot. It just doesn't really... They're huge, aren't they, parrots? Yeah, probably not. No. So, it's suddenly become very noisy in the garden. So I'm going to have to end this recording, because I reckon it's just they're partying or something, I don't know. So, thank you very much. Thanks for the questions. I'm sorry if I didn't answer the questions very well. I'll try and do better next time. I'll do my bestest. So thank you for listening. Remember to be kind to yourself, because you do deserve to be happy. And be gentle with yourself, because you deserve to feel safe. Lots of love. Bye. Hello and welcome to jasonnewland.com. My name's Jason Newland. Please only listen when you can safely close your eyes. Vinny is sitting on my lap very comfortably, which he doesn't normally do. But the other side of the room, well, it's not far away, but it would involve getting up. There is a couple of, 4 coat hangers on the curtain rail above the window, and the window's open, and the breeze is blowing in, knocking the wooden coat hangers together. And I'm just aware of it, and I'm thinking, oh, should I move them so they don't clinker and clatter? I don't know, but at the same time I don't want to move Vinny off, because I literally cannot remember the last time he lied on my lap like this, and it feels nice. I like it. Yeah, I don't know. It's just nice. I just feel closer to him when he does things like this. You know, because he doesn't normally do it. He really doesn't. He'd lie to the side of me, my left side, and sometimes he'll rest his chin on my leg and look at me and stuff. But to actually sit on me is, yeah, it's like something that doesn't happen. But he seems quite calm and comfortable. Oh, okay. Maybe this is what he's wanted to do all along, but he just... I don't know, when I first got him, did I say only listen when you can safely close your eyes? Hopefully. When I first got him, 2.5 years ago, he did try and climb on my lap like this, and then he looked up at me and ran out and jumped off. He just wasn't sure whether or not he didn't know if it was safe to do so. If he was allowed to do so, I don't know. And he never really attempted it again. No, I didn't fart. No, nothing weird. He just jumped off. Another thing he used to do is, when I first got him, he climbed onto the back of the sofa, and he just kind of laid down almost on my shoulders, behind my neck. That's when he first moved in there, and again, I guess that's something he used to do in the past, and then he didn't do it again. So he did it once, and then he didn't do it, you know. It's like, so I suppose there's things that he used to do that he wanted to continue doing, but maybe it just didn't work here, or it didn't feel right here. And he just seems very comfortable right now, very calm. I'm just stroking his back. Yeah. So this is Let Me Bore You to Sleep. It's Saturday the 14th of June 2025. There's no agenda for this recording. It's just me having a chat. Just having a little... Just talking, really. Yeah. I just did a little audio that I'm going to post on my podcasts to invite people to join my Facebook group, Jason Newland's Boring Group. And I thought I'd do it separately, just in a separate little 2-minute recording, although it might have been 10 minutes because I did waffle on a bit. Because I've been told by a few people that they were going to join my Facebook group when they heard me mention it at the beginning of a normal recording, but then they'd fall asleep and forget about it. And they didn't want to get up and, go onto Facebook and all that stuff because they were lying down, which makes sense. So I thought I'd do a separate one, just in case anyone's interested. Maybe because I've got 220 members of the group, and it's taken 6 years to get that, but I did have 222, so somewhere along the line 2 people appear to have left. And if I had 62,000 people, I wouldn't notice 2 people going, but as it's only 220. And then I started thinking, why is it private? Why have I got it as a private group? But the reason really is I like to vet who joins. I don't want family or friends joining. I don't want people that I know in real life joining, because that's not the place for people. It's only really a place for, I used the word super fans in the recording when I just did. I'm doing that tongue in cheek, but people that like what I do a bit more than just maybe occasional listeners. Because I'm sure that there's thousands of people out there that maybe listen every now and then, maybe once a month. Thousands and thousands of people. And there's thousands of people that listen maybe once a week. And then there's a group of listeners that listen very regularly, every day. I mean, once a week's regular as well, isn't it, really? If you bear in mind that a lot of podcasts only produce recordings once a week, or maybe twice a week at the most. The fact that I do it pretty much every day is a little bit different from the norm. That's not the only thing I'm different from the norm in. He's starting to shred. His hair's falling out. I'm glad, because my hair's also falling out. Do you know what I found the other day? I was looking on my phone because I was just looking through what was I looking through? I was looking through images on my laptop that I transferred from my phone, trying to clear the memory or whatever of my phone. So I'd uploaded and transferred all my images from the last, few years really. And there was a picture of me from 2020. I photographed the top of my head. No, it was on Facebook. On Facebook, yeah. So I posted it on Facebook, a picture of the top of my head. And I put hello ladies, anyone want a date? Something silly like that. And I mean, that's 5 years ago. I think it was October 2020, so it's not quite 5 years yet. But it's getting on. And I'm looking at that and I'm thinking, wow, it's heading away. What is that? Do you remember Seinfeld? Remember the bloke that's kind of the star of Seinfeld? Other than, not Seinfeld, but the other bloke, the short, balding man, and he's got hair around the sides and the back, but bald on top. That's kind of where I'm heading towards. And it's weird. It's really weird, because do you think I've got a thing about going bald now? Because I do seem to be talking about it a little bit. It's strange, I used to really, really believe that it wouldn't bother me. So 22 years ago, I started shaving my head, like really crew cut, and then sometimes in 2004 I even started shaving it to the bone, completely shaving it with a wet razor. And because I'd walk around like that, yeah, people would laugh, but I'd walk around like that, and I kind of, I used to even say it out loud. Going bald don't bother me. Why would it bother me? I'm walking around bald for years. So if I went bald naturally, I don't care. Now I realise that that's not true. It's not true. It's different. One thing to shave me head, to purposely be bald, and another one to not have a choice in the matter. It's strange. I'm not like super bothered about it, to be honest. I do just talk about it. I don't care that much, but it's just weird, because I used to have such thick curly hair, and it did start to recede probably late 90s. So it's a very slow process. It's like the rest of me. It's not in a hurry. No part of my body works quickly. Everything's very slow. I was going to say calculated. I don't know how calculated it is, but very slow. I walk slow, I talk slow, I eat slow. Everything is just slow, which I'm okay with. And my hair loss is slow as well. At the moment. The thing is, it's weird, because I look balder when I got more hair. And that doesn't even make sense, does it? Let's explain it. What I mean is, if I took a picture of the top of my head, you could, the bald patch on the crown, is it a crown, the back of the head, it's unmistakable, it's there, someone said my solar panel, my super sexy solar panel or something. Solar panel. But then as you move up towards the forehead, or move forward towards the forehead, when it's short, it's not so noticeable. When it's longer, you can really see the gaps between the hairs. Strange. Maybe it's not strange, but I shouldn't really compare myself to my dad, but on this occasion I will, because he's got much better hair than me, and it's annoying. Honestly, my dad's got such nice hair. It's thicker, it's fluffier, it's snow white. Honestly, he's got beautiful hair. It's not long, he's always had it quite short. But he's got more hair now. Well, no, I don't think he's got more hair than I've got. He's got more hair overall, but he hasn't got a bald patch like I have. And the hair at the front, but he's got more hair than me, pretty much, I'd say. He's probably got more hair. Damn it. And I'm like 26 years younger than him. It's not fair. Can you imagine? I never thought I'd be 54 moaning about what's fair and what's not fair, like a tiny spoilt brat, you know. It's weird, isn't it? It's not fair. My dad shouldn't have longer hair than me. Although I do wonder how much of it is due to me having had long hair when I was younger, because I've seen a lot of people over the years that used to have long hair that ended up going bald. And I'm thinking, I mean, or at least like receding quite a lot at the front. When you think about it, there's a lot of pressure on hair, especially if you put in a ponytail. It's pulling on the roots the whole time, isn't it? So perhaps that might be the reason. I don't know. I used to have long hair. Wow. That was a decision I stuck to. I did. I think it was April 1991. I decided I'm going to grow my hair long. Or it might have been January, February time. But I decided anyway, I'm going to grow my hair long. And I did. But it was hard because, I mean, it wasn't hard. I mean, the hair grew on its own. Didn't need me to do anything. But I had to go through that period of absolute hair carnage where it was curly and sticking out everywhere, because that's what used to happen with my hair. It would just get to a certain length and it would just curl up, like remember the witch and the Wizard of Oz, the house, remember the feet? My hair used to curl up like that person's feet when they tried to get the shoe off of her feet. Remember that? Give me the slipper. You can have the slipper. Give me the slipper. That was my impression of someone who wanted a slipper. Really wanted it. She wanted that slipper, didn't she? The old witch. Was it Glinda? Glinda? Glinda. 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 Oh, she's a horrible witch. But I'm a witch. That's why all the little munchkins are laughing. But you can't be a witch. But you're beautiful. Yes, because I'm a good witch. It's memorised, isn't it? Those movies, every year, every single year at Christmas, in my childhood period, you know, from just basically up to leaving school, that I can remember, The Wizard of Oz was on every year. And I think it was on other times of the year as well, you know, like holiday times, maybe Easter, stuff like that. And I'm going to say that possibly it was on more than once during that period as well. So maybe, yeah, it was on at Christmas, but maybe it was on more than once at Christmas during the Christmas period. But I could never get enough of it. I just loved the movie. I loved it. I really did. And there was a lot of people moaning, saying, "Oh, not Wizard of Oz again. Why can't they put on a newer movie?" Because, you know, the TV channels back in the early 80s really behind when it came to movies. You know, a movie would be released at the cinema and it would take like 7 years or something, maybe longer, to get onto the TV. It'd just be really ages. And we'd be stuck with movies from the 60s. Like Spartacus was on every single Easter, guaranteed Spartacus would be on. The Greatest Story Ever Told, the Bible, those movies. But it was the same movies every time. Probably every Christmas you'd get Planet of the Apes movies from the 60s. Ben-Hur. I mean, they were epic movies, admittedly, but they were old. I mean, it'd been over a decade since those movies. And then eventually we started getting Jaws and Star Wars and stuff that had been done in the mid-70s, late 70s. It took years. It did literally take years for a movie from a cinema to be on TV in this country. I don't know if it's the same in other countries. I don't know, because I don't live in other countries. I only live here. That's kind of an obvious statement, isn't it? I only live here. I don't know about other countries. I don't know. What's feeling? I have not stopped stroking him, and he's loving it. Either that, or he's just really annoyed and he's just putting up with it. I don't know. It's hard to tell. In a way, having him is like having a cat, size-wise, because he's not really much bigger than a large cat. And when I say large cat, I'm not talking about a puma or, lion. I'm talking about like a domestic sized cat. And there's plenty of cats I've seen that are just as big as him. Because he's only Jack Russell. He's a little doggy. And just having him on my lap like this. He's asleep, I think, as well. I sometimes wonder, he falls asleep when I'm making a recording. It's almost like he's being bored or something. Just hearing my voice, he literally struggles to keep his eyes open. Sometimes it happens when I just talk to him and I'm just having a chat with him and his eyes start to close, almost like he just can't focus on what I'm saying, because it's, I don't know, I don't really class myself as boring, but my neighbour's got having his bathroom done next week. Another neighbour's moving out, apparently. So all go here. And I'm not having anything done to my flat. Oh, we got a phone call yesterday, and it was like, "Oh, are you whatever I am?" And I said, "Yeah, hi." Didn't recognise the number. They said, "Oh, just to let you know, we're going to be needing access to the roof because we're going to put some kind of bird netting over the solar panels." I said, "Okay." I didn't say it in a rude way, but why are you telling me? Well, I said to you, okay, honestly, I did it in a nice way. I said, "Do you need access to my flat to do that? Are you going to be climbing in and, going in through the ceiling?" She said, "No, scaffolding, we're going to climb up. We're just letting all the tenants know that there's going to be scaffolding put in outside, and there'll be people crawling around on the roof and stuff." I said, "Okay." And she said, "Is that okay?" I said, "Yeah, it's okay." I don't know what would happen if I said no, I'm not happy with that. I don't want people on the roof. Do you think they'd have stopped and just said, "Okay, fair enough, we won't do it then"? No. She's very friendly though. It turned out she phoned other people in the building, and my neighbour across the hallway he phoned me up because he wasn't sure what was going on. He said, there's people talking about putting scaffolding up. And I explained what it was to him, and he said, oh, okay. So it's nice. I kind of feel that I can be helpful to him, because he hasn't really had that, really. So it's nice that just little things like that, when someone phones up and wants to come and do something in the flat, or wants to do something, you know, in the building, and they contact him, or if he gets a phone call from the bank or a bill, you know, whatever, I can say, like, well, yeah, I can explain what it is to him. So it's pretty cool. It's good to be useful, I suppose. There's people in the garden. I hope it's not too loud. Oh, it seems to calm down now. Good. Vinny woke up to that. He was hearing voices, and I thought, oh, here we go. Is he going to start barking? But he didn't. So it's a Saturday afternoon. It's probably, I don't know, 12:30, 12:34 p.m. And I woke up, so I went to bed. It's annoying. Okay, I'm just going to moan. So I went to bed at 10:30 last night, and I put the radio on to listen to Nick Abbott on LBC radio. And every Friday and Saturday, he does a radio show where he kind of messes around a bit, you know, just tells jokes, and he's just silly, has phone calls, and, you know, it's quite a light-hearted 3 hours. So he does that on a Friday and a Saturday night. On a Sunday night, he does a serious one where he talks about the world events, and he interviews people, you know, involved in those world events. So it's a more serious show. So I don't really listen to the Sunday one so much. So I'm all settled down. I've got the app, so I put it back to 10 o'clock. So I don't have to, you know, I'll start it again because you can play back. And the news is on, so I'm like, okay, right. And when the news finishes, he starts talking about world events and then interviewing people like he does on a Sunday. I was like, oh no, really? And I thought, you know what? I know LBC is a news, it's kind of a news radio show, news radio network, and you know, but it's more than that, and I like the idea of being able to listen to something where it doesn't focus on what's going on in the world. It's something, I suppose it's kind of what I try and do. I don't really focus on world events or what's on the news and stuff. I just talk about random stuff, and probably, you know, a lot of really unimportant stuff as well. It might be important to me, but not necessarily to anyone else. And it was just a little bit disappointing because I didn't want to listen to lots of serious stuff while I'm in bed. I don't personally, I don't want to do that. Old Vinny's now is readjusting himself just so he can get a little bit more comfortable. Tortoise, a comfortable like a tortoise eating a vegetable. Some of the way people pronounce words. Vegetable, comfortable, tortoise, film. I Oh, did I tell you? Oh, wow. I went outside. I might have said this yesterday. Yesterday, my neighbour was... I think Vinny was barking, so I looked at my camera to see if anyone was at the door, and I saw shopping bags outside my neighbour's flat. And I thought, oh, because basically he gets a delivery every week or every 2 weeks from a friend gets him shopping, and he carries the bags up on his own. This is an 80-year-old man, you know, so I kind of, if I catch him, I try and like help him to carry the stuff up. So I go out there because I've done it a few times. I come out my front door, and I see him and the lady that delivers the stuff in her car, and I say, "Oh, all right, I'm sorry, I thought you needed help, might need some help carrying it." And the woman said, "Well, I'm not carrying anything." It's like, what? And I think on this occasion she had to knock on his door, so I think she did take something up. But normally she doesn't. She just sits in the car, doesn't get out of the car. I think she rings him or whatever, and then he goes down, talks her ears off for a bit, and then he carries the shopping up. I was like, that was really just... I don't know, it just seemed rude. And maybe it wasn't, maybe it was just me. It's like, I'm not carrying, like... I should have just said, okay, see ya. But I went, oh, I'll give you a hand then, and I went down. She literally had no intention. She wouldn't even carry it to the door for me to take it upstairs. She put it right on the floor near the car. And I had my pink flip-flops or my pink Crocs on. I didn't actually want to go outside. It was like, yeah, I don't know what was going on there. I mean, she's not old. I mean, she's probably about the same age as me, possibly. I mean, maybe she's got physical issues, she can't carry stuff that I don't know about, but it was just the whole, well, I'm not carrying anything, I'm not doing it. She didn't actually say it quite like that, but... And she flicked a bogey at me. She didn't. I don't know why I did that. But, yeah, that just seemed a bit unusual. A bit attitudinal. And then I took him into the park yesterday, and someone had a dog off the lead. So I'm just carrying on. It's a big dog, and I've always got Vinny on the lead, always now, never off the lead. And he's always close to me if there's another dog around, if I don't know the dog. So I basically got a bag of poo in my hand, and I'm walking towards the bin to put the poo in the bin, and then I'm going to just carry on walking home, because that was the way home. And this person seemed to get the ump, because we were there and she was there with her dog, and she wanted to, I don't know, chuck the ball or whatever. So she went back over to the dog, put a lead on, and almost looked like she had the ump as she was pulling the dog away to a different part of the park. So I just I looked over to say hello, and she just gave me a funny look. So like, okay, fair enough. So I put the poo in the bin. I chucked the poo at her. No, I put the poo in the bin. And Vinny's looking back. So I always look where Vinny's looking, because I don't know where he's looking or what he's looking at. There might be someone that I know. So I look over, and she's letting her dog off the lead again. Just, the other side of the little park. I was like, what was the whole point of that? I mean, in reality, if the dog is dangerous, then it should be on a lead anyway, and it should have a muzzle on. Just from practical, if someone's got a brain cell, then that's what they would do, isn't it? It's kind of just to keep everyone happy, you know. But if it's, you know, if it's done stuff before, I mean, if it's sort of been naughty, but at the very least be on a lead. If it's not a problem, then why, that was just seemed a bit of a weird way to be acting. I don't know. Maybe it was just me. Maybe I was over-sensitive yesterday. But I keep him on a lead, not because he's aggressive. He's just, he will not do a single thing I ask him to do, or tell him to do, or order him. He won't do anything. It will not come back to me under any circumstances. So he has to stay on the lead the whole time. And it's a shame, because I used to get quite a lot of pleasure out of, you know, chucking the ball and stuff like that, and he loved doing that. But I can't do it anymore because he won't come back. And especially if there's a big dog, and he's got a habit of barking at big dogs. If that big dog's off the lead, I can't get to them. I can't. What can I do? So if he's on the lead, I can protect him if I need to. Hopefully I'll never need to, but I can keep him close. And, you know, there's a few dogs that look like they want to put him in between a couple of slices of bread and have a little snack. Sometimes they've got that look in their eyes, like, squirrel. And I keep saying, he doesn't like it. He doesn't like being called a squirrel, because he isn't a squirrel. He might be the size of a squirrel, but he's not actually a squirrel. Got the same colouring. One of those red squirrels. You ever hear people say things about squirrels? Going about, oh, yeah, grey squirrels. Oh, grey squirrels. Ew. Like they're somehow wrong or bad. The red squirrels are the nice ones. The grey squirrels. Ugh. It's like, squirrels are squirrels, baby. They're just squirrels. It's not their fault that they were introduced, and they changed the population of the squirrels. And just like, it's just nature, isn't it? If it's all red squirrels, and then you introduce grey squirrels, and if the grey squirrels, bearing in mind, in this country, are going to be more successful to survive because it's a very grey country, a red squirrel is going to stand out much more, especially in the winter and those times. The grey squirrel can like almost kind of blend in a little bit better, because grey, and this country is quite a grey country. It's quite a grey landscape. I mean, it's colourful at times, but it's still, they obviously were more successful at surviving. And they had lots of nookie, and they kept going, and they became the majority. It's just nature, isn't it? It's just nature, it's how it works. It's not their fault, is it? They didn't ask to come here. You know, they were invited. I don't know how they got here. Is it on boats? Because some things from other countries get here on boats, don't they? Like, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about things like budgies, maybe, I don't know, grey squirrels. So when you had people travelling the world hundreds of years ago, and had come back, and maybe an elephant had kind of sneak on board, And then suddenly we had like thousands of elephants running around. That's not a good example because it's not true, is it? Trying to think of an animal that maybe we didn't used to have. Horses. Now horses are everywhere, aren't they? Like every single country in the world seems to have horses. I was trying to think, is there an animal that's everywhere? Horses seem to be everywhere. Now, were horses, I mean, they couldn't have originally lived here. But they couldn't have originally lived everywhere. Because that, I don't know, it doesn't make sense, but then humans sort of lived everywhere. Yeah, I do wonder sometimes. Some of the history doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Oh, I think that was quite a large plane just went past. Oh, it's in the distance. That's good. I don't know why. If I'd like to be below an airport. Not below an airport, because that'd be underground, wouldn't it? But on a flight path, like a real busy flight path, like Heathrow. I mean, people do say that they get used to it after a while. You know, you just don't even notice the house shaking. How could you not notice? It's especially when there's Concorde, because that was like super boosty, wasn't it? And that's amazing. Some of the technology. Wow. Vinny a fly. I think it's a different fly. It can't be the same fly, because there was no fly in here until just now. Do flies sleep? I don't know. Plus, I'm wondering, because there was a fly in here, and we didn't have a fly for like 6 months. Do flies hibernate? I do wonder. I thought maybe they were a little bit like tortoises. Maybe they hibernate with tortoises. Maybe they share the same place. It's really weird the way he's just so chilled out today. Resting, relaxing. It's almost as if he's just enjoying his Saturday afternoon. No worries, no concerns, nothing to think about. He's just content to just lie there, half dozing off, half watching the fly. Eh? Bless him. Oh, I've got a couple of croissants that I can eat. I'll get them out of the freezer and stick them in the... I think I'll put them in the air fryer for a minute or two. Oh, that'll be nice. And a cup of tea. Yeah, that'll be nice. I'm going to have that. Oh, can't wait. Can you hear this? Blimey. That's a much louder plane that's gone past. I think it's the King's birthday, sorry. I think there's a King's birthday celebration coming up. But it wouldn't be today though, would it? Or it might be today, maybe it's the whole weekend. So maybe, because when there's a royal celebration, or something like D-Day, V-Day, V-Day, VD-Day, all the different days, and then the birthdays and the royal family, things like that. there is... Does the king have 2 birthdays? Because the queen used to. So what happens is the planes travel over here. So we're part of the flyover. So fly over here towards London. And then they do the air show in London. I guess Trafalgar Square or something like that. And then they come back here. And not all of them. I think they come from different parts of the country. And then they all kind of congregate in the sky, have a chat, have a cup of coffee. And then there's another one coming. Listen. Wow, that was loud. I just hope I don't put the news on and see something's happened, you know. Please, no. Well, something's clearly going on, so there's another one coming. You ready? I can't actually see them. I can hear them, so that I think they're out of view for the looking through the window. But I do have some T-shirts on the curtain rack or the curtain rail. But I don't think. I think I must just be missing them and have to sort of stand at the window. So what's that? 3 or 4 gone past so far. Last night, wow, we had thunder. It was really, really grumbly. I don't know. It's just felt different. Felt like a different thunder. And there was a bit of lightning. And then it kind of went away. But it just felt, I don't know. I think the best thunder I ever had was 2003, I think it was. Maybe 2002, 2003. No, 2003. There's another one coming. You ready? Right. Last time they had planes going, I was in the park and they were on their way to London. There's another one coming now. So I was watching it in the park, because I didn't realise why there was so many people, because there's usually hardly anyone in the park. This was during the day. And there was people with cameras and looking up at the sky, and I thought, oh. So I thought to myself, well, perhaps I'll look up at the sky. Maybe that'll give you an idea what they're looking at. I could ask them, but I could just look up. I don't normally look up. Sometimes I look down. Depends where I'm going, what kind of surface I'm walking on. So I looked up, and there was all these all these planes, helicopters, the red arrows. Oh, here we go. Now, if this was... I don't know if that's how loud it would be if you lived above an airport, you know, not above an airport, because that would be on the roof, wouldn't it? But I mean, if you lived with planes going past on like a busy airport route, would it be that loud? Because it'd be hundreds of times a day, so no, I couldn't put up with that. It's too much noise. This is like a few times a year. Things I can't see where they're going, because I know which direction they go if they were heading towards London. And if they're heading the opposite way, then that's a bit weird, because I've not heard them travelling today. Unless they travelled yesterday. But they might be travelling today for tomorrow. And they're landing, they're getting ready for tomorrow's parade, for the King's birthday. But then the King's birthday might be today. That's the thing, there's no way... Well, there is a way of knowing. I could just look online, but... Maybe that's what it is. It's the King's birthday celebration. What's weird though is you go from no sound to suddenly another one's coming. No, nothing at the moment. Went out this morning, it was raining. And Vinny decided to spend as much time as possible finding somewhere to go to the toilet. And I was getting rained on. And I looked up again. Because I thought, you know what? I quite enjoyed looking up that time. I think I'll look up again. I looked up, there was hardly any clouds. Mainly blue sky with a few patterns of, you know, clouds. Yeah, it was raining. So all that blue sky and the rain managed to hit me. I've never been so angry. And Vinny was just looking at me laughing. It didn't hit him. He didn't get any rain at all. And he's I'm going to take my time today. It's a Saturday morning, no rushing. It's like, there's never any rushing, really. It's just when it's raining, I'd like you just to get it done so we can go home. Norm, I'm happy just to walk around for half an hour even, you know, if that's what he wants. But not when it's raining. Never when it's raining. I thought we had that understanding. And he said, "Can I ask you something?" I said, "What?" "Why do you keep asking me questions?" I said, "Why?" He said, "Did you not know I'm a dog? I can't speak your language." And I said, "Sorry." And I thought, wait a minute. If you can't speak my language, is it starting to rain? Again, blue sky, a little bit of cloud. I can hear raindrops. I don't understand it. It's almost like everything's going topsy-turvy. I think I can hear a plane. Oh yeah, you ready? No, I think that's just a normal plane in the sky. I mean, they're all in the sky, but I think it's just like a normal plane going past, which isn't... It's very high up, I mean. I don't even know if the microphone picked it up, but I'm guessing the microphone would have picked up the jet planes going past. It wouldn't have possibly been as loud as what it was in here for me. I don't know, maybe it was. There's no really way of knowing, is there? I need to do some washing today. So I've got to wash some of my tracksuit bottoms, because I think I've got 7 pairs the same, but I need to get some new ones because these are wearing out. And then I'm sure people think I just wear the same clothes every day. Always got, the same coloured tracksuit bottoms on. It's like, no, they're different ones. I've got 7 of them. I'd like to get some more, but I'm not sure if pink's the right colour. So I like pink, but I don't know, not everyone likes pink, do they? Right, as one of the neighbours is loudly whispering in the garden. Oh dear. I don't think she could talk quietly if she was offered £1 million, please, can you just talk quietly? Like, you've got £1 million, stand over the other side of the garden and whisper to the other person so that I can't hear you, and I'm going to stand over here and I'm going to be 100 foot away. Still couldn't do it, but guaranteed. I suppose volume control is, not everyone has a volume control, do they? I guess. I think maybe it's a problem, because I've lived in so many different places for so long, like for decades and decades of moving around. I know I've lived here for 10 years now, but decades of dealing with neighbours, decades upon decades of dealing with neighbours, and realising that actually having consideration towards neighbours is one of the most important things for any kind of a peaceful life, a peaceful existence. And those people that are inconsiderate towards others really, they don't make it easy for the rest. But then I think, am I loud? Maybe I'm loud sometimes. Possibly. Oh, here's another one. You ready? You ready? No, it's a train. That'd be weird, wouldn't it? A train going past in the sky. If I could talk, I've almost got my ears focused now on sounds in the sky. So I can hear the birds, but they're in a tree. I mean, technically the tree is in the sky, isn't it? But it's also attached to the ground, so it's not really in the sky. So if a bird's on a really tall tree on a branch, they're not really in the sky, are they? They're just further away from the ground than they would be if they were on the ground or on a lower branch. But to be in the sky, they'd actually have to be not attached to the tree. Now you could argue, well, a bird's not attached to the tree, is it? It's standing on the branch. But from an energy perspective, it's kind of attached to the tree, isn't it? You know, as far as gravity and stuff. Not that gravity is a big issue for a bird, because they can flap their old wings, flap their flappies, and, you know, fly off. So if a tree was to fall over, the birds could... I wonder, how many birds would it take? So if a tree was to fall over, how many birds would it take to keep the tree up? All kind of hanging on to the branches and flapping. Would it be possible? Like a really big tree, but let's say you could get thousands of birds all flapping at the same time. Not necessarily in unison. I mean, they don't all have to like be lifting their right wing up at the same time as each other. One could have their right wing up, one could have their left wing up. You know, it doesn't really matter, but they're flapping their wings. And, I mean, really, you're not going to notice which one's up and which one's down, because they're usually quite quick, aren't they, birds? I wonder, how many birds would it take to keep a tree? Or, how many birds would it take to lift a tree out of the ground and pull it out of the ground, even from its roots? How many birds would it take? So if you put extensions onto the branches, and maybe you put in poles and stuff like that, well, I mean, like, not poles as in the people, but some kind of thing, and you attached maybe 100,000 birds or 1,000,000 birds together and spread them out, so even if it went like miles wide and then got them to fly up, would that be able to pull a tree out? I don't know. How many babies would it take to stop a helicopter from taking off? Things like that. I'm just thinking, because, you know, or toddlers, let's say, not let's say babies, but toddlers. How many toddlers would it take to stop a helicopter from liftoff? You're thinking about it, there's got to be a number. There's got to be, I mean, there's a certain amount of weight that a helicopter won't be able to take off from. You know, I'm pretty certain if you attached an elephant to a helicopter, or 2 elephants, or 4 elephants, the helicopter's not going to be able to take off. You know, there's going to be a weight, you know, once it's going to get past a certain weight and it won't be able to take off. So even though and plus toddlers have a bit of strength as well, it's not just their weight, it's also, you know, they're human beings, they're like miniature, they're almost like humans, aren't they, like small humans. So they'd have a bit of strength as well. So how many would it take? I mean, they might have to all have rope and be pulling, you know, from different angles, and maybe have the rope, have it, you know, 300 foot long, and have hundreds and hundreds of babies, thousands maybe. But I just wondered how many it would take. So that's something that Mr. Beast could do, isn't it, on YouTube? That's a video, mate, waiting to happen. I'd like some, you know, so Mr. Beast, if you're listening, if you do these tests, can I have some of the money from the video, please? Just a couple of $100,000. That's all. Not too much. Just for the idea. Because let's face it, you can then expand upon the idea and come up with some really, you come up with some silly stuff after that. How many ants would it take to cook a roast dinner? If you didn't teach them anything, if you just put the stuff on the table, you know, how long would it take before the ants figured out how to turn the oven on? And, you know, maybe 1,000 years, 1,000,000 years, I don't know. I mean, it's hard really to figure it out, isn't it? Maybe AI can do that, because something was done recently, a calculation that would have normally taken a standard computer something like 1.5 million years to calculate. But wow. So yeah, they did a thing. There was a test where it was a game, and they let the AI figure out how to win this game. But it took, each game, lasted for, I don't know, a couple of minutes. And it worked out, after all the amount of times it took before the game figured out a way to accomplish the goal that even the people didn't know who created the game didn't know about. It took the equivalent of something like 10,000 years of playing the game over and over again before it got to, to figure out how to solve the puzzle. And that's by playing it over and over and over again millions of times. And I find that stuff fascinating, or fascinating, or fascinating. There's lots of different ways to pronounce words. Yeah, I think it is a king's birthday today. Happy birthday, King. I think he's younger than my dad. So I think the King's like 77, I think. It might be 78. I think he's 77. I think he's definitely either one or... It's not definitely, but I think he's either 1 or 2 years younger than my dad, who's 79-ish. Yeah. Ooh. It's so weird to think that realistically in the next 20 years we're going to have a King William. And what will he be? He'll be in his 60s. That's if, the king lives to be like 100 or whatever. So, mind you, they can abdicate before they don't have to sort of be in the role forever, do they? I know he's only been in a role for a couple of years, but... Someone's shouting in the garden again. Bless them. Bless them. I hope they enjoy shouting because it's fun. I was trying to think recently about maybe putting together some really long recordings. For example, a stop smoking recording that lasts for 6 hours or 8 hours, or something like that, so people could listen to it every night whilst they sleep. Or maybe doing some more courses like I used to do, helping with things like phobias and driving test issues and things like that. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see, we'll see. We'll see, we'll see. We will see. he. Every time I tidy up, it gets messy again. Just thought I'd let you know. Me. I can't believe he's been lied down here the whole time that I've been talking, and I don't know. So it's about an hour and over an hour and 10 minutes or whatever. Well, it's more than that because I did the other recording as well, which was, it was supposed to be about 30 seconds long, but it might have been a little bit longer. Just me mentioning the Facebook page. Is it wrong that I want chocolate? I want chocolate and I want it now. It's okay, I don't need to eat chocolate. So I've been going through my podcasts and updating the images. No, not update, but like making sure that they all have images and stuff. So it's like every time I start to do something like that, it's like it's a journey that never ends, because it's never finished. You know, the Q&A Friday podcast, I thought it was all up to date, and then I found out there was loads of podcast episodes that didn't have images. So I'm going through searching for the images on my hard drive and then uploading them to the particular podcast, and I end up spending like an hour and a half doing that this morning. It's a... I was thinking though of putting together some kind of video on YouTube where when I talked about something, it then acted out what I talked about, like either an animation or real life kind of video, without any sound, but just the video. But I don't know, because so much of what I do is kind of not really talking about anything. But I do wonder, would it be better if I uploaded my videos in a blank screen mode, so it was a dark screen rather than an image? I don't know. It might be worth a little play just to see. It's hard to know, isn't it? It's hard to know. Well. Yeah. I wonder if there's a Carry On movie on this weekend. Carry On Up the Khyber. Yeah. I think I'll always love the Carry On movies. It's almost like it's the heritage of being born in this country, to especially someone my age. Well, not to be fair, they were all, I think all of the Carry On movies, no, not all of them, they were still making them in the 70s, I think. But, you know, they started them in the 50s, then the 60s, then the 70s. And it's part of the English culture to have Carry On movies. Or British culture, I'm not sure what the correct term is, UK culture. But for, I guess, not so much maybe for younger people who, I don't know, maybe they don't know about the Carry On movies, They may do, but they might not do. I mean, it's not like... Because when I was a kid, there was hardly anything on TV. There was no internet. Videos were like a special treat at the weekend. This is when I was in my sort of 10, 11, 12, 13 kind of time. So that was like a once a week thing on a weekend. And so it was just... I think Channel 4 came in the early 90s, early 80s, Channel 4. So before then we just had 3 channels. I think 1982 Channel 4 came out, and then Channel 5 came out in 1997. Or was it 1996? One of them. I think it was 97. So there wasn't really a huge choice. And as I said, there's no internet, there's no DVDs, there was... It was just different, I guess. I mean, there was computer games, kind of, but when I was a kid, I mean, when I was sort of quite young, 9, 10, whatever, we had a computer console which was, I think it was tennis, and it was basically these 2 controllers with a little knob that you could just turn, and this ball would go from side to side, and you just turned, and it would move this line down and up to then knock the ball back, or just be a dot, and knock it back to the other side. And it'd be the deet, 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 like, depending on where it went. That was the last time I was any good at video games, I think. Kind of got the hang of that. It's amazing there's going to be people that maybe have never even heard of that or don't even know anything about it, which is understandable. We can't know everything, can we? And just check it out. You know, there might be a video on YouTube or something that shows you what that was like. And it was, yeah. It was state of the art though at the time. This may be late 70s, early 80s. And then Space Invaders came out. Asteroids, Pac-Man. See, those were the games I liked. Donkey Kong, things like that. I liked those games where you could just play it, a silly tune, and it'd be a score. You'd try and beat a score, and if you didn't win, you just start from scratch again. Or if you beat some levels, maybe you started from the old level, however. And for me, that was fun. I kind of couldn't really get my head around some of the games in the 90s. So I had a friend who was always into like the latest games. So he'd have the latest game consoles, whether it was Playboy, Xbox, whatever it was, he'd have it. And he'd have the latest games, and he was really into it. I mean, I remember we played, what was it, like Kung Fu, like some Mortal Kombat or whatever, when there's people fighting each other. I remember playing that, and just, there was so little control over what the person you had really did on the screen. It was just like, just basically just keep fiddling with the knob until something happens. That's what I found it to be like. And again, because perhaps I'm not because I wasn't very good at it, I just didn't like playing it because I kept losing the whole time. I was very bitter. But I think when I went to my uncle's, he was really into games and stuff. He had like really decent computers in his basement, and he had these computer games with helicopters and like you could control it, really nice controls, like really sophisticated stuff back then. He also had an Atari system, and I used to play on, my favourite game was the Smurfs. Do 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 do. I think that was the Smurf tune, and loved it. It's just jumping over stuff, that's all it is. But I absolutely loved it. I spent hours playing on that thing. In fact, I'd do it now if I could. If I could get a Smurf game, I'm pretty sure didn't Atari come out again with those games? Atari, all like their games that had like a one console. I don't know. I'm going to look it up, I think. Have a little look. I just like the idea of playing. I did like not Star Wars, the Space Invaders. I used to like Tron. I used to play Tron in the arcade, but I was just not much good at it really. But the Smurfs, I got okay at that. Yeah. So this is just one of those more kind of chilled out, relaxed, chilling with Vinny recordings. Not a lot going on really, not really. And that's it, I think. From me. Thank you for listening. Remember to be kind to yourself, because you do deserve to be happy. And be gentle with yourself, because you also do deserve to feel safe. Lots of love. Bye. Hello. Welcome to jasonnewland.com. My name's Jason Newland. This is... what is this? Let me put you to sleep. Whisper Wednesday. And Vinny, as soon as I start doing this recording, he's up and awake. He was fast asleep about 30 seconds ago. I think he just wants a bit of a cuddle. So, just say hello to everyone. A big special hello to Ben, who is the only person I know that likes the Whisper Wednesdays. Wednesday Whisper, whatever this is. I say the only person I know that likes them. They do get listened to by lots of people, but just, you know, I know that. Hi Ben, that's what I'm saying, is hi. Vinny, say hello to Ben. He said hi as well. Actually, he said no. I don't have to do what you tell me. He's very rude. So today is Wednesday. I've got no idea what the date is. I think it's the 11th of June, 2025. I was thinking about doing this recording, but I was watching something on TV, and then there was this massive sound outside, because I had the window open, and I thought, it's the lawnmower men just cutting the lawn, which means it's loud, but it doesn't last long. But it seemed to be lasting a little bit longer than normal. I started to hear revving, like that's my impression of a revving, and I realised it was a motorbike over the fence. So I had to close the window because it was way too loud. But when I closed the window, the motorbike stopped. And now I can just hear loads of voices. So I'm going to continue making this recording, even though, literally, as we speak, I heard the person trying to start the motorbike again. It's just, yeah, it's very loud. It's very, very loud. I might just continue talking anyway, because it might not be very loud on the microphone, because it is literally outside over the fence, and you might not hear it, or it might be very faint. I can hear it. Well, I can't hear it now because it's not going, but anyway. Oh yeah, please only listen when you can safely close your eyes. It's times like this that I feel glad that yesterday I actually made use of the day and made some recordings. Because a day when there's a motorbike being revved all day long, which has happened, well, for a few hours anyway, I just find it distracting to make a recording. I mean, I can't make any kind of hypnosis-y stuff like that. But yesterday I did do a couple of new recordings, as well as the Trivia Tuesday. What is this? Whisper Wednesday? Wednesday Whisper? No, it's Whisper Wednesday, isn't it? I'm trying to stick to the routine of Mondays, Boring Objects, Trivia Tuesday, Whisper Wednesday, and Q&A Friday. So that's four days when it's like a regular type of recording. So I am trying, not very hard, but very minimally, giving it a go. Oh yeah, ooh yeah. I found a new way of doing some exercise. I'm using the word exercise very flimsily, but I took my little one out for a WALK, and he started pulling me towards the bridge. So we've got this railway bridge, and it's not even really used. I think it was originally built because they were going to be building a railway station there, and they never built the railway station, but they put a brand new bridge in. It's one of those really nice bridges. I say really nice bridges, I mean you might not be into bridges, but it's like metal, and there's steps going up, but also a big ramp as well. So if you're on a bike or in a wheelchair, you can get access. And it's a big old bridge. And for some reason, Vinny was trying to take me. I just wanted to take me away from. I think what it is, he gets bored being in the same little park every day. He wants to go for a walk and explore other places. So I just let him lead me the way. Sometimes I will do that. I'll just follow him. Or as my old friend Andre used to say, folly. I used to follow him. Follow, folly. And he led me to the bridge, and he started trying to walk up the ramp bit, and I pulled him away and said no. And then he walked and he tried to go up the steps. So I thought, well, he clearly wants to go up here, so I just followed him up the steps. He walked across the bridge. And then I think we went down the ramp. No, we went down the steps. And then he wanted to walk further away, which would be leading us pretty much to nowhere, really. And I thought, no. But he clearly wants to have a good walk, and I need a good walk. I get out walking, but I don't walk any kind of real distance, not really. I don't think I get my 10,000 steps a day. I get a few thousand, but I don't think 10,000. Maybe I do, but I doubt it. I've never counted them. It's quite hard though, isn't it, if you count your steps and then another dog walker says hello. What am I supposed to do? So wait a second. Let me just write down the steps that I've done so far. I think there's a gadget you can get. A step counter. There used to be this thing that you could use, which it was like a wheel, and you put it on the ground and you walked with it, pushing it, and it measured the distance that you went. And I used to have one of them, and I'd use it sometimes in London because I wanted to see how far I'd walked. Got some very weird looks. But apparently I think the stepometer things is just because you shake. So literally you could just, I don't know, stand on one of those shaky machines and it looks like you've walked for miles when in fact you haven't done anything. Or you could bounce on a bouncy castle, although that would be exercise as well, wouldn't it? Yeah, I wonder if it registers steps on the moon. I don't mean when I'm walking, I mean somebody that was on the moon. But then I suppose because it's so advanced, isn't it? All the technology that they probably are registering the distance that the astronauts are travelling anyway and how many steps they take. Plus they don't have to make as many steps, do they? Because they're almost being pulled into space, but the heavy boots keep them down, which I never understood. How heavy are those shoes? Wouldn't it make more sense, right? Because if the shoes are really, really heavy, because you imagine if we didn't have any gravity on this planet, we would just end up in the sky. How heavy would we have to have? How heavy would our shoes have to be to keep us stuck to the ground? Because I've seen movies where no gravity and cars are just being pulled up into the air because there's no gravity. that's the case, does that mean that the astronauts' shoes, slippers or boots or whatever, boots I guess, the astronauts' boots, Wellington boots, are heavier than a car? So if that's the case, then that's got to be part of the reason why it's so hard to get into space, because it's not so much getting through the atmosphere, the rocket, it's the weight of those shoes, the astronauts' shoes. So wouldn't it make sense if they just had a little, I don't know, on the moon or on the space station, a shoe cupboard or something, where they can just leave the shoes there, so they could wear slippers or Crocs going up, and then when they get there, they can put on, slip into their astronaut wellies that are really heavy. They might end up using a lot less fuel. They might get there quicker. I might have just solved a big issue. See, it's amazing what you can do when you're not even trying. That's the problem, but I bet you not one astronaut or not one astrophysicist or scientist is listening to this. Because if they were, this could change the whole landscape of space travel. In fact, it could be the break needed that could bridge. I got back to talking about bridges. Could bridge towards further exploration, because it'd be able to get in and out of space a lot quicker, and they could just start to store stuff in space, on the space station or on the moon, and have that as like a lockup, you know, like an old lockup. Just keep spare stuff in there. Or they could even open shops up, really, but I guess that's more for the future, like a shoe shop and helmets. Do they need a helmet on when they're travelling up? Again, I'm not sure. I thought the container they were in was pressurised, which meant they'd be able to breathe. I might be wrong. What they could do is fill, you know, the airbags that they have on their back, which gives them oxygen. Why not fill them with oxygen? Like thousands of them. And just keep taking them into space. So that eventually we have unlimited supply of oxygen up there. But I don't know, would that run out the oxygen in this world though? If you kept filling an oxygen tank up from oxygen, the air, and you did that, got millions and billions and billions of them, would the oxygen run out? And another thing, what's the life, you know, the lifespan of oxygen? Does it go off after a few years? Does it go mouldy? Because I used to think that tin soup lasts forever. I remember seeing these, again, I'm not sure if they were documentaries or if they were movies or TV shows, where people would be climbing up a mountain and they'd get to a shack or some kind of wooden house, don't last long on a mountain. But they go there, and the last time anyone was there was like 100 years ago, because someone wrote in a book, I was here 100 years ago, or I don't know, whatever, and they'd open up the food in the tin and they'd eat it, and it'd be all yum, 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 yum. Mind you, cat food would taste amazing if you hadn't eaten for 5 days, wouldn't it? It'd be the most delicious thing you'd ever eaten. And it'd taste even better if you didn't know it was cat food. So don't present it in a cat food bowl. Probably. Not that you're going to present it. I mean, if someone's hungry and you're getting them some food and they haven't eaten for days, you're not going to be worried about presentation, are you? I suppose. They'd probably be happy just to eat it out of the tin. Well, I used to think that all tins lasted like forever. I say forever, maybe not thousands of years, but just a long, long time, because they were airtight and they were built to last. Well, let me tell you, the tins of today are not built to last. I had some tins of soup, and they were good ones, like Heinz. They weren't like Little Home Brand. Not that there's anything wrong with Little Home Brand. I'm just saying it was Heinz, I would say probably the most famous soup maker in this country anyway. Heinz tomato soup. And most people, even if they don't have soup, I nearly said eat soup, but soup isn't eaten, it's drunk, isn't it? Even if it's got vegetables in and stuff, it's just lumpy water, lumpy flavoured water, that's all it is. It's not a meal. At best, it's a starters. Did I ever tell you about the date I went on? And she said, would you like some lunch before we go out? And I thought, oh yeah. She gave me soup and one piece of bread. I was like, what am I? Is this a date, or is this my first day in prison? I mean, what the heck? I mean, literally, I get better fed in prison. That was what I was like, what was going on? Those are the days when my belly didn't enjoy soup. I needed food. The same thing happened when I visited my dad and my stepmom, and this was, I think it was December 2011. December 2011. And I just wanted to tell them, because I'd just been diagnosed with bipolar, and I wanted to tell them because it was, I don't know, it just seemed like the right thing to let them know. I think when my dad, well maybe both of them, looked at each other like, oh, that explains it. But what I remember about that meeting is we met in this restaurant, cafe place. Had soup. Soup. I had no money, so I couldn't. They paid for the meal. And they had soup. In fact, I'm pretty sure the conversations, should we just all have some soup? I'm like, I thought they were joking. Soup. We could have done that at home. I don't know why I'm focused on soup today. I like soup. I'm not prejudiced against soup. I'm not. You know, I do Vegetable soup, okay. Tomato soup, that ticks the boxes for me. But it's not a meal. It's not a meal. Although thinking about it, maybe I'm going to start. It's weird, isn't it? I started off moaning about soup. Now I'm starting to think, I'd quite like a nice bowl of soup. What a strange brain I have. A nice bowl of soup and a few, maybe 2 or 3 slices of toast. That seems like a real yummy thing. But I don't have any soup. I did. That's why I'm telling you the story. I had some soup. Okay, that's the point. Is they're supposed to last a long time. I went into the cupboard and next to the cooker on the left hand side, underneath. I don't go in that cupboard really ever. And I went in there just to look what's in there because I'd forgotten. Tins of soup were in there. So I went to pick one up and it was empty. Well, it also leaked. So basically, all the soup cans had disintegrated to the point where the lids came off, the contents leaked out and also disintegrated. There was no smell or anything. It was just it'd been there for maybe 6 years, 7 years. Completely destroyed. And the ironic thing is, on that particular day, I really fancied a bowl of soup. I remember thinking, why don't I drink more soup? I really used to like soup, which I did, but I was a kid back then. And I used to get soup whenever I was a little bit poorly. Maybe I'd go home from school or maybe have the day off. And I remember sitting at the table. My stepmom would be looking after me and she'd make me some soup and I'd watch Sesame Street on television. Because I think Sesame Street used to be on about midday. And it was great. A couple of bits of toast. A cup of tea as well, though. That was a bit weird because it feels like you have a liquid drink with solid food. It almost felt like I should be eating some kind of solid drink. Maybe an icicle or something. I don't know. You can't really get solid drinks, can you? Other than a slushie. Maybe that's quite solid. I'm not sure that would fit together with soup, though. Hot soup. I suppose I feel a little bit nostalgic towards some of those times because I got to spend time with my stepmom, me and her. No one else there. It was just nice, quite peaceful. No arguments, you know. And I'm just like, I did me soup. It's weird how quickly soup cools down. Don't you think? Like, it can be like super boiling hot and you put the spoon in, because the spoon is metal, it conducts the heat. I think that might be the, but the spoon's very hot and you're not blowing on the spoon like, and then the soup's squirting off the spoon. It depends how hard you blow, I guess. Could just like spray over everyone else at the table, but or you make a little dent in it, don't you? Almost like it reminds. What I used to do is I used to try, because I'd have a spoon and I'd look at it, I'd fill it with soap and I'd try and blow it so that it parted in the middle, a bit like Moses did, with the Red Sea. And I'd just pretend, to hear music. Pretend to hear music. Sometimes I would hear music if music was being played. So yeah, tomato soup or any kind of soup would be an opportunity to reenact the Moses scene from the Bible. I'm sure I'm not the only one that did that. So that was pretty good special effects, considering the movie was like in the 60s. The Moses part in the sea. I don't know if it was just the Bible was the movie. There was another one, The Greatest Story Ever Told. Maybe it was actually called Moses. But that scene where they're walking across the sea and all the sea wall is kind of just splashing, but it's not. That's the weird thing about it. That's the it didn't seem realistic in one sense, because if you had the sea parted and you're walking down and there's a bigger wall on both sides, there'd be some splashback, wouldn't there? Not one splash. They just walked along. No one, you'd think there'd be you wouldn't moan about a few splashes. You wouldn't get to the other side, and Moses would be feeling pretty proud of himself probably, and everyone's saying, "Oh, well done, Moses," and one person says, "Oh, actually, my shoes are ruined." That's another thing, isn't it? I have to clean my glasses because of all the splashback from the water. When they walked across, the ground was dry. Now the ground would be wet, wouldn't it? It'd be muddy. I know it's just details, but maybe that's not the most unrealistic part of the whole story. Maybe. So we're walking over this bridge, and I thought to myself, this is quite a distance, really, walking over, going down the steps, walking all the way back the long ramp, back to the bridge again, crossing over, walking down the steps, then walking up the other ramp on the other side, which is like up one end and then back again. So I thought, if I start doing that, maybe did that 10 times a day. I don't mean going up there 10 times and walking over it once. More, maybe going there once and doing it 10 times. Maybe twice and doing it 5 times. Or I could go there 5 times and do it twice. Or I could go there 3 times and do it three times. 3, 6, no, oh no. I could do 3 and a bit. Or I could do it 3 times, and then on every 3rd day do an extra time. Maybe do a 4th. Would that make sense? 3, 6, 9. No, wait a minute. 3, 6, 9. 3, 6, 9. No, every other day too. No. So on the 10th day, I could do 20. Or on the 5th day, do 15. And on 20th day, do 15. Which would mean it would be the equivalent of doing 10 a day. I think. I'm not sure if it's really necessary to get too bogged down in specifics regarding how many times I was to walk over it. But I thought maybe that would be useful to get a little bit more exercise and, you know, get out. Plus there's not really anyone around. There are people around, but not much. And the whole way up and down, so up the ramp and across the bridge, it's got sides the whole way, so Vinny can't wander off. He kind of can only go one way, or go backwards, or stop, which he likes to stop. He just likes to do the opposite to what I want him to do. Earlier today we went into the park, and the first thing he did was he stole another dog's ball, Amber's ball. That's the name of the dog. He would not let it go, and the ball was too big for his mouth. It was huge, but he loved it. He fell in love with his ball. It's almost like it was the most precious item in the whole world. I literally had to pick him up and prise it out of his mouth so I could give it back to the dog. He didn't want to give it back. There was one point, right, I kind of picked him up a little bit to get it out of his mouth, and he wouldn't let it go. So I started massaging his hands. Now he does not let me do that, ever. Without growling and snapping, he doesn't like me doing that. But on this occasion he couldn't do anything because this ball was in his mouth. So I'm thinking next time I want to cut his toenails, I'm just going to stick a ball, get him to hold a ball, and then he won't know what to do. Maybe. I think it's good though, because he needs to spend more time walking on the pavement, because his toenails do need to get trimmed a little bit. They're not long, but they're not short either. It's weird. The feet, his feet toenails are always short, but his finger toenails, so his toe toenails, his finger toenails, his fingernails are longer than his toenails. And it's not like he's walking sideways, so his feet are on the pavement and his hands are on the grass. You know, that would make sense, if that's why they're at different lengths. But no, normally he does run forward, and he's either on the path, or he's on the grass, or in the mud, or wherever. Although he does love running into the long grass. This is the thing, I don't know if other parts of the country do it, or other parts of the world do this. The council have ordered the lawnmower people who cut the grass in the park to leave certain areas wild. When I say wild, I don't mean angry. They're not just walking up to that bit of grass and teasing it. They're leaving it, they're not cutting it. So it's something about, encouraging wildlife. And then after about a year, they cut it. pointed out, well, first of all, I don't think there's a huge amount of wildlife. Maybe there is insects and stuff. That's definitely true, because those grass flea things, they get onto him if I let him in the long grass. So I don't. And before I used to have him off the lead in the park, and he used to love the long grass. But he'd come home with all these ticks and all stuff like that. Now I don't let him go in the long grass, and he's got nothing. Hasn't had any for over a year. Hasn't had anything on him. And someone, I think a couple of days ago, another dog walker was pointing out, it's all fair and well, them encouraging wildlife, but what happens to that wildlife when they cut the grass? That's a fair point, isn't it? The thing is, when it comes to wildlife, I literally live in the countryside. There's a farm at the end of each road. At the end of every road there is a farm. If I turn left, there's farms. If I turn right, there's farms. If I go through the park and keep going through there, there's farms. It's just farms everywhere. By farms I mean growing farms, not animal farms. I tell you what, Animal Farm, the movie, was very different from the book. But yeah, there's not really, so you don't get to hear cocks every morning, like cock-a-doodle-doo, or whatever they do. Well, that wouldn't bother me really, because I'm up quite early anyway. I'm sure there are some farms like that around here, but it's really just like growing crops. But they're everywhere, all around here. This whole area is farms. But there again, the whole country's pretty much farmland, with some towns and some cities and some beaches, but it's just a huge amount of farmland here. Apparently, the bloke who owns the Dyson vacuum cleaner thing, he's the biggest farm owner in the country, or one of them. And in America, the biggest farm owner, I think, is Bill Gates. That's not just farms, that's land, isn't it? To be a landowner. That's, if you own the farms, you almost kind of own the food. Wow. Oh, there's a plane going past. Maybe not. I tell you, it's strange. Oh yeah, can you hear that? Nice, a train. Is it a train? I just realised I don't think it's very windy today, because normally only on days when it's very mild, very calm, that I can hear the trains. When it's windy, I generally can't hear the trains. It's lovely out there, blue sky, sunny. It's going to be difficult because I've got my jumper. Oh well. That's kind of strange, because I have the window open most of the time, but with that window closed, it's so much quieter. Because that literally just wow, 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 over, in the garden. I can't hear what they're saying. Quite often I can't hear what they're saying anyway. Not that I want to, but it's steps, went over, went down the steps, walked back up, and then back up again because the ramp is in two parts. It's quite long. It's in two parts. So you got one in, you go up one bit, then you turn around and you come back the other bit, and it gradually goes up for each one, and then you end up at the top of the. Basically, you end up exactly where you were, where I was before I went down the steps. It's built for large traffic. Really, it's the same kind of bridge that you would see at a busy train station. But there's no train station there. There is a train track. I think part of the reason they did it was for safety, which is fair enough because people used to just cross the track. There was no way of monitoring it. So it's a good thing that it's got something over there. But one of the neighbours, when I moved in 10 years ago, said that they spent like £500,000 putting that bridge up. It still looks in good condition. It's hardly been used. Seriously, I reckon the amount of people that cross that bridge in a year would be the same amount of people that would cross a busy train station in a day. Probably less, in fact. Yeah, probably. If you get 50 people a day crossing that bridge, I'd be surprised. Maybe 100. I'd be surprised if it was that high. Seriously, it's not a lot, is it? Would I class as 2 people because I went over twice? Or did I go over 3 times? No, I went over twice. But I went over and back twice, and that's 4 times actually yesterday. So I went so I went up the steps, across the bridge, down the steps, back up the ramp, across the bridge, down the steps, back up the ramp, across the bridge, down the steps, and then back up the ramp, across the bridge, and down the steps, and then we went home. So what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. So we crossed the bridge 4 times. So 4 times we went up and down the ramp. 1, 2, 3. I don't know, we said 4 times we passed over the bridge. So how many times did we go up the ramp? So go up the steps, cross the bridge, go down the steps on the other side. So up the ramp, so 1, up the ramp, cross over, down the steps, then up that ramp again. Then cross over, down the steps, up that ramp, cross over and down the steps. That's just 3. Okay, let me do this again. Up the steps, cross the bridge, down the steps, then up the ramp, crossing over the bridge, down the steps, then up the ramp, cross over the bridge, down the steps, up the ramp, cross over the bridge and down the steps. So how many times is that across the bridge? 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's only 3 ramps. crossed 4 times. I don't know. Maybe if I walked up the ramp the first time, crossed over, went down the steps, then went up the ramp the other side, walked down the steps, went up the ramp, or what I could do. No. Yeah, I mean I could just walk up the ramp, cross over the bridge, go down the ramp, and then just turn back and walk up the ramp again. But it just, I don't know. Yeah. It's a weird one. I'm not really sure. It seemed like more maybe walk up the ramp, cross over the bridge, go down the steps, then walk up that ramp, cross over, down the steps, walk up at that. So I don't walk up any steps. But technically, the thing is, I was thinking, is it better for me to walk up the steps because that's more exercise? But at the same time, if I'm walking down a ramp, that's not really putting a lot of energy, is it? Because I mean, it's not like steep, but it is steep still. You know, it's walking upwards. Yeah, I don't think I'd want to roll a heavy ball up there. Definitely wouldn't want to try to roller skate up there. Because gravity, because I might fall back. I don't know. I have to think about it. I just thought it'd be quite nice if I had this nice space to take him over a few times. And another thing I was thinking I could do is walk up and down my steps where I live. I've got stairs, and maybe try walk up and down. Start off maybe doing it twice and then work it up. So I'm doing walking up and down maybe 100 times a day, like in one go, just as an exercise thing. But I don't know. I'm not sure. I've started doing press-ups again and doing some exercise with my weights and doing leg raises in bed for my stomach. So I'm kind of, because I took a little bit of a break of probably 2 weeks where I wasn't really doing much exercise at all. Not even the weights, not crouching, what do they call it? Crouching. I don't know, whatever it is that I do for my lower back while I hold weights. I've not done that for a while. Well, I did it the other day, but I've not done it regularly, like every day, like I used to. And part of the reason for that is because at the weekend I readjusted my bedroom, not purposefully thinking, oh, I'm going to readjust my bedroom. You know, I didn't wake up that morning on Saturday thinking, oh, you know, jumped out of bed with full excitement. I'm going to move my chair to a different part of the room. I don't mean that. It's just, I was getting the microphones out of the storage room, setting them up. So I've got one here on my chair, near my chair, attached to a table. I've got one next to my bed. I had one attached so I can make videos, but I don't think I can do videos anymore. I prefer audio. It's an old saying, you know, some people they've got a face for radio, and I'm one of them. I think it's possibly a disappointment if someone sees me. They might be listening to me for a long time. Some people have been listening to me for years, and then they get curious and they go onto the YouTube channel and they see me and think, well, now that's ruined. That's ruined everything. So, it's not like I'm not hiding myself, but plus I think with video, I've never liked pictures. I don't mean I've never liked a picture I've ever seen ever. I mean, I've never really enjoyed a picture of me, because I don't think photographs necessarily show the person, but a video can. Your personality can show in a video. Smiling, frowning, facial expressions, the voice, all that stuff, movement, which I guess is part of the whole video process, isn't it? Movement. But I feel I've done that now. I've been there. I spent years doing videos, and there's a little part of me thinking I just wish that I just don't really want to make videos. I prefer audio. This is more relaxing for me. This is where I can really just be myself, because if I've got a video camera there, I've got a tendency of, I don't know if it's so much showing off, but I definitely feel very self-conscious. Very self-conscious. At no point do I forget that the camera's pointing at me. With the microphone, this is almost the most natural thing in the world for me, to just talk into a microphone. There's no effort. I think that comes across. Clearly there's no effort. That's why it's so awful, because there's no energy, no effort. No planning. But it's real. This is just me. And I don't necessarily think that happens as much on a video, because I feel self-conscious. I mean, I didn't enjoy it when I had hair, but now that my hair's it's really weird. Like, I've got the bald patch at the back, and my hair's, I trim my hair so it's like a crew cut, I guess. But I can see in the mirror that the gap between the hairs is growing, and some of those hairs that are growing back are not the same strength or thickness that they used to be. And I'm thinking that possibly the next 10 years I might... Okay, well, I'll be bolder, that's it really. I showed a picture to ChatGPT to create an image for me, and I said, make an image of Vinny and me. Vinny's on the bed making a podcast or something, and I'm sleeping on a dog bed on the floor. So I did that, and they said, I said, what do Jack Russell, Red Jack Russell, when they did that, and I posted a picture of him, so they changed it to like a lifelike picture of Vinny. I think he was holding a board which said, I don't know, Q&A Friday or whatever it was. And then I said, can you make my image as well? So they said, upload a picture of you. So I did. It just showed someone with a massive bald patch and just hair growing on the side. Like, that's not what I look like. Not yet. It possibly will be, but it won't, because I will shave my hair. I will. That's so annoying though, because I'm pretty sure that the side of my hair and the back of my hair is so thick and curly, but so thick that it would never bald. I don't think I'm ever going to be that will always be thick hair, and at the side as well, but not so much in the middle. It is, going back to Moses, it's a little bit like the parting of the Red Sea. It started at the back and it's just slowly moving to the front. It's weird. Moses and bridges, that seems to be the topic of the day. Oh, I did another video, a podcast image, and they said, I said, I want to put in an image of me. They said, describe yourself. So I said, a 54-year-old man. I looked about 90 when they put this picture of me, like this old looking person. I do not look like that. Or maybe I do. I don't to me. But I do need to have my eyes checked, to be fair. I'm saving up for an eye test. And to get, well, the eye test is free, but the glasses aren't. So I think I get the lenses for free. But I have to pay to have the gloss, the protection on them, and also the Actolite, so they go dark in the sun. So I have to pay for that, and I think I get a discount on the frames, or I think I can get a free frame, but they're like NHS. There's nothing wrong with NHS, but I kind of think I don't care what the frame looks like if they're for reading, because I'm not going to be reading outside. Pretty much I'm going to read here, and I'm looking forward to getting my glasses so I can get back to reading again. I just can't do it at the moment, not with these. So it's going to cost me a few £100 because I'm going to have to get probably 3 different frames. One for distance, normal day to day, one for reading, and one for using when I'm on a computer. I need to start protecting my eyes a bit more, and I've noticed that I can't spend as much time looking at the computer screen as I used to do. Which is, it's not a terrible thing really, because I don't really want to be spending all day looking at a computer screen, but at the same time, it is limiting, and I'd at least like to have the option. But at the same time, by looking after my eyes. So, as soon as I've saved up enough, I'm gonna get an appointment, go to the opticians. I'm thinking about asking because I saw somewhere that there's certain lenses that are quite good for people with bipolar. Now, I might have dreamt it, but it's not something I would normally dream about. But everything I dream about. In fact, I can't remember the last time I had a dream. I have a dream. I mean, I have dreamt. I just don't remember exactly what I dreamt about. And yeah, wow. I think I had a dream the other day and I can't remember what it was. I don't know. What was I talking about? Dreaming. What was I talking about? Dreaming. Oh, bipolar lenses. I know that there's some lenses that people with some conditions, not just visual conditions, wear like different coloured tinted glasses that are that colour all the time, not just in the sun. Like mine tint dark in the sun. Apparently people can see where I'm looking though, which came as a bit of a surprise after 10 years of thinking I was my eyeballs had freedom. So now, before I go to the opticians, I'm going to do a bit of research. If there's something that can help me in some way, if looking through a different coloured lens could be useful, then it's worth exploring. That's on my to-do list. Yeah. Because I remember one of the Bee Gees, I think it was the, maybe two of them, but one of them had I think like a yellow tilted or tinted glasses. And I used to know someone, I think she was a customer, or I said when I worked in the Evolution shop in Ipswich, I think she worked next door in Snappy Snaps, which was this camera processing place, or picture processing. And she had, I think, yellow lenses or blue lenses. And I said, I asked her about it. And she said it was something to do with, I'm pretty sure she said autism, or I'm also, I have a memory of hearing that lenses can help with ADHD. Again, I'm not sure, right? These are like faint memories that may be complete fabrications. But I think anything really is worth a try, isn't it? There's now to lose. I might get some funny looks. But what I was thinking is maybe going forward, I'll ask them if I can get lenses that are always dark, all the time. Like Roy Orbison. Did you know Roy Orbison didn't wear those glasses because he had anything wrong with his eyes? It's true. He had an eye injury, or he had a sty or something like that, so he wore those glasses when he was on stage because his eye was all gammy. And this might be a lie, but this is my memory of it. And he wore these glasses on stage to perform. This is Roy Orbison, the singer. And he liked them so much, he decided to spend the rest of his career wearing those glasses. Those big, thick glasses, dark, which looked like he had serious sight issues. But apparently he didn't. I've seen people wear those type of glasses that were very had impaired sight. But I was thinking maybe I could get some. Not, I don't want them like that. But just, the thing is, I think some people they think it's weird if you walk around in the winter wearing sunglasses. And I've had a couple of people say, why are you wearing sunshades? It's like, I'm not, these are my normal glasses. But these don't look like sunshades because it's a different frame. These look like glasses. Because sunshades are normally a bit more stylish, there's a different kind of a frame, I think, with sunshades. Although I kind of do like, you remember the Blues Brothers, that kind of sunshades. Yeah, maybe I'll look into that. Maybe that's what I'll do. Just something to kind of protect my eyes from the sun, from the light. I'll see what the optician says, but before that, I'll do a little bit of research online. Maybe watch a few YouTube videos and find out what's about, and perhaps do a bit of research into the science behind it, and see what studies have shown, because I figure if anything that can help is brilliant. Although in the future the smart glasses will be the norm, and I'm interested in that. I do like the idea of wearing smart glasses and being able to talk to them. I like the idea of being able to make a podcast while I'm just walking around. And I probably have, I don't know how good the microphone would be on the glasses, but audio is improving all the time, and the ability to improve audio as well after recording is, it's technology is just improving all the time, so there's so much more that can be done. So I'll see what happens, but I'm going to look into it. My question is, what was I talking about when I very first started this recording? Because it wasn't bridges, it wasn't glasses. What was it? I don't know. I can't remember. I cannot remember. Oh, motorbikes in the garden. That's it. So I've got no idea how long I've been talking. It might be 20 minutes, it might be an hour, I don't know. But I'm going to go. So thank you for listening. Remember to be kind to yourself, because you do deserve to be happy, and be gentle with yourself. You deserve to feel safe. Lots of love.